I'm looking I'm looking at so right now I'm looking at the just looking at YouTube. There's like home short subscriptions, you and then down under subscriptions. From what I'm pretty sure. Oh no, I've refreshed it enough times and like it doesn't update correctly. So Jess, Speakeasy, Raging Tomato, Mr. Bill is live. He wanted to do something earlier. Wait, what is?
Personality because her
Gender.
pre
Oh no, she's on. No friggin' way I'm joining this nonsense. She's on Speakeasies also. So I've known Melanie, aka Cosmic Fox, aka Ninetails, for years, and my last debate that I last panel debate that I had with Melanie, the Furby, was on pew pews, and it was a, a schooling lesson because that's most of what the pew pew debates is. It's just like, well, no, you're using these terms incorrectly, and once you know what these words mean, things start to make more sense, and it's not as scary. And then it got over into Twitter, and it got weird. Shit got weird with an H.
All right.
No, I don't need that. Wait, who? I mean, I could. Oh shit! I'm not even in my Discord right now. That's a thing. I probably should be. Or wait, who else is doing stuff? Nope, not doing that. I'll just kind of, yeah, I'll just kind of hang out in my own. Gonna do my own thing and still keep messing with this. I'm not gonna be up for a super long. Twitch heavy, thank you. Twitch is showing offline. Oh, it sure. Wait, no. One, two, three. Oh, heavy. That's super weird. It wasn't my Yeah, that took a refresh even on my end. Like in the stream, in the creator dashboard, same thing. I had to refresh it. Twitch has been not as great lately for stuff like that. Even going live, I've had to manually refresh to see things. Oh, maybe that's why I got a message that Botrix reconnected. I'm not sure. I don't know. You have Um, BSR, you have no connections to my stream. I mean, okay. You're you're here now. And I'm in my Discord.
But just in case, you should probably have your resume handy. Choose your own adventure. Journey to the job fair. I mean, hell, Vivek proposed firing 75% of government employees. I know an agency he can start with. Look, I don't know what the actual likelihood of something like this happening is, but my God, this would be one of the most legendary appointments Donald Trump could ever make. And one of the funniest. Because there's nothing I would rather see more than the headquarters of the ATF turned into a fucking spirit Halloween. The same fact that just happened to the Kamala's Wins Twitter page. Weird. AK Guy's ATF director, US citizens, machine guns. Now, of course, there's limitations on what you can do as the ATF director, so I couldn't, for example, repeal the NFA and repeal the Hughes Amendment and everything like that. If it was a bill that was passed by Congress and, written into law, then you need Congress to undo that law. It's just how the Constitution works. However, you can have a lot of fun with interpretations and definitions. Like, for example, the Hughes Amendment that doesn't allow you to register machine guns after 1986 also says that the ATF can open 90-day amnesty periods, where you could then, in that 90-day period, add as many machine guns as you would like to that registry, like California Freedom Week, except for the entire country, and with machine guns. That sounds like something an ATF director could legally do. And let's say, just hypothetically, if one did do that, and then all of a sudden there were a lot more machine guns added to the registry, so many so that one could potentially argue that machine guns are now in common use,
you
as
say?
the Supreme Court has deemed anything in common use is protected by the Second Amendment, and therefore not bannable. I'm just saying we can have...
Also, funny fact, the original case that first challenged the NFA was about a short-barreled shotgun. And it wasn't about common use. It was about if it had been used by any military ever. And they did, and the lawyer did a sneaky kind of thing where he said that he did some very clever wordplay, and I'm trying to remember exact terms, but the implication was that this type of thing has never been used by any military. However, he used very specific language because that item with that serial number had never been used by any military. What is that? That's Melissa! Good evening, and thank you for subscribing. Melissa, you're a legend. You keep my stream afloat. How you doing, girl? Oh. Oh, no. Melissa, come on now. I will not have lies and or slander going on. But you sure do know how to flatter a girl, don't you? Oh, you can't say that these days because everybody thinks you're serious. Oh, shit. Wait, BSR, are you still? Either way, I am in my Discord. The panels that I see that are currently going are not anything that I want to jump into right now. So, gonna keep doing my thing. But y'all are invited to, if you want to come and hang out with me while we do my thing, which is a little bit nerdier in nature and not gender drama and not other dramas. It is just non-drama. I'm I might jump on one.
We're gonna have a lot of fucking fun with this. I know we're getting a little wishful thinking on this one, but my god, there's a real potential that in 100 days, we could undo 100 years of unconstitutional regulation. And I hope it happens. Just as another example, the National Firearms Act defines a suppressor as any device that silences, muffles, or reduces the report of a portable firearm. It does not, however, say by how much.
You can hide things in vocabulary.
I've also committed, because I frankly find it hilarious, that if I were to be picked by the Trump administration to be the director of the ATF, I would be donating my entire salary to no-kill dog shelters. Also, I would make the ATF stop using these targets for training. Paraphrasing my buddy King Trout, they shot the gorilla and it fucked the timeline all up. And while it sucked that they had to kill the squirrel, that righted the timeline again. We're moving.
See, I disagree with him on this one. There's three possible paths it took. It either corrected it, like Brandon's suggestion, didn't impact at all, or made it worse. Those are the only three possibilities. It's just to what degree each one happened. And everybody forgets about the raccoon. Dude had a trash panda also. It was Peanut the squirrel, and it was some... I don't remember the other name. What the raccoon's name was. Nobody does. Nobody talks about him. I sometimes question, was there a raccoon? Was it Fred? Melissa, it was Fred? No. I believe you. No reason not to.
Moving on to levels of winning you wouldn't think possible. Mati, what do you foresee for us? Director, Brandon Herrera. Brandon R. Herrera, by the way, my middle name is Joseph. I don't know where R was coming from. Was appointed by President Trump and sworn in as director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives on July 4th, 2025. Mr. Herrera is responsible for trashing unconstitutional overreach and draining the bureaucracy out of an agency that was supposed to protect the public, but ended up just giving machine guns to Mexican cartels instead. I'm not gonna read this whole thing. It's very funny. Mr. Herrera received his degree in gunsmithing from Sonoran Desert Institute, which you can do online by going to sdi.edu. I did not, by the way, have a degree from SDI. Just throwing that out there, I get enough fucking forced stolen dollar in my life.
This is from a veteran who said, I have to give this to you. It is your Purple Heart.
This is from the Unsubscribed podcast, where Brandon Herrera was also accused of stealing valor and wishing slur slide upon veterans and all kinds of nonsense that Tony Gonzalez made up out of whole cloth, thin air. That was one of the things that I don't remember if that one was one of the ones that was community noted. Like what? Clipping things out of context when you're, out of context when you're, just for anybody doing content creation. However, the Unsubscribed podcast, even though I don't watch or listen to like any podcasts really, but that one is a bunch of primarily veterans that are also content creators, just hanging out. And things can get a little spicy, and then trying to weaponize that is Tony Gonzalez being the anti-veteran one in that equation, and I think he's also a vet too, which makes that even like the doggiest of dog shit takes. Heavy, no, I just said I don't watch or listen to not not just the unsubscribe podcast, which I love what they're doing. I would like to participate in it. I would like to participate in it at some point. However, I don't really watch slash listen to podcasts. Um, if I'm participating in them, I listen because I'm there. But it's a time versus whatever thing. I just I would I would love to have the time to consume all the content in the world. It's the worst thing in the world. I've in the last it's just been really the last maybe couple months. I've got really bad about getting like stuck doom scrolling like YouTube shorts. Like I don't do TikTok, which I'm working on starting to stream to TikTok. But YouTube Shorts, it's the same thing. Getting stuck like you know how people doom scroll Twitter, doom scrolling YouTube Shorts, and acting like a friggin' Generation Z, Generation Alpha. I don't even know what you call them. It's just it's bad. It's I catch myself and it's been like sometimes I'll lose an hour of just and sometimes there's really good information, and then I'll save them depending on what it is. Sometimes well, just a link, and I write a little description in my OneNote. Sometimes I'll just put it into like the appropriate place in Discord. Sometimes I add it to like a list, I guess. I don't even know what the other thing I do is. No, that's just on videos. I don't know if I can do that with shorts. But I don't. I feel like if I have time, if I'm doing something where I want to just have something like that on in the background, like a what it like a podcast going on in the background, instead of listening to that while I'm doing whatever the thing is, I should be streaming or recording the thing that I'm doing. And then it's going to be difficult to talk about it while listening to a whole podcast and not doing it as a reaction, but just having that playing while I'm doing a thing. It doesn't. Maybe I need to figure out things better. I don't know. Maybe it's Maybelline. Yeah, that works. Should never twist things. It turns to garbo. You Garbeaux. Yeah, that's it. Clint Ramesha was on with his MOH. Brandon was uncomfortable. Can Heavy, can you like link me up with a timestamp for kind of that part? I would like to see. Oh, I was thinking something way different. Like, what is this act? What is this TLA right now? Oh no, Medal of Honor. Yeah, there's just not that many of them. You don't. And I don't know who Clint Ramesha is. I think I mean, I wouldn't be the most comfortable guy in the room with. Wait, hang on, we can turn that just a little bit like that. There we go. I wouldn't be the most comfortable guy in the room with a Medal of Honor recipient either, because most of the time, if you get a Medal of Honor, like, dude, you should be dead way more than the amount of times that I should have been dead. It's not like the victim totem pole. It's like the you you lived through something you shouldn't have totem pole, and it is a little bit awkward. Can you if you can get me a link with a timestamp, Heavy, I'll pull it up.
But seriously, the meme warfare on Twitter on this thing is making it actually blow up to the point where I've had a lot of people ask me if this is actually a real thing. Father, utilize the AK guy. I heard a lot of rumors that Barron was actually running a lot of I guess, the digital footprint of the Trump campaign toward the end. Like getting him on with Andrew Schultz, Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan. I really hope it's true because all of the memes of Barron being the mastermind behind this have been very funny. Real talk though, could you imagine how fucking wild those Senate confirmation hearings are going to be? I can only imagine what lifelong bureaucrats like that would think about an actual outsider like me. But I have some guesses.
Great. An alcoholic arms dealer. What could be better?
But real talk though, I don't know if the ATF has ever had a director that actually understood the firearms industry, the gun community, and I mean firearms in general for that matter. Most of them can't.
Okay, dude, the last one I'm seeing is with Tejano Space Cowboy, which is like real life Winter Soldier, I guess. I I'm glad. So I saw it from somebody on Twitter. I tweeted at them like, "Hey, get this guy on," and now they got him on. He built his own arm prosthetic that is better than whatever the VA was trying to give him. I'm really not trying to just bite off their content. Dude, what? I mean, so yeah, that's him, the Thanos space cowboy. But this looks like what you're talking about, and like the thumbnail. Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, wait, updated today. So yeah, the Tejano Space Cowboy one was a week ago, but it was updated today. But then Clint Ramesha was 15 hours ago. Okay, so yeah, this is okay. This is on topic because it's after all of the memes about Brandon being um, director of the ATF. Uh, he's number 188 Medal of Honor. Apparently, it says in the corner. I don't know that's a fact. I'm just reading things off a screen because I'm a simple monkey, and it's a miracle that I can read.
Oh, damn.
No.
I just remember calling back to Gregory, and I'm like, you guys have got to move, and you got to move now. I cannot hold this position.
Sandy, you're really
Okay,
strong.
I
I
can.
would love to see what kind of you gotta do to get a Medal of Honor in the Space Force.
Alien. Do you want to pull it out real quick?
You want him to whip it out on the podcast?
Oh, yeah, whip that out.
Didn't see this podcast going this direction.
Wait, he's Space Force? Heavy?
To be perfectly honest.
What's up, everyone? Holy freaking mother of God. We are at, we'll just say $72,000 in money raised for veteran nonprofits. I'm just really thankful for being able to do this, and that is because of this amazing
This
community.
is
We are
Eli
$72,000
Double Tap.
to go to
He
3 amazing
streams on
nonprofits,
Twitch,
veteran
and I don't know
nonprofits,
where else.
And it's all thanks to you all, so thank you so freaking much. And that is from the entire team. It is
Tons.
a blessing to be able to do something like this, or for autism, or for anything that we want to make a difference in, and that is such an
I would like to
impactful,
interact
amazing
with him.
thing.
He's
So
on
thank you
Twitch.
from the bottom of all our hearts. Let's blow this out of the water. Let's just
Biggest,
keep
like,
kicking
thousands,
ass. Let's
I
keep
don't
these
know,
cells going for Veterans Month.
hundreds of
And
viewers
again,
that
100%
have never
of
seen me.
this one, which y'all love that shirt, and undiagnosed, 100% of proceeds are going towards those veteran nonprofits. And then a percentage of everything on store will also be going towards those amazing nonprofits. And we have Turkey Day coming up for some amazing sales, which will be automatically applied for this stuff. So, go. Thank you all. Thank you so freaking much. I hope each and every one of you know how amazing you are and that difference you guys and gals make in individuals'
Yeah,
lives
the only
through
way this happens is
that
on
community-based
like
aspect of
1.75
hanging out,
speed.
talking, interacting with each other, being able to see that in person is one of the greatest gifts you guys could have given us. So thank you so freaking much. And now for one of the big episodes with Mr. Clint Romache. Love y'all. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. We haven't got to hang out so long. So long, I forget you existed. We've told many of stories about you. Angry cops wearing your medal.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Jack-
Wait, didn't it break on him?
Probably.
I threw it at someone. Well, it was already broken, but I didn't tell him that. And I humchucked it at him. We made fun of him so much. He fucking broke it.
Oh, everybody's done.
That was basically my introduction to you, was chucking the metal at me. I'm like, oh god, oh god. I think I physically started sweating.
I don't know if you can emotionally sweat, can you?
I was gonna figure out a way.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm
Up
so
on a
excited.
panel or something.
Kick this bitch off. Oh, wait, we gotta do this first. Ready, everyone? You can't. You gotta pop it. 3, 2, 1. Ready? Hold it up to the mic. 3, 2, 1.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Unsubscribed Podcast. I'm joined today by Eli Double Tap, Clint Romache,
That's
Brandon Herrera, myself,
donut
Donut
operator,
We
and
love
wait,
you.
is that
We're happy
Patty
you're
over
here.
on the right?
What's up? Well, this is one of the last episodes
Eli.
for the Veterans Day month. So, fucking the way to do this one, our boy, and Brandon. Thank
I love how you.
Brandon Herrera.
Oh no.
Eli, you're embarrassing me in front of the wizard.
Dude, we've been so. I know this is an episode where it's like, fuck, do it. Oh god, it's an honor and then a nightmare at the same time.
It's like, oh, this is gonna be a really cool podcast. Also, Eli, Eli's gonna make this awful.
It started as a joke, and now
It
we're
took you 2 minutes.
full circle. Here we are. We're gonna close this chapter after this amazing episode on this joke.
The
for you.
Forced Valor Saga.
Dude, our live tour is called Forced Valor. Or
Stolen
Stolen Valor.
Valor.
Sorry, I don't.
I thought it was one of the
Forced
or stolen.
Stolen. Next, that's the third. We'll do Forced, the third. Man, how? Okay. Introduce yourself. So all the beautiful people out there that might not know.
I don't know who actually runs the unsubscribed pod. I think it's Eli. I don't know. I haven't seen enough of him to know. Because Fed Electrician's on a lot. Batty's on a lot. Oh, some dude on the Y-tubes. How you doing, sexy? What, Fat Electrician isn't on sub? I mean, they're all doing that separate, what, like, Pepper and Steak or something like their own separate Pew Pew platform. Because YouTube decided to, nah, we're not gonna monetize you anymore. Which he doesn't. Fat Electrician doesn't do like Pew content. Anyway, he does like history and then deep dives on. He has a second channel on YouTube anyway, the Fat Files, that like deep dive on Aldi and Hiluxes, and it's great. Oh, Batty stopped. Well, they have different people on, and then guests too. Herrera is one of the. I'm kind of wondering who the main effort is, like who runs it mostly, and I would imagine it's Eli. He's been doing. Well, Donut has two. And yeah, Donut Operator, not Donut the guy who's... Wait, never mind.
Know who you are. I'm Clint. I drink Busch Light.
Oh, name one interesting. Name one interesting fact about yourself. What instrument do you play?
Busch Light. The Busch Light. The Busch Light. The Busch Light. It kind of goes like this.
All right. Thank God Nick is back in town. Jeez.
I haven't had a Busch Light in so long, dude.
Right.
It's been 48 hours since my last Busch Light, but that's because I was out in Philadelphia and they don't really have them out there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You are right now on tour. I don't even know where to start. This is okay. So long. I met you how long ago? 2018, 2017.
Would it have been?
Okay, Eli and Donut are
Was it on Range 15?
Maybe.
owner. Okay,
That might actually been it.
I would imagine that. Like all the ones that I see.
And still to this day, you don't.
Eli's
You are
the only
you
consistent.
literally just live out in North Dakota still.
Yep, mine out in North Dakota, went up there, got out of the army, chasing oil fields.
I don't
thinking,
remember.
This is gonna be my life. Because I was out for I was out for 2 years before I even got that call. And I'm sitting there in the oil field one day.
But I would. This is kind of where I gotta buckle down, much like other things that I'm, like other aspects. So I would love to just, do a hangout like podcast. I feel I bring a lot to the table for the memes. For something like that. I've had a few ideas for my own. What is Mr. Bill? Good evening. You sexy mother lover. Mr. Bill on Twitch in my chatterino, it said you raided and then you immediately left. Oh, classy maneuver. So, dramatic reading. Only a Mr. Bill is your go-to for conservative commentary and IRL streams from Portland. He films protests, rallies, and anything interesting while keeping it chill. Expect laughs, music, and some good old-fashioned flag waving. Just don't get him started on liberals. With a monkey. Ah, Goofy. Welcome in. We're trying to respectfully, not DMCA and do commentary while seeing how awkward Brandon Herrera, who's possibly your new director of the ATF, let's not forget. I mean, I think somebody else was nominated, but that doesn't matter. As we saw from the last Trump presidency, people get fired all the time. Oh, Mr. Bill, I appreciate it. You don't need a whole lot of skill to get with me, baby.
Day. Minding my own business, and I get this call on my cell phone. Look down, and it's like, oh, it looks like a telemarketer number. I'm a field safety specialist at the time, so I'm like, oh, I got time to kill. I'm gonna go around with this guy. And I answer it, and all of a sudden this is Colonel Davis, G1 of the Pentagon. It's like, oh fuck, what'd I do?
What did I do? She's lying.
So a G1 it's the difference between S shops, which I'm not sure if this is how the Army is organized, but the Marine Corps is organized. S shops are battalion level, and G shops are division level. And then the 1 is admin. However, because it's a general, he might mean something else. I'm sick with that.
Crimes are coming back.
It's like statute of limitations should be up.
And at the Pentagon.
No, you have the wrong number.
He switches to that voice.
These are clear noisy.
No, you get the Windex.
No, no lemon pledge.
No. No. I sweep. I sweep. I can't make my voice go high enough to do the voice. That was good.
Colonel's just looking at his phone like, the fuck? What is this stuff? No, I mean, I did 12 years in the Army. Joined in 99, just like a lot of guys did back then. And in the course of that, did three deployments, 2 to Iraq, 1 to Afghanistan, Afghanistan 09, October 3rd, Battle of Cop Keating. From there, we had a little bit of a hectic day that day, to say the least, but with the help of the 50 other Americans, the 2 Latvian soldiers, and 15-hour firefight after getting almost overran, pushed out for the actions of that day. I got, I don't know if it's nominated or recommended, but for the Medal of Honor, which is, again, something you don't ever wake up thinking you're going to try to achieve, go do. It's just, I'll be honest, that day was one of the worst, but yeah, best days of my life, because I got to see so much awesome shit from the guys to my left and right, so much love, and just so much just dedication for something more than yourself. So I might have got selected to wear it, but...
Okay, Heavy, I can... It's interesting that the camera is focused on... So I forget if Donut is a veteran also. He was a cop, I know that. But you got the most civilian guy in the room, in the frame, for while the Medal of Honor recipient is describing the day he had that day. Now, Heavy, I get what you're saying. And I'm pretty sure he knows he's on camera also, while, I mean, because they all do. But in frame, in the scene, in frame with him while he's describing. That's awkward. And the awkwardness of it is kind of delicious. It's gonna be weird.
But I'll tell you time and time again, it's for those, not for me. And I'm always humbled to kind of state that.
That's what I think you truly go above and beyond, and you exemplify what that means. Is you still to this day, even on the call, you're like, you were like, that's not, no. And it was your guys that told you, like, hey, like, hey, you did something. And you're like, no, man.
Well, I mean, what was really cool though, like the recommendation came.
Oh, Bill and
the recommendation initially
whoever
came because my
I
commander
am
told
in
me
my
for DSC.
wait, Wolf.
And at that time, like I said, we were distinguished service cross. And at that time, we were 3 months into a 12-month deployment. And I remember just kind of looking at Stony Portis and I'm like, hey, sir, we got 9 more months left. Let's get these boys home and worry about awards later. And we got through that next 9 months. So proud of those guys, because not a single guy from a red platoon said this was too tough for me, I couldn't do it. They pulled up their big boy pants and they pushed through. Got home, I'd already made the decision to get out of the Army. Used the last 12 months, made that transition. I said I hadn't heard anything. Like I said, back in my mind, I was just trying to get on with life. So then I went chasing oil fields in North Dakota, and then, like I said, 2 years later, get this random phone call.
Dude, 2 years later, they call you up.
I don't know if you've ever been around military process. You know, this is expedited thing, unless you owe them money.
Where are those pants that you left on? That's the only thing the government's good at. Yeah. What's the first thing you said to him? Like, after all, when they called you up?
Well, the first thing, talking on the phone to Colonel Davis, he's like, hey, we need you to come out to D.C. We got something to tell you. Like I said, in the back of my mind, I'm like, statute of limitation should be up. They've taken 2 years to track me down here in North Dakota. No. But like I said, initially in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, okay, that DSC.
Goofy said she made extra dinner. What? That has nothing to do with what I said. I said I'm in Discord, dude. You can. What the shit? No. I sweep. That's where you. That's where you go.
The Distinguished Service Cross, my commander said he was going to put me in for. It's probably got downgraded to maybe a Silver Star or something. I'll probably have to go to DC, shake a few hands.
However, it's gonna get weird. This is why I'm looking at doing not Streamlabs, but StreamYard, because on Linux you can't share the audio from a shared video source, which is super weird. There's workarounds, but I have not just figured them out yet or looked at them yet.
Let's probably get a free freaking desserts for the DFAC for Life award or something like that. But I told Colonel Davis, I'm like, hey, just let me go phone. He said, no, you gotta do it in person. I'm like, well, I'm working 6 to 7 days a week in the oil fields at that time, making some awesome money. I was like, well, let me talk to my boss and I'll get back to you. Hung up.
Goofy, I think that thing that was about a year ago. Wait, no, that was the EOD thing. That was a chat. That wasn't in Discord.
up the phone. Immediately called. I can't remember if it was Raz or
But it was
one of
a
the guys
year
that called him up.
ago,
I'm like, hey,
I
just got
think.
this really weird phone
I
call.
mean-
You guys know what's going on? They're like, no, hadn't heard anything. Haven't you ever gotten a word for that day? And I'm like, nope, nothing yet, but maybe
be
something
okay
down the
at
pipe.
this
I went and I talked to my boss. It was about 2 weeks later. Is kind of processing everything. I finally went and talked to my boss. I'm like, hey, I need kind of a weekend off. I got to go to DC for this thing. It's like, well, what thing is it? I'm like, I don't really know. Hopefully I'll be back on Monday. But if I can have a couple days off, the Army's going to set travel up and I'll go out. So it wasn't until I got out to DC, show up, first thing I do when I come off the plane, I'm looking around before I clear security to see if there's MPs hiding. Oh, I'm still thinking that.
You like, these motherfuckers are trying to trick me.
And all of a sudden I see this full bird colonel in freaking Class A uniform. And I'm like, oh, okay, so this is real. This is serious.
Like I'm going to
go see the MPs. Well, I go up and I introduce myself and he's all right, well, we got to head to the Pentagon. I've never been on the Metro before in my life. That's scary shit. Like,
Brandon has a cocktail and one White Claw.
The DC Metro, too.
I know.
And from Dulles? Or Dulles?
Reagan.
Reagan,
Oh,
Reagan, got it.
Beautiful.
It's
Great people.
I'm not known for judgmental eyes.
I was more terrified of that freaking Metro ride than anything because it's just not natural.
That's how you got your second medal.
Yeah. Well, so we show up at the Pentagon.
That poor Michael Jackson impersonator. Why is that so funny, Eli?
Nothing.
So we show up at the Pentagon, and I realized, okay, maybe it's not so bad because we didn't even go through security. Like they had a secret door for us to kind of just breeze on through. So didn't go through metal detectors, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And in the back of my mind, I'm still sitting there thinking, it's like, okay, they're gonna hand me maybe a broadstar with the ears. So if something got downgraded, they're just gonna do a quick ceremony, shake my hand, send me on my way. And they pull me into this room, and there's all these colonels, all these freaking generals and stuff, and they're just like, oh, congratulations, Sergeant O'Shea, awesome. And I'm like, still have no idea what's going on until I sat down, and as I look across the way, they got a PowerPoint presentation going on because the Army's never gonna do nothing without PowerPoint. And right in front of me,
Just like you still hate the military. God damn it.
sitting in front of me are these three posters, and one is of Sal Junta, the first living recipient since Vietnam. The next one's Leroy Petrie,
Yeah.
and then the third one was Sergeant Sabo posthumously, and it's all Medal of Honor, Medal of Honor, Medal of Honor. And I just remember kind of sitting down and looking, and they're giving a brief, and PowerPoint's going on, and I'm not hearing a word they're saying. And I don't know if I was looking down for maybe 2 minutes or 20 minutes. I finally look up, and I'm like, hey, time out, boys. And the room gets quiet, and I go, what is all this Medal of Honor stuff? And one of the colonels kind of looks over, and he's like, oh, you don't know Sergeant O'Shea? And I'm like, wouldn't be asking a question I knew the fucking answer to. Like, what is this?
I know you said that too, which is my favorite thing about it.
I'm like, I got told I got put in for like a DSC or something by Stony Portis. So what's all this Medal of Honor stuff? And they're like, well, you've been recommended for upgrade. Short of the president signing the award, you'll be receiving the Medal of Honor. And I just remember kind of looking back at the guy and I'm like, for what? I didn't do anything special. And like I said, I made that I'd been out for 2 years. I thought I'd put all that stuff in a little box and put it in the back of my mind. And I remember just as I was talking to the guys almost every day, driving to the oil fields, the guys I served with, they would bring kind of that stuff up. And that was kind of my processing where I thought I had it all kind of behind me. And then all of a sudden it was the next freaking day I had a Wikipedia page. And then everybody knew. I mean, when I got back to work, I was overseeing the pipeline crews at the time, and one of the pipeline guys comes up to me, Hispanic fellow. He comes up and he's
Mexican.
comes up and he's like, "Hey,
Why did you want me to take that higher? You look straight at me.
I don't know. You could have said
I wasn't going to say it.
he comes up to me, and he's like, "Hey, I heard what you did in the Army. My uncle has been kidnapped by the cartel in Mexico. They want $250,000 for his No, I'm spacing.
You think you were fucking John Rambo? Like you were just going to...
Yeah.
Things like this do happen where even just people knowing that you're a veteran sometimes, or maybe just Marines, where that they ask like, well, hey, just wild stuff. Wobbly. Good evening, good morning. Dude, Wobbly, it's midnight your time. It's good evening for you. What are you doing? You can't, why can't you, Goofy, you're in my Discord. Why? Or I don't, what, you can't, I don't.
Oh, down to...
He's like, my uncle. Cartel kidnapped him and was holding this ransom. Yeah, $250,000 ransom for his uncle because the cartel knew a lot of the Mexicans were coming up working the oil fields in North Dakota making that good money. So they would kidnap their families that they were leaving back there. And so they literally came up and he's like, hey, we'll pay you the money if you want to get your guys together and go down to Mexico to go get my uncle.
It's like you see on the news and like, the white boy at work, well, he's a badass. Bring him a 9.
Well,
It's what we call a cultural barrier.
I called up Raz and a couple of my buddies. I'm like, hey, do we got contacts in Mexico? Like, we got a quick way to make it. Well, the problem was, and I know Avalos is going to hate me for saying this, but Avalos was our fister, and he's like the one Mexican that can't speak Mexican. So we're like,
I'm sorry, Brandon and I.
so we're like, man, we could get Avalos. Oh no, he's not going to be an interpreter for us. You know, we don't have a solid team together.
So, what's up, bitches?
Most of us Americanized Mexicans are barely monolingual.
Yeah, struggle busing. I just like the first idea was like, I bet he can save he's a hero. We'll just send him down there. We'll half.
Well, were you just there whittling like wood, just like, I don't do that life anymore.
That's behind me. Don't want to turn that back on.
See that
With my war.
Our sponsor for this video is PDS Debt because everything is really expensive right now.
I spent $400 at the grocery store, and I don't even know what I got.
milk. He got milk.
One milk. You may be in debt right now because the economy is in shambles.
You know what also comes with that? Stress, anxiety, existential doom.
Oh.
PDS Debt has a solution for you. Help is available. Whether it be medical bills, collections, credit card debt, they have customized options for you.
If you're making payments on your debt and your balance isn't going anywhere, this is the solution for you.
PDS Debt has options that consolidates all of that debt into one low monthly payment.
Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score required.
Save thousands in interest and fees, and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time.
PDS Debt is a top-rated company on Google and has an A+ rating with the Better
Oh,
Business
we're
Bureau.
watching your...
Go check out all the reviews and see how many specifically mention PDS employees by name.
It's incredible.
You can get a free debt analysis right now by going to pdsdebt.com/unsub. It takes 30 seconds. Go to pdsdebt.com/unsub. Go now! I'm going.
So when so fast forward, you get that, and then everyone else. And what is that experience like afterwards? Because we'll rewind to the
Goofy
story.
White.
I want to hear more of like some of the other stuff you've done because you were in 2ID initially, and then and that was
Goofy,
I didn't realize- I was
DM me
late,
or
so I'd never
text
really
me or
talked.
something.
We were in Korea, and then I was
this.
Yep. Yeah, that was,
And
that
we'll
was-
figure out what's going on.
Just standing out. They stood up in 06. It was 2CR. Then they stood up to. Then we switched to.
'Cause I don't remember a reason for not to be in
infantry
Discord.
From 06 to 08 and whatever they did afterwards. But that's I was
Except for
like, okay, I didn't realize
distractions,
that. And then you
but-
came aboard as a tanker. And
Yeah, initially I joined the Army as a tanker because here's how motivated I was. Like I said, when I joined the Army, I grew up in a tiny town in Northern California. I was tired of just milking cows and digging fence posts. Like, that was my motivation to go in. Like, I'm tired of smelling like freaking bag bomb. I grew up in this town of 100 people, went to school in a town of like 500. Yeah, I graduated in the top 15 of the 14 kids in my senior class.
Holy! So you grew up like actual like small town.
In California, of all places too. But when I came in, like I said, I was 17 when I graduated, not because I was super smart, just because my birthday was in August. And I went to my dad, who was on a Vietnam vet. He did 2 tours over in Vietnam as an infantryman. My granddad, World War II combat engineer. He served, he made it through Normandy beach landing, Battle of the Bulge. Like, he had an impressive kind of resume himself. My oldest brother, he started off in the Army, had a break in service, Air Force. He actually just retired down here 2 years ago out of the Air Force. Oh, shit. Second oldest brother, which, my wife reminded me, she's like, if you're going to be down there, maybe you go see your older brother. I'm like, I seen him 2 years ago when he retired. But
that's how I think a lot of us are. We're like, why? Like, I FaceTimed him like 3 months ago. That's the same thing.
No news is good news when it comes to family sometimes. And my second oldest brother, he joined the Marines. So
Oh no, Bill, why would I be mean to
but really for me,
Navy nerds? They drive a taxi.
Get that GI Bill. Maybe I'll grow up and finally get educated enough to actually want to go to college.
I hope nothing bad happens in 2 years.
Yeah, a little bit foresight. Well, my dad, because I was 17, I went up to Dad and I'm like, hey, you got me luggage for my graduation present. Like, I understand the task here.
And that's actually that's a real story.
Yeah, that was my graduation present from my parents. Was freaking Samsonite freaking luggage. Which I think they spent like $300 or $400. They were pretty impressed on that stuff.
They were.
I thought that was an expression at first.
that's an old farm town. They're like, son, I'm so proud of you. Get the fuck out of my house. You're gonna pay rent. Or go to college. Join the military. Join the military.
So when I went to my dad at 17, and I'm like, hey, Dad, got my plan. I'm gonna join the Army. You just got to sign for me. Got the recruiter already ready to sign. Have all the paperwork set up. And Dad looked at me and he's like, hey, not gonna do it. Back of my mind, I'm like, this son of a bitch. I'm the youngest of the 3 boys. He wants me around for 1 more summer of free freaking labor. And he very quickly followed it up with, hey, it's 1999. There's not a lot going on in the world. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not in 20 years, but if you put that uniform on, you might have to go and do and see things that no one should have to go do and see. So growing up, I knew my dad had served in Vietnam, I knew my granddad had served in World War II, but all of the stories they told us, none of them had to do with combat. Not a single one about combat or any of the things they've seen overseas and stuff like that. It was always the stories of the shenanigans that got in with their buddies. And in my mind, I'm like, Dad, you had a great time in the Army from all the stories you were telling me. I didn't really realize what he was actually trying to say then. And then, of course, join that August, ship off, get to my first duty station, Germany. Well, I got to backtrack a little bit. When I did turn 18 and said, hey, I'm going to go down and sign, the only advice my dad gave me was like, don't go infantry. Go find a job in the Army that you can do afterwards. Be a welder, be a plumber, be something like that. And I'm like, no, I want to go combat arms. And he's like, well, just please, son, don't go infantry. So I decided to sign up for tanks because I'm lazy and I don't like the walk. So I can't come back and I told my dad, I'm like, hey, didn't go infantry. I'm going to be on tanks. And he just looks at me. He's like, why the hell would you do that? You're just the biggest target on the battlefield, you idiot.
I like you're like, don't join combat. It's like, do something that will help you outside the military. Like tanks. Yeah. Those are just, they're just up and down the street.
If we had more dildos, that'd be a popular.
That's what
we don't, but we should.
That's why he's starting a new his new nonprofit. It builds killdozers for vets.
The AR-500 plate donated.
The Hemeyer Relief Fund.
Why is this working so well? I'm just shipping them out.
So many steel plates.
The joke might have been missed on somebody, but the shortest man on that table right there, the Medal of Honor recipient, just laid out. They're talking about like, hey, donate AR-500 plate, which is a Brinell hardness level of steel, where so AR-500 and AR-680 I think are the 2 levels that you can generally get. It's mostly AR-500, which is steel plate that you can. It's not the best, but in a pinch, you can use it as armor from most rounds. Oh, there's a... Hang on, I'm gonna keep... No. Okay. It's 500 and 680 is the hardness level, which means that if you can hit it with something harder, then it's just gonna crack and shatter, kind of like ceramic tile. But so 680, if you're not hitting it with something hard enough, it'll deflect. It'll not deflect, but it'll protect. It'll defeat that. However, you definitely have to use like, I mean, the Line-X PaxCon coating is a great one as fall protection. There are bags that you can get that do a good job also. But what Homeboy said was the Heemeyer Relief Fund. This is a little bit of a deep dive. It's kind of a shallow dive. So, the colloquially called Killdozer.
Wait, did you say Pilldozer or Dodozer?
Good evening, Goof. I said Killdozer.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted
I gotta...
Levels of building in Granby, Colorado. Citywide demolition project.
And I thought the bulldozer went crazy.
But this plan wasn't put together by city engineers or
Sorry, I
construction
can't share it. I can share the video, but not the audio into Discord, Goofy. But
It's
this
the
is
brainchild of an angry man.
this
with
is
a grudge
colloquially
against a lot of
called
local people and businesses.
Killdozer.
They can't tell who's driving it, but there is someone inside.
The
Give me
man
just a second to
inside
share
this
it.
armor-plated bulldozer is Marv Heemeyer. As
His-
horrified townspeople
his
running for
name-
their lives, Heemeyer wrecks buildings and vehicles.
His
one
name is
after another.
Marvin Heemeyer. Say his name.
And
The
he's ready to take
colloquial,
on sheriff's deputies or anybody.
the colloquial reasonable man driven to do unreasonable things. Dude didn't injure anybody except himself. He destroyed government buildings. His everything that brought it on was he had a shop, an auto shop, back from the street. Somebody bought the land in front of him and didn't respect the easement of like giving a driveway to his property for his shop, his business. He had bought what a D90, I forget what it is, the model of bulldozer,
bulldozer.
to do improvements and repairs to the road. But it fell on deaf ears by the city or county, whichever one. So he became unreasonable because he was trying to be reasonable until it wasn't reasonable anymore. So that's how you get this. Now, what this is sandwiched. You have concrete sandwiched between layers of plate steel. Exceptionally good armor. And the entire thing isn't actually attached to the bulldozer. He lowered it on with no way to get it off, knowing it was a one-way trip. He had a few cameras and like a couple of firearms, like light arms, like really small. I think he had like a mini 14 and a bolt action rifle. But yeah, that he knew what it was, and he did it anyway. There's no way to get out of that thing. And the only reason it ended is because he got stuck with a building that had a cellar, a basement that he wasn't expecting, and he got stuck.
He got stuck with an IUD.
There was nothing that any law enforcement could do
anybody else who stands in his way.
There's construction equipment trying to ram him and all kinds of stuff.
Meyer's an accomplished welder who spent a lot of time inside a secret workshop.
Yeah, it's all encased in metal, and you can't see who's driving or anything.
There, he outfitted the dozer with 2 sheets of half-inch steel plating, with a layer of concrete in between.
What type do you need?
Oh.
On this day, he seals himself in and takes off on a violent ride.
Yeah, 50 BMG is gonna have trouble with that one even.
Assault rifle,
Getting through and then doing damage to something
and
behind
video
it.
monitors to help him see where he's going.
Did y'all see like this cathode ray tube TVs and like VHS nonsense? Look at this. Look, this is like a, is that a Remington 700? This is a bolt action rifle that he's gonna have to use lefty.
Lots of ammo.
Lots of ammo for the bolt action rifle.
2 assault rifles. Lots of ammo.
2, wait, hang on. Assault rifles, he says.
Wait a minute. Put a little love in it.
Hold on. These are bolt action rifles, boys. Assault rifle, if we may. So these are bolt action rifles. And they're probably at a higher... So the definition of assault rifle is it's got to be select fire, meaning that it has to be able to be put on auto pew. But then the secondary portion of it is that it fires a medium cartridge, which is like 7.62 by 39 or 5.56 or 5.45 or 300 blackout. That's considered a medium cartridge. Once you get into 7.62 by 51, 7.62 by 54R, like Mauser 8mm, anything much there and kind of bigger, that's not an assault rifle anymore. That in that space, that would be called a battle rifle. Like a Garand is a battle rifle. An FNFAL is a battle rifle. It's not an assault rifle. These are important distinctions because words mean things. And they're in this original broadcast that's being aired on Discovery for some reason. They're calling OnePlus bolt action rifles. That's the wrong, probably, because I bet, okay, so the first bolt action rifle you get if you're a hunter is probably going to be either a 308 or a 270. I mean, that's just how it works. They're the most common, I think, anyway. But so you're wrong on the caliber and you're wrong on the, like, double wrong on the firing mechanism, which bolt action is manually reloading. It's not automatic at all. It's not even semi-automatic. Definitely not full automatic, which is part of select fire.
Inside his cockpit, 2 assault rifles, lots of ammo.
Wait, hang on. Was that a 50 cal though? Oh, that might be okay. Is that a Barrett? I don't think it. Okay, I mean, still, that is definitely a 50 cal is definitely not an assault rifle, also, but that's a little. Again, it's a little bigger, but is an M81. I'm not sure. That appears to be a 50 cal though.
Assault rifles, lots of ammo, and video monitors to help him see where he's going.
That's where I wanted to zoom in on.
Inside.
Oh no, I had it. Look, got the TVs with the with the VHS, the VCR player built in. Use what he had. Dude took all his resources and like, this is my magnum opus. This is the final project. Let's get it done, boys. Except there was no boys. There was no boys. He did it all alone.
See where he's going. A bank, a hardware store, a concrete factory.
The concrete factory may have been the business that blocked him in. I'm not sure.
Even the town hall. And especially the police department. The one thing all of those places have in common, Heemeyer feels he has been wronged by these businesses or the people who own them. He even exacts revenge on the home of the town's former mayor.
He does have armor-piercing weaponry.
Deputies and SWAT teams try everything. But even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate Marv Heemeyer's homemade metal and concrete shield.
If you want to try to box him in.
At one point, a heavy equipment operator decides to put a stop to the carnage. He climbs behind the wheel of his front-end loader and gets set to take on the armored bulldozer.
That heavy equipment operator did not know the capabilities of his equipment versus that equipment. Watch. This is great.
Heemeyer speeds ahead, aiming directly for the blockage. Realizing his intentions, the loader attempts to flee, but the armored dozer gives chase. Ramming the tractor off its path, it steams ahead to its next target. Authorities seize the narrow opportunity, using the front loader truck to block the dozer in. The civilian operator hurries to safety. Forced to continue ahead, Heemeyer pushes his creation to the limit. The bulldozer grinds to a halt under the rubble of a steel building. Its engine has called it quits.
No. He just got stuck. We're all cheering for you, Marvin. If he had been just not so committed inside the building on this one, he would have been fine. If he had just driven between the buildings out to the next road, would have been fine. I'm not trying to Monday morning quarterback him, however many years later. However, at the same time, we were all counting on you, Marvin.
As authorities try to get into the cab of his homemade tank, Marv Heemeyer takes his own life. It takes officers several hours and a cutting torch to finally get inside the cab. None of the townspeople are hurt, but the price tag on this rampage is about $7 million.
You were lied to about Killdozer, the Lore Lodge. Okay, we'll cue that up for later on. Wait, where's... Okay, there we go. Oh, Goofy, you're deafened. I'm assuming you were watching the video. This is still... I feel like I need to really start utilizing StreamYard for streaming with video and guests. Because it's a lot easier to have audio.
Thanks today. We've taught 95 veterans how to weld. Do you need to learn how to hook up cameras?
Eliminate Discord.
Oh, what's that?
Only on Twitch.
What'd you say? I didn't hear Goof, but and it's gonna be difficult because again you can't hear like you start talking I gotta mute so I can hear you because your volume is a little low and I got you max now.
Hey, your blind spots.
You've been really cool. Don't go to the library today.
Where did it go wrong?
It's a great idea.
Oh, I love it. So, that, I mean, that was kind of my introduction to the Army, and my pathway in was through all that. So, I said I never, honestly, when I came in, I was like, if I can do 4 years, maybe make corporal and not go to Leavenworth, that would be the high achievement of my life.
I like that was your goal.
Okay, so you got to set well, achievable things.
That's super weird for an Army dude also to say make corporal because I mean, in the Army, E4 is specialist or corporal. Corporal is the NCO. Specialist is the equivalent of what like a lance corporal is in the Marine Corps. From what the consensus that I've heard from terminal non-rates, which is like terminal lances, is dudes who got out as a specialist, is that how do I word this? To be a corporal in the Army is weird. And I'd imagine it's a little bit more common among grunts. But I don't know. I think Ranger crashed out a while ago. Oh, Goof, I'm live on Kick and YouTube right now. Sometimes Rumble. But Rumble's a giant pain in the ass to get set up. It really is. They may have fixed one of the biggest problems so that it's only as annoying as YouTube. Because YouTube, like, the link to the video, which it's you're live streaming, but it's a video. And then that link stays the same for the video. It's just a different way they handle it. Rumble is the same. And your creator dashboard and everything changes every single time on YouTube. Rumble is the same, except it also changes the RTMP and stream key every single time, which is so much of a pain in the ass. However, they may have fixed that. There's like a beta program where I may have been opted into it, where that they don't have that anymore, and you can like get a static RTMP and stream key. However, I forgot to check it out before I clicked go live because I was more worried about the videos in queue to do. Before another year goes by, I'll figure it out. I'm thinking Twitter is the next thing. So I was going live on Twitter for a while, but now you have to be, they changed it. They changed it back to Periscope, to where streaming on Twitter used to be your video would just play, your stream would just play inside a tweet, and like there was no chat. You'd have to have people reply to the tweet to chat. It was just horrible. But now it's just like any other streaming platform where you have the video, the stream, and then like chat going, and then you can also reply to it. I think that and TikTok are the way to go as far as other platforms to be on. Then also I discovered pilled.net, which is interesting. It's kind of like the exact opposite of Twitch, but not cancelable, and I'm not sure why.
I don't want to break big rocks into little rocks. You get past that, hey, okay. And then your college is paid for. You're like, hey, then 9/11 kicks off. You do that. What was that experience? Because we've talked to a couple people, but everyone's experience is different. You're in your unit now for a year, 2 years at that point.
Then just over 2 years. Like I said, I was on tanks. 9/11 kicks off, and of course, right away.
Yeah, Goof. Twitch is not
it's like, oh shit, I'm on
the
tanks.
friendliest.
The one place we learned from the Russians that tanks don't mix is Afghanistan. So kind of knew right away. It's like, fuck, I'm gonna miss it. We'd gotten, right shortly after 9/11, we were already scheduled to go back to Kosovo for another Kosovo deployment back then. And in my mind, I was like, well, shoot, I'll ride my time out here in Germany, probably get out, but we just had 9/11, but that's what you joined up for. You want to go to war. And again, young and naive at the time,
It sounds so cool on paper.
Oh man, it looks awesome in those Rambo movies.
I can't stress it. We've talked about it a couple of times. It is the idea. It's like war sounds so cool until one bullet. And then you're like, oh man, that is.
This sucks. No.
Wow, that's like paintball, but that kills me. Way worse.
Not walking that one off.
Love you.
Eli did.
Yeah, it's okay.
There you go.
This is way worse than mine.
No, Eli, this is about you. Let's talk about you.
Yeah, we can go on to yours.
You're the real hero, Eli.
Brandon,
See how this feels?
right now.
This is real.
Brandon, right now. This is a fight. We're just pushing it back and forth. Cody's like, what the fuck's going on?
Dude, I'm just having a great time. all these amazing veterans I'm surrounded by. That's two, don't I?
Dude, I will say, the running joke is for the year. Brandon, you explain it because it's done to you.
Well,
it was a fine Veterans Day. I'll say that.
So last year, for Veterans Day, Eli's like, hey, do you want to jump on a podcast real quick? We're going to record an extra podcast with, I believe it was Crispy and Jack Mandeville.
Yep.
So, yeah, sure, I'd love to. Just jump on real quick. I live right down the road, so, jump on the podcast. And Eli didn't tell me the opening bit of the podcast is going to be him attempting to pin his Purple Heart on me for Veterans Day. And I am, of course, I've lived my entire life avoiding any claims of stolen valor like plague, because I was never in the military. I didn't do any of that stuff.
You didn't want to be a Tim Walz?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to, claim when I was overseas. Well, I never said that.
Oh!
Asshole. But yeah, good thing we'll never have to hear his name again.
Again, with his mic, I'm not sure if it's... No, it's just his voice is lower. Maybe, I'm not sure. Brandon saying, oh, you don't want to be a Tim... Oh, no, Brandon, the response was, you don't want to be a Tim Waltz. Fire. Dude's funny. Oh, Goof, here, hang on. Do I even have... Hang on. Display.
And then Eli comes over and attempts to pin his Purple Heart on me. I'm like, no.
You're an honorary Purple Heart member today.
And that became the running bit. And then the internet took off with it because, of course, the fucking internet did. And now I think I have 3 Medals of Honor, 42 Purple Hearts, pretty sure a couple of Iron Crosses.
I'm searching Brandon Herrera military. Imagine never serving. Oh my goodness.
This was a thing. Somebody on a... Yeah, it was during the primaries. I don't remember if it was on a panel or like a debate or something, or just in a chat. Like somebody in chat was trying to convince me that Brandon Herrera is a veteran because some website, and then the one thing he found to like, cause like Brandon, I don't know the guy, but I've been watching him build the AK-50 for quite a while. He is very, like what he just said there, he's very cautious and very active to say, no, I am not a, like, he's very active saying that he is not a veteran at all. And this person was trying to convince me that, I mean, and it's such a silly thing to, like, it's such a silly hill to die on. Of, oh, this person that isn't here is a veteran, and in whatever the context was, it's like, no, he's very vocal that he's not a veteran, and sounds like somebody took you for a ride there, chum. Oh yeah, Goofy, hang on, I'll get you the links for the other. I need to set up the bots.
Everything in the world is just showing you.
What's funny is it's mixed in. It's mixed in with real photos though, which is really bad.
Brandon's like, no, no, no. Dude, it's a joke that went way too far.
It all Eli's fucking fault. 1 year this joke was a thing.
So we're like, we'll close it out with a proper closeout. This is the episode.
There's only one. You have to, if you're going to kill a joke, you have to kill it, in my opinion anyway, within the universe that it exists. So the only way possible that I think would be fitting would be in, as Eli has proclaimed, Veterans Day month, with an actual Medal of Honor recipient. So I think that's the only appropriate way.
Full circle. Full circle.
And it's embarrassing as it is. It's still something like...
With friends like these.
Oh, yeah. And it's just best. It did bring a lot of good light and negative light in the election, but past that, it was really good light. Everyone's a good sport about it. Even on social media, he has so much people. Like we did a Veterans Day post with it's like us in service, and it is now Unsub's best performing post ever, which is something to say about. Like it's hey, like all the hosts.
My favorite is that's Eli's face there.
And all the comments are just talking about Brandon's. Like, is this his? Dude, one of them got me. The one that got me the most was it was Brandon has oak leaves on his Medal of Honor. I was like, bro, you go hard if you have like 2 or 3 oak leaves on the medal. I was like, our boy has earned his rep. As you can tell, he despises this.
Yeah, and it almost went away, and then Rich brought it back. That fucking dickhead.
And then it's up there. Someone sent their purple heart in for you.
Like, and I feel like the only way to do it is to lean into it for the live shows and just be like General Zukov from the Death of Stalin, just throw off the cloak, have like a North Korean general uniform full of fake medals.
Well, when your grandkids start going through some of your stuff to learn about you later, though, you know, you think they're gonna open that trunk up when all they have is the internet?
Your grandpa was a badass.
So
grandpa's dead bodies.
If I keep that in the attic,
talked about service.
I think it was Connor was saying like, if I keep that in the fucking attic, I need to keep it with a post-it note explaining to my kids the joke. Like, by the way, if you Google this, you're gonna get some conflicting information. They'll probably reply with, "What's Google?"
Never bring it up. Just have an actual trunk hidden for your like great grandkids. It's like a uniform, a fake Medal of Honor, and some like, random ribbons in there. And they're like, "Yo, Grandpa used to
go in like a safety deposit box for like the next 300 years."
Wow, Grandpa really like Wolfenstein. Look at this.
The cosplay scene.
Wow, he's got the armbands and everything. That's kind of crazy.
He's got a cheat book. It's about the final solution.
Yeah, dude, this death looks crazy.
I didn't know Dad spoke German.
Oh, donut with the...
Turn the old pubes.
Hey there, beach babe. Are you ready to soak up those summer vibes and get the perfect beach bod?
I don't have pants on.
Yeah, I noticed. Well, you're in luck, because our friends over at Manscaped.com have you covered from head to toe. With the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra, they'll have you looking and feeling good this summer. Trust Manscaped to unlock the confidence you need to turn heads this summer season. Join the 10 million men who already trust Manscaped and use discount code UNSUB at checkout to get 20% off your order plus free shipping. Let's make this summer your smoothest one yet.
Save me. Give your ear and nose as tidy as your head is. With the Weed Whacker 2.0 ear and nose that trimmer, you'll be looking classy as ever.
The updated Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra groin and body hair trimmer got a summer makeover. It's waterproof now for all those times you need to shave your groin or body hair at a pool party.
Get 20% off plus free shipping using code UNSUB at Manscaped.com. The summer sun is here to stay, so trust Manscaped to keep those pubes at bay. Welcome to the podcast. Dude, Clay showed up. He's like, because we've asked for a while to have you on. Yeah. But you are not a big social media guy. You're like, oh, fuck that.
Yeah, you can tell it's my social media. Just look at the picture and you're like, what the hell is this random stuff? It's like, no, that's probably Clint. And there's been no activity in 9 months. That's how you know it's me.
You are now. Are you still doing oil field stuff or the military stuff with it?
Powered away from the oil field quite a few years ago before doing the book and then getting more involved with because that was the other thing with receiving the medal. I said at first I was super embarrassed. Just blatantly honest, it was super embarrassing because everyone's sitting there calling you a hero, saying, oh, what amazing things you did. Back in my mind, I'm sitting there, I'm like, didn't bring 8 guys back. Like those dudes are the heroes. Like I was a warrior, I was fighting alongside other great warriors. But to be called a hero and then all of a sudden have that be the center of attention just was super awkward to deal with and process.
That's something that I'd love to go back to a little bit if we can kind of reverse back to where you were saying that you were watching that PowerPoint, government issue PowerPoint, and you were informed that that's what they put you in for. What was your reaction to it in the moment?
In the moment, I just shut down. I just like everything. I turned everything off and just gotta sit there thinking, internalizing. It's just like Mace isn't here, Gallegos isn't here, Kirk isn't here. Like those dudes were freaking badasses, and they gave up more than anything I ever did. So why am I getting acknowledged? And that's just kind of what I gravitated back toward was why. You know, those guys literally gave up their life for me to be here. So why the hell am I getting the acknowledgement and the attention? Because I made it through. I got to come back home. I got to continue to live my life. And I know, you know, the nation does need heroes and things to look up to. But as I continue to kind of gravitate back to, I hated being.
This is kind of hard to watch from me. It's survivor guilt is a very, very, like, it's a very real thing. You haven't been on Twitch for months? Oh. Wait, why is Mr. Bill grounded?
I still hate being called a hero. Because for me, those are the guys that don't come home. Like, I was a warrior. And I'll tell you, like I said, it was bittersweet that day. Because as nasty as things were, it was also one of the best days of my life. Because I felt like I went through the most ultimate man test with some of the coolest guys I've ever been around. And we made it out on top. And that was also what I'd reflect back to. It's like, we used to talk. kind of that last 9 months in country, the year getting out, when we would talk about the awards process and stuff like that, of guys getting silver stars and certain other guys talking about how cool or how badass they were that day, but the rest of us kind of like, were you though? And we'd sit there, and I remember, talking to Larson and Raz, and they're like, hey, yeah, we know what you did. Yeah, well, I know what you did. And like, that was just all we had to say sometimes. We'd be sitting there, Colorado Springs, hanging out, drinking at Hooters or something like that. And you just kind of share those quick moments.
There was just an alert,
or
and I
over
had
one of your
no
buddies, and
idea
you just
what it
knew,
was.
I know what you did that day, and I don't need any public attention. There's no medal that you pin on our chest that would equate to what the same meaning was of that look between each other. So when that all, like I said, came to kind of the limelight, I wanted to just put my head in the sand and turn away. But I also realized I've also been given something that so many veterans never get at the platform, and that's the ability that when I, for whatever reasons, I keep going back to D.C. to go up on the Hill, I get doors open, and I get to go get in front of congressmen and senators, and it's like, hey, look, fucktards, here's that's not getting taken care of first.
Please tell me you use that exact language.
That's what goes on in the inner monologue.
Yeah.
Normally there's a filter process.
Well, I think more of them need the internal monologue to become the external monologue.
Sorry, I meant retarded. You retards. It's like a down the back. It is.
Politicians don't go ahead. Sorry.
So I was like, you guys are all going to get along so good with Clint. Homeboy loves the government so much.
The big flex I had was when John Boehner was still Speaker of the House.
Oh boy.
Fucking smoking in his office.
You smoked?
Oh yeah, because John Boehner smoked like a freaking chimney too. So I got to go smoke in the. Well, he'd already just got done smoking or something. But yeah, I got to smoke in the Speaker of the House's office one day.
That's kind of cool.
That doesn't fly anymore. I don't think anymore.
Like, this is dope. Going through that, it is going back to like your feelings towards it, because that is one of the hardest things to put into words for a general person. It's like not wanting to accept something because it is like, no, I did nothing for that. Especially you yourself is a very like selfless individual, and to have that where all the lights are on you, they fly out, and then come to find out your battle buddies are the ones that also put in word for it, right?
So that's what I didn't realize till years later. It's like when I would talk to some of the guys going to and from the oil fields, catching up with them, we would talk about everything under the sun, and not once did they ever mention that they'd been approached or talked about an upgrade. And so after I got notified, I'm sitting there calling Raz and Larson and them up, and I'm like, hey, did the Army call you and tell you guys anything? And they're like, oh yeah, they called about a year ago or something. They just asked if they believed you did something good that should be awarded. They never said for what or what award, and we just said yes. I'm like, well, that was kind of part of that. You didn't think you'd mention that all of a sudden I'm getting recommended for upgrade, and you got someone to call you from the Pentagon 8 months ago that said, hey, you think Sergeant Romeshay should be recognized for what he did on October 3rd? Oh yeah, he should be. Like, that was like their whole conversation. I'm like, that would have been nice to know.
Those are really
they didn't
cool.
say.
They
didn't say, well, do you think Sergeant Romeshay should be recommended for the Medal of Honor? No. They just said, do you think he should just be recognized for his actions? Well, that's semantics right there on what they're really asking or not. But that was also part of the humbling thing, was to find out that the upgrade recommendation came from the guys that were actually there beside me. Like I said, it was very tough to accept it in the first place, but it was kind of really smoothed it over hearing that it was because of their recommendations, their firsthand accounts, that kind of kicked it up over the edge. I mean, I still sat back to this day, and I think, honestly, the two guys that deserved the medal from that battle was Hart, because when he left out the back of those barracks to try to go get Gallegos, that was the last time I'd ever see that dude. And unfortunately, with the awards process system, is you've got to have, especially for the Medal of Honor, you've got to have 2 living eyewitnesses that see you do what you did, and have to be able to read and write English to write that firsthand sworn statement account. And when Hart pushed up there to go get Mason Larson and them, when his Humvee got hit with that RPG, the only guy that survived that was Faulkner. But Faulkner came back immediately, got medevaced, came back to the States, and Faulkner was dealing with some demons prior to that deployment after getting shot in Iraq previous. And he ended up overdosing. So there was no eyewitness count, and it sucked because Hart, all we could get him was a Bronze Star that day, just by Army regulations, since we didn't have those 2 eyewitness accounts. And I'd always kind of argued, him leaving out the back door, finding that 50 cal ammo, taking those guys over there, like that was the action right there. I said, I don't know how the whole awards process goes, but that was my kind of argument with it. And the other one, for sure, was Brad Larson. Larson, I truly believe, deserved the other Medal of Honor that day. He was stuck up with that Humvee with Gallegos, and Mason and Ty Carter and Sergeant Martin. When those guys pushed out, he was trying to provide cover. Him and Ty were trying to provide cover for him. Wasn't able to do it. When Carter goes up and brings Mace, a little farther back to cover and puts the tourniquets on him, Larson's providing cover for Ty, and then him and Ty bring Mace back to the aid station. But then Larson comes back to me for the fight.
I'm gonna skip ahead.
That's, like I said, in the back of your mind, you're always thinking, I call it like that Braveheart moment. Like, could I ever be tied to that board as they were freaking ripping my guts out and all that bit and stuff, going to the forces that were supposed to be continuing to attack north in Nuristan. But so that happened about right before 2003. They were pushing up in the Nuristan, and what ended up being known as Cop Key was just really a grid spot coordinate that they could drop supplies in. Well, we kick off 2003 with shock and awe in Iraq. Now we're fighting a 2-front war, and there's not enough beans and bullets and everything to fight 2-front war. So they paused the attack in the north in Afghanistan, Nuristan area, and instead of giving up that terrain, they decided, well, we'll just hold on to this. We'll get back to this eventually. Well, eventually was 6 years down the road where we found ourselves there. So they didn't want to give up that stuff that was already fought for.
What year did they say, hey, we don't want to fight for this? Like 2003, you're saying?
Yeah, shortly after, it was like 2003, 2004.
6 years later is when it was like, oh yeah, and you're still there, and like, man, that is the U.S. military or government
in a nutshell. Well, I mean, even my dad, when he kind of found out, he's like, oh, I see, we hadn't learned anything from Vietnam.
I was telling the guys about Hamburger Hill. I was like, we will have a 90% casualty rate to take something that has no significance on the battlefield just to say we did it and then leave it after a week. You're like, yep, we did it. You're like, there's like everyone's art right now. Like, man,
We got it though. Yep. I mean, well, you seen that with the pullout. I mean, that's exactly what the pullout ended up being.
Should never pull out.
No,
I'm not
the only thing
familiar with
that you
pulling
pull
out.
out is the couch.
There we go.
I'm glad all of us feel the same way. no one at this table pulls out.
Yeah, Biden wins the award for worst pullout ever. Even worse than what your mom got.
That's messed up, bro.
You got 6 kids.
Holy shit.
I wasn't talking to you, goof. Shush.
You didn't learn either.
Motherfucker can't pull out of his own driveway.
That's why.
Well, well, I mean, the big deal is, the big deal is, what do you call it? Oh wait, there's an echo.
If you,
Right, here we go.
you have to mute the stream so you don't hear yourself like between
Yeah, I
5
did.
and 35 seconds later, depending on whatever.
Right. So now I'm on just Discord. So the difference between anything between winning and losing is rules of engagement.
I disagree, but I'm intrigued by your take. If you could, explain.
Okay, easily elaborated, because when Trump came in and he said, "Hey, how can we end this shit to get rid of ISIS?" and they said years, and he found what was it? That one dude, Raisin King, who he keeps talking about at his rallies. But they defeated ISIS within weeks, within months. Take the handcuffs off our military and let them do what they're fucking trained to do. Don't let them be, okay, you get shot at first, then you, sorry. Rules of engagement was a big deal. That was how ISIS
Oh no,
was.
That's why I wanted to explore what you're
Okay,
talking
I'll
about.
stop now. Yeah.
That's why the Marine Corps is not effective for a long time because of shit like that.
They won't let you be effective.
It's like it's not even like it's not even not let it's actively neutering.
Exactly.
Why are we even here?
Exactly.
With these rules? No, this is not what we do.
Exactly.
Like, come on.
You're getting handcuffed. Like, here, you get taught how to do all this stuff, and then here we're gonna tie your hands behind your back, and you can't do what you were trained to do. Rules of engagement. That is the major shit. Let our military do what it's trained to do, but now where we're at is really screwed up because, oh my gosh, who's joining the military these days? Anyway, I gotta get them. Anyway, I just...
Only kids from military families.
And not even those.
I mean, that's it. The only the ones that feel an obligation to. There's no just for like a neutral person, just like a normie. There's really not a good reason.
Well, I mean, the only good reason to join the military is if you love your country. But you, at the same time, you don't want to be thrown around as a pawn, and fighting these endless
goof.
wars.
The you love your country is not a good reason
You know
right
it
now.
more than I do, Grumpy. You know it more than I do. All I did was weather oceanography, and they sucked me in the basement.
Goof, knowing that, yes, I do, and what I'm saying right now, my posture, my opinion, my advice And this is too. I got my kids aren't big enough yet, but I've got nephews that are, and I've got a surprising quantity of people asking me for career advice that I I don't know. It 100% depends on the administration. The military is always like, and it's getting continually more and more political. Under Obama, things got eviscerated, and
Well,
I don't know
under
that it's ever going to
Clinton.
get fixed. Like,
Under
I
Clinton.
no at the topmost levels, things got eviscerated.
Well, you're younger than me, so I was in under Clinton, under Brack. And that's when
Yeah,
Clinton,
you were in under Don't Ask, Don't Tell that then got repealed. You know.
well, but it was Brack, it was base realignment, and that's when he decimated our military bases. And then said, hey, look, I saved the government money. But meanwhile, he didn't do anything about the 911, but he knew about those motherfuckers.
Yeah, you probably got.
And then
I mean,
And then Bush had to come in and rebuild our military.
which he
So,
didn't
you know, and now, oh my
really.
gosh, grumpy.
Increasing numbers doesn't necessarily mean. Oh, wobbly. I spilled a lot of. I spilled onto it again. So I've confirmed that the power supply has power, and I'm kind of tracing it down. I did a big inspection. I didn't see anything that looked popped. I didn't see any smoke that got let out. It was like there was a short, and it feels like some kind of failsafe that triggered. However, it's still not turning back on when something's still probably shorted along the power races, and I'm not sure where yet.
But hey, Grumpy, did you hear that they want to, that they're doing something about shutting down Diego Garcia?
Why would Diego Garcia ever get shut down? That's retarded.
Well, I actually, I'm not sure if we're friends on Facebook, but I did just post it.
Well, we're
Where,
not. Hey, Goofy, we're definitely not friends on Facebook because I block Facebook, like all of Facebook. So
well,
I
I
don't
mean,
participate in Facebook.
I did Facebook because I promoted bands, but I'll send you this. It was where um, what's the dude? And he's very funny. The dude from Louisiana, Kennedy, where he breaks it down. But yeah, they're wanting to. I don't know if I mean, you know how important Diego Garcia is.
Yes, no, I'm aware.
Just
That's like this cannot be shut
like
down.
Guam,
Like on a whim. This you cannot just
like
one does not
Bagram.
just oh, we're not doing Diego Garcia anymore on a whim. No, no, Goofy, do you not understand? That's where all of the Transformers are stored.
Well, you know what? Because I almost took. Well, I mean, I didn't want to go to Diego Garcia because it
Most
was a
people would have
one-year
never known
tour.
about that base ever existing if not for friggin' Transformers. Like Michael Bay, you
I
like mother
well,
lover.
I could have taken a one-year tour to Diego Garcia, but I didn't want to like fish with the sharks. I wanted to go to Suda Bay, Greece, because I was looking for a one-year tour. Diego Garcia is a one-year tour. But anyway, yeah. So most people don't know about it. Just like they don't know what the fuck they did to Guam, shutting down the fucking naval base. I mean, we do have the Air Force base there still, I guess.
Theoretically, they're
But
adding Marines to
the
Guam now, which I was in, like that's
well,
an interesting take.
hopefully on the southern portion because we don't want Guam to tip over. I mean, that's
Oh
one
no,
reason
that's
why
the
we had the
very
Air
yeah,
Force
that's
base.
super important
That's why
because
we
yeah,
had.
adding at
That's
bases.
yeah. Yeah,
Goofy,
that's
I
why we
gotta.
had Anderson in the north, and then we had the
I think your
Condemn
mic is.
Bar in the south.
I'm not sure if it's just my headset because my headset, like, it's Turtle Beach and it's kind of garbo, and I really need to replace or just
No,
roll
it's
back.
my fault. I'm using my laptop. I need to go
Okay.
and take care of some
Outstanding,
dinner
because
stuff.
I'm doing
Yeah.
a reaction to Brendan Herrera being unequivocally awkward from the Medal of Honor guy.
Okay, well, I'm gonna
As
send you this,
have you
this
recommended
thing
it?
from Kennedy.
But
It's
he's
gonna,
not. I mean, he's
do the
being normally
breakdown.
awkward with a Medal of Honor
yeah.
guy, I think.
Oh, well, that sounds fun.
Especially
Okay, well,
because
I'll
he's always on guard for in the company with whom he keeps. Brandon Herrera is always on guard of trying to people trying to put jokingly, not stolen valor but forced valor is I think the term they used upon him. That's why he has like 17 Purple Hearts and whatever at this point. So yeah, Goof, you're okay. I'm gonna push play though.
Slide back in.
So strategic 2009, right?
Yeah, I mean we were 2 weeks away from closing that place down and getting out of there.
Bring it up, Jamie. Bring it up right here on the screen.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie. This is how
Thanks, Jamie.
this fighting position is that you're looking at right now.
They did not consult Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I have the high ground. No, take the high ground.
Anakin, come on, idiot.
They were Anakin. He was Anakin.
You underestimate my power.
So episode 3 had come out by then. There's no excuse.
It worked the first time for Obi-Wan though. He was fighting Darth Maul. He didn't have the high ground.
Oh, fair.
True. Oh my god, my guy's a nerd. For not interneting much, you got some nerd knowledge, my guy.
Get them DVDs.
Don't lie. It's VHS.
Laserdisc.
You're still rewinding it after you watch it. So bad fucking, literally the worst position possible. Imagine a fishbowl, and the bottom of the fishbowl is where you guys are based out of. It's a cob, right?
Yep. So the only way in and out was by helicopter at that point. And oh, by the way,
I did not know that. Holy.
Yeah, the road. Well, that's how the outpost got named, was by Lieutenant Ben Keating. They were trying to move, I believe it was LMTV, back to Bostic. Rolled over and killed Lieutenant Ben Keating, giving the name to the outpost. And that road was no longer serviceable logistically for the U.S. Army. Taliban had taken it over. It had been too narrow. It was just too treacherous. So helicopter was the only way in and out. And oh, by the way, our landing zone was outside of our perimeter, and it was in between two rivers that converged together. So you kind of had to land in this peninsula.
It kind of reminds me of like a less advantageous Harper's Ferry, if you ever seen that area. But not to oversimplify too much.
I don't even know.
Harper's Ferry, Virginia, like that area. Where there was like a military arsenal there during the Civil War.
Oh, okay. I was like, are you just...
That's just not naming just a random place.
It's just the force of the river. Like, Crawfordsville, Indiana.
Why is Conway West? Earlier this year, Herrera narrowly lost a primary bid to oust incumbent U.S. Rep. Tony Gonzalez. Gonzalez, a Republican, represents Texas' 23rd District, which includes a swath of San Antonio, along with much of the U.S.-Mexico border. That's true, which it goes between San Antonio and it's like the entire way from San Antonio to El Paso. The Tony Gonzalez from KC Chiefs, I have no idea what that's about. But no, it's not. Wait, remember him? You helped him out when he was annoyed about being banned by LHS in Nikki's chat. And now he's trying to say you tried to convert him to Islam. Charlie Mack. Oh, Charlie Mack. Oh, interesting. Careful. Wait, Conway West. Where did Herrera get the idea to pursue the role of ATF director? Everything public is he's not pursuing. The internet is foisting it upon him because of, as you mentioned, RFK Jr. put out a crowdsourced website that I haven't seen apparently that asked people, hey, who do you want to be the next whatever thing? And Brandon Herrera for ATF director has got like all of the votes, like the most out of anybody, and I think more than anybody else put together. I'm not sure about that. So of course in a Wednesday YouTube video, Herrera told viewers that the nominee for the People website crowdsourcing platform run by prompted him to chase the job. Oh, okay. I don't I don't think he's chasing it. If why is Conway Weast? I mean, if you hear that, like, hey, your hat is being tossed in the ring and you didn't even, you weren't expecting it, and then you think about it for a moment, like, I mean, yeah, I could do that. Okay, well, yeah, let's do this. Like, I guarantee that's the emotional and mental construct forces. Wait, Charlie, if you look into the Royal Signals, you'll see they have 264 Squadron Special Forces. Uh, Charlie, just because maybe I've only encountered you in Frank Embry's chat previously. When I was active duty, I was a comm marine, so I think that's, I mean, the same general kind of job as Royal Signals. I mean, maybe might be talking about, and I'm still doing comm stuff, and still sometimes needs a clearance. I don't know where you're. So for the Twitch chat, and actually everybody else, because we've got the cross chat bot platform thing going on. Just be aware of. You know what? I'm not going to say anything about it. You can prove yourself your own worth, Charlie. Even though your name isn't Charlie, you said your name is Charlie, but you're not. You're not Charlie, and that's okay. Wait. Garantham, nah. I wouldn't. And it's not just because he was in Air Force either. Garantham was a PJ. Which also, apparently, Glenn Lawrence was a PJ. Which I don't think he told me, but never. Interesting. Both of them. Zoomies wouldn't want them doing that. Zoomies means Air Force people. Just if you were a veteran previously, or if you're a veteran who previously was active duty in some kind of capacity, the capacity that you whatever you did might have just a little bit of bearing on what you do now. I mean, I don't know if it's worse than a civilian being the director of the ATF, but I wouldn't like having somebody who was previously Air Force being director of the ATF. No, I mean, why? That would not be my first choice. Even veteran status doesn't give you a pass or anything either. There's a lot of guys who can claim Army that, yeah, like Tim Walsh, that you know, just quoi? Que? Por qué? That you might question things. I mean, maybe except for the Marine Corps. There might be an exception. Because, you know, we're too busy looking for crayons to eat that to mess with such silly, paltry things about, well, I mean, how to maintain readiness for an enforcement wing of things that shouldn't exist. It seems like somebody might put their time to better use, like looking for crayons, kind of like truffles in a swamp, using a dog or a pig to kind of truffle sniff them out. Feels like that would be a better use of time for. You know what? I'm going to recommend that to Brandon. If he does get the nomination and somehow gets confirmed, which would be amazing, to have video of to make the memes, not of playing golf, of about him looking for truffles in swamps using dogs or pigs. Because that would be a much better use of time than most of what the ATF does. Wait, Twisted, I didn't say you were Air Force, you fucking douche. Pardon my French. Yeah, I know you're a Marine. However, you're a backwards at, like, dude. Purple crayons, get the fuck out of here. But I didn't say you were Air Force at all. I wasn't talking about. It's not all about you, Nader Hunter. I didn't say all flyboys. But you're questionable too. I wouldn't want you as the director of the ATF either. Just FYI. And it's nothing against you. It's just you put warheads on foreheads. And like pew from an aircraft. That's not what the ATF is at all about. Yeah, Nader. Yeah, that's the thing, is the ATF director cannot disband it. That's kind of what we went over this, and so did Brandon Herrera, because we reviewed it a little bit earlier. So much chat. Why is Conway West? They move. Okay, so Charlie, they do move squadrons, so we had SAS and Marines. Charlie, if you could capitalize the M on Marine because it's a formal title, I sure would appreciate it, and it'll make me definitely not delete your messages that don't have that in the future. And paratrained in your squadron. No, this is not a. No, yeah, there's no context. This is literally the second thing you. Oh no, not second. Third. Yeah, Charlie Mac, or Yusef, or whatever you want to call yourself. That's not your username. I'm gonna ask you very politely to calm your shit down, sir, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just capitalize the M on Marines, and we're good. Conway West, you think Trump would pick Garand Thumb over Herrera? I mean, having a veteran. Okay. However, Herrera being like somebody who's been in business 10 years dealing with the ATF, feels like, outside of all the memes, feels like a beneficial. Not relationship, but that's. If you're trying to actually make things better, that feels like a good one to do. Yeah, there's the meme about, AK guy is director of ATF, but this possibly great thing. Well, probably is your friend was Royal Green Jackets and comp. Charlie, you're talking about a whole bunch of shit like I I have no frame of reference for anything you're saying so far. I'm trying to get through the chat and push play again. Oh, why is Conway West? Is Trump going to mess with VA benefits? I would imagine not at all. I don't. I don't think so. That's not on message. That's not on. That's not on anything. Well, why is you'd rather have an Air Force guy than a civilian? Well, this particular civilian has been dealing with the ATF publicly for at least 10 years. And been not progressing the community. That's not the right phrasing for that, but he's been doing stuff very publicly. And then also the memes. Grantham is, I mean, Flannel Daddy, his meme game is here. Brandon Herrera meme game is here. Who has already expressed that he can be a public figure because he ran for Congress. I see a spot. Yeah, crumple there. Okay. Something beeping at me. Oh no! Why is Conway West Nader Hunter is a highly directed Air Force pilot? No, you're gonna get into a fight, sir. And is he not? I mean, I'm gonna. I will not. Oh, I ran out of VIP badges, or else, I mean, yeah, no, Twisted is. I just need to delete that message. Oh, why is Conway West? As I'm scrolling up, there's a female Blue Angels pilot. I may have seen fairly recently that there's a female F-22 pilot. Not sure, but I mean, if the rip roaringest, we got into a competition. The United States got into a competition with ourselves because the F-15 was like the air superiority platform and also the muscle car of gotta go fast, Ricky Bobby, of aircraft. And then we just like, you know what? Now let's beat it ourselves. An F-15 has never been shot down. There's been one that got an entire ass wing shot off, and it still made it home. Because the F-15 is, I think, legally, technically a rocket, not an aircraft. Like, it's not an airplane, it's not a jet. Wait, tried to buy a javelin. Wait, what are y'all talking about? Oh, because Conway West said, "Oh, my chat's way out of order on the thing that I on the restream chat." Conway, I have to delete that message. Wait, it's not deleting. I deleted Nader Hunter as a highly decorated Air Force pilot. Yeah, we're not mis-servicing Marines here. That's I mean, come on, Marine Stream, we're not doing that. Oh, mid-air collision. Yeah, okay, my bad. Just F-15 lost a wing. Didn't actually need the wing to keep flying, and then landed safely. It was an Israeli one? Oh, yeah, they do interesting stuff there, too. I believe the last time I checked that what F-15s have like 140 to 0 ratio, I think. An F-15 has never been shot down. And the United States said, hey, I mean, fuck it, let's do one better. And that's where the F-22 came from. The funny thing is the upgraded F-15, from what I understand, is like got a long future. The F-15EX, I think, to be used in conjunction with F-35s, where F-35s are the stealth, and then the F-15 just carries a lot of ordnance, and the F-35 goes and scouts out where to send the ordnance, and then the F-15 launches it. And people forget that the F-35 and the F-22 are both 5th gen. They're the same generation of fighters. But, and I believe the F-15 is faster than both still. However, nothing can compete with the F-22. It's the absolute air superiority platform. That's why we can't sell them to anybody at all. Even Israel, because our greatest ally, you see. However, can't sell them. Oh, Twisted, dude. Yeah, replacing the F-22 is a mistake. Vanguard Warden. Wait, what were y'all talking about? Trying to buy a Hornet Mark II and a Freelancer? Is that Star Citizen stuff? I don't know the names of all the things. Trying to buy a Javelin. I don't have Star Citizen installed, but as soon as I get, it's like that section next to my desk, the cockpit for mechs and Star Citizen, and maybe after talking about it for like 3 or 4 years, Twisted, we can do like actual flying lessons. I have a honeycomb. I'm gonna do an unboxing on that one too. The honeycomb what alpha, I think, yoke, and their throttle quadrant. Cargo for base building. What in? Charlie Mac, you trolling me because you're British flag emoji military and not American flag emoji, or you guys generally don't know our units much. Yeah, nobody fucking cares about British units, dude. Nobody cares. And nobody's mistaking any Brit for U.S. Marines. That's no, just no. That's not a thing. Or ROK Marines, which is Republic of Korea, which I've done joint operations with them. Yeah, they do stuff and things. Nobody's SAS is cool dudes doing cool things, but nobody's mistaking any Brits for U.S. Marines ever. That's not a thing that happens. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a title. Wait, Charlie Mack, you was Rifles Regiment as the Light Division Regiment amalgamated some money-saving exercises by the mod. What the fuck is the mod? Hey, you said you were Royal Signals, which I assume means comms. Were you Rifle Regiment or comms? Yeah. Yeah, but this is like, dude, you gotta just calm it down, dude. And we have Apaches use our Rolls-Royce engines. We have longbows too. Whatever, Charlie Mac, whatever the emoji, this is why I was making fun of you in Frank Embry's chat, is because of your emojis. That's the only reason. And the ones that you have there aren't showing up. And yeah, nobody cares about British units, except maybe other units that have interacted with them. Literally nobody cares. You told me you were both. You didn't tell me shit. Dude, I'm gonna delete all your messages. Just you're not timed out. Wait, unable to time out user. No, why the fuck can I not? That's silly. Unable to time out user. That's silly. Twitch has been having a super... Oh, unable to interact. Okay. I just can't do things on Twitch right now. Charlie Mack, I'll just ban you. Nobody here is dissing other veterans. I said nobody cares about what nobody cares about what British units are doing. Nobody is like very interested in what are the Brits doing? Everybody wants to know what Devil Dogs are doing. That's just facts. But here we put play and watch. U.S. Army guy who's getting a Medal of Honor make the civilians and everybody in the room awkward. No, why is Conway West? Yeah, with the latest British SAS loadouts. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in that also. But that's not because they're British, like... I was gonna say, like, you know, hey, Army Cav, nobody cares what they're, but I mean, some people might be. Nobody cares what the Royal Signal Corps is doing, except maybe, oh, you maybe found the guy because Com Marine here, I might be interested in what they're doing. However, for like, it's mostly a like, how far behind? I don't want, no, wait, I take that back. I don't want to say it that way. I'd be surprised if there's anything new to learn there. I'm not saying there's not, but just in what they're doing. But I've also been a comm guy since I got out also, so I do that professionally now still too in the civilian world, and under sometimes DoD contracts. Charlie Mack, yeah, seriously, nobody cares about British units except for, like, what their SF guys are doing as far as, like, hey, gear setups and whatnot. That's just like any other country that isn't the United States, unless you're studying an OP4. Yeah, why is it was not. XM7 was not a good idea. Oh, Charlie Mack. Like I said, ignorant Americans, insular, and don't travel, and have no idea about the rest of the world and make wars everywhere. Charlie Mack, I've been around the world twice. I was out of the country for most of the 2000s, bruh. You can't bring that shit here. I've done probably more joint ops than you've had birthdays. Get fucked. Oh, unable to ban user. Oh, Twisted. Hang on. I'm gonna mod you. Just time him out for like 5 minutes. Unable to add moderator. We're no, I'll scorch earth. I'll just stop streaming on Twitch and keep going on Kick and YouTube right now, dude. You get a comment down, Charlie Mack. This is like a verbal all the attention you get. Okay, you're leaving anyway. Yeah, go. You said you were gonna do it. You said you were gonna delete your account. You said you were gonna go do all those things. I doubt you did. But go ahead. Please. We're gonna push play. And why the browser's being such a bitch.
Mexico. I was like, Gary, Indiana. I was like, oh, no, not Gary. Not Gary.
But not to oversimplify it, but yeah, with what you just said earlier, wasn't the whole point of that location being chosen that it was a convincient middle ground for running supplies and things?
Yes, that's initially how it started.
With no way to get in or out except for helicopter.
Yep.
Just make sure I'm up to speed.
Imagine that is, and that, it's the military, like, this is...
Yeah,
logistics.
This seems like a lot of logistics to get in and out of it.
So it's funny because, like I said, the Chinook pilots, and we're at elevation 2, so we could only really get Chinooks, and Apaches only had enough kind of power to fly at that elevation.
You know how much cargo you could lift with an Apache?
Well, enough to bring 25 Mike and Hellfires. We don't need you for your cargo, boys.
Drop the bullets.
So when they'd resupply us, though, those pilots knew that was a crappy spot to be, and at elevation, not having the power, a lot of times they would make every excuse not to resupply us. And we were pissed. Like, we would not get resupplied for ammo. Well, we'd normally get ammo and fuel and stuff, but any of the creature comforts, like, they would make every excuse not to drop them. And we'd go weeks on end without getting resupplied with freaking care packages or razors or
hot meals. You're probably like literally every, 3 weeks?
We got a hot meal kind of once. We got one meal once every 3 days, and it'd be either a breakfast or maybe a dinner. We got a shower once a week because our water supply issues were, not the most ideal. But we were, like I said, we were always so mad at those Chinook pilots. Like, oh, you freaking weenies, you don't want to come here. You guys aren't hard.
You can say other things than weenies if you
I'm trying to be nice.
Brandon, use a nice word.
I don't feel like I'm in any place to call them anything, but like...
Well, back in the day, there was a website called poopcenter.com. So we got on poopcenter.com and we sent them elephant dung.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Because they're like, you guys, you're not bringing us supplies. So we thought, hey, so a better thing. Now we fast forward, And Brad Larson gets direct selected by, I believe it was McChrystal, to go OCS. And Brad ended up being a Chinook pilot. And so once he graduated Chinook school, went on his first Afghan deployment, flying helicopters, I got to ask him, like, come on, dude, tell me the truth. You're at cop gating. Were those guys little bitches? And he's like, I went through cop gating, and I tell you guys to go fuck off. I would not fly a Chinook into that valley. He's like, those guys were so badass to even show up the times they did to resupply us.
Because what is your sea level? Like,
we were at, now you got me thinking, I think we were like at 9,000 feet.
Jesus. And you're talking, like, for the people that do not know this, like helicopters,
they're not like planes where they can just kind of,
you're looking at less air movement, they become unstable as fuck.
It's the old saying, it's like engineers hate helicopters because, like, okay, planes use the air. Helicopters beat it into submission. It's like that. It makes no sense. Like, theoretically, helicopters should not work, but somehow they do, and everybody's too afraid to ask questions as to why.
Charlie. Oh, wait, can I do from here? I need a different browser. Hang on, I'll work on it.
Why?
Because it's gas, air, like all those little things. Even think when you're a two-stroke engine, when you're like dialing in like how much air is taking in to not run too rich or anything, all that goes into account.
Just the engine, and then the blades don't have enough air density to push to keep the lift. And then with, like I said, with that valley and those two rivers, like any sort of wind gust that would knock them left or right, they're putting their blades into the side of a mountain.
And also think, anyone will say, do not, if you're camping overnight or anything in the wilderness, it is not camp in the valley because that's the coldest. That's when air travels through. That is the issue for everything. So helicopter, the least favorite place is right there at 9,000 feet of elevation and trying to fight that and deliver one warm meal.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, like I said, in hindsight, like, it was so amazing to see what they did. At the time, it was like, fuck you guys, you're getting elephant dung.
So they're dealing with that. You're dealing with that. And you're like, okay, well, here we are looking up this beautiful.
They were beautiful mountains. I mean, if Afghanistan could ever get their shit together, that would be some of the best whitewater rafting, the best snowboarding. Like, those mountains, still to this day, are one of my favorite kind of memories to look at those mountains and think about them.
Mister, you'll be fine. Go down right raft. Mister.
Well, we might have had an incident where one of the local villagers were bathing their kids, and they lost it in the river. And all we could do was just haul down to Fall Bostic, 30 kilometers away. And it's like, hey, if you find a baby floating through,
they
were bathing in it, and come, the big water rush time, like, you might accidentally, if you lose.
Yes.
And that was part of Larson's plan when they were stuck at that Humvee, and they got all of us dead. Their whole plan was they were hoping for night to hit, and they were going to try to sneak to the river and just float back to Fall Bostic.
No shit.
Yeah.
So leading up to like everything, you were getting popped off like once a day.
Yeah, about once a day. And like I said, every day was a little bit different, but typically it would be about 6 o'clock in the morning. We ended up calling that kind of our Taliban alarm clock. Some days it would just be a couple of rounds of AK fire. Just
I like Brent's like
terms for everything.
And it's a great
phrase, yeah.
And then called something else over there.
And then, I mean, sometimes they'd hit you with a little sporadic AK fire on the east, and then all of a sudden RPGs, mortars, B-10 hitting you on the west. Like, every day was something. Not every day was too intense, but it could be. And in fact, we found out right away it was actually better to be outside the wire on patrol than it was to be down in the outpost. We only took 2 engagements, direct fire engagements, outside of the wire the 3 months we were there. They didn't want to fuck with us if we were actually out on patrol moving around and stuff. So we always loved being on patrol week because then you could kind of set the tempo and try to go after them. But yet, when you're only sitting there with 18 guys, we were very limited on how far they would let us patrol. And everything was straight up the frickin' mountainside. So even though like the village of Kamdesh, as a crow flew on the map, was like 1.5 kilometers, to actually navigate the terrain ended up being almost 9 kilometers. Because there was one time they went after Sunkirk and Gallegos, and then went after that B-10 recoilless rifle they kept pounding us with. And of course, I'm a seasoned staff sergeant, I know better. I've got a Mark 19 position that I'd set up to help support them. And I'm like, I'll sit here on this and you boys go. You guys are still clear.
So I got to ask you, because I ask everybody who's ever operated one, did you love or hate the Mark 19?
It was always a love-hate relationship. Over and
every time.
I mean, you just had to know how to treat her. And then when you didn't, she let you know. You never knew what it was going to be.
Like my bitch ex-wife.
Thank you, Catherine.
If I ever buy a Mark 19, that's what I'm going to engrave on it. Bitch ex-wife. That's interesting, because I've never had anybody who's ever said, like, it was okay. They always said they either love it or they hate it.
Yep. All depended on the day. I know you can shoot 64 consecutive rounds out of it before you get yelled at.
That's the reel. That's a very short reel. I know this much. Wisdom from Clint Romachet, 2024.
That's fucking funny. Just like, it reminds me, that's the sort of wisdom, like the Ron White bit of like, I know I've learned 2 things in my career. 1,
never got to 64.
And 2, anything's a DUI checkpoint when you crash your car into it.
That's solid life advice.
Oh, that was so much fun. It was like just peek. So you're looking around. You're like, okay, here's all this shit. And again, what was the elevation change from your point to the top of the mountainsides, just for reference for the people up there? Because this is insane.
I mean, there was part of the mountain where you could look at, and trees were no longer growing. You had the tree growth line.
So you're looking at like 2,000, like 3,000 feet, like true.
I thought tree growth was like what was it, 16,000 or?
So 5,000 feet, you're looking at elevation. You cannot. You're like, this can look down at us.
Well, and sometimes we'd be a little ambitious when we first got there. I'm like, we'll go to the top. Oh, we can see the top right there. And 4 hours later,
need to
like,
SMS
I'm not even halfway to
confirm.
that. But now that I can see, that is not even the top. That is not even halfway to the top of the top. Like they just went forever. And in fact, when we were in there doing some Overwatch stuff, we had the spot and scope out, and we're looking where the trees aren't growing. And there was a family that was raising goats up there. And it's like, how do you raise goats? There's no vegetation. How the hell do you get water up there? I bet they hadn't seen human contact in a generation.
Imagine that. Like
that's why I was watching a classic film last night about warfare, Lord of the Rings, and
true warfare.
There's a lot of mountains, like large mountains in that.
I mean, literally, what? They were at Helm's Deep. The Helm's Deep was in a shittier bowl. And then it was orcs on every side.
They're in Helm's Deeper.
Oh no. Helm's Deeper. Dude, Helm's Deeper, the Battle of Helm's Deeper.
Well, that's on Wikipedia now.
Those Urukai are everywhere.
It'll be in your Wikipedia for your shooting the Mark 19. You fucking Urukai. Urukai.
Sand Urukai are really strong.
I'm missing an item. I'll be right back.
Not that I do sit-ups, but I'm definitely not gonna have to do sit-ups.
Also, Twisted, it's just to get through the video.
Well, that's the fourth,
but also
slur we've invented on the podcast. Sand Urukai.
Try and avoid DMCA.
We're alarmingly good at that.
For both.
That's a great new shirt.
Reasons.
It's a picture of a Tusken Raider with an AK.
I mean, doing a lot of commentary.
It's like, I don't know if I regret this.
It's like I was on Fox News yesterday.
It's a lot of.
Oh my god, I love this so much. Right back at home, right?
Right back at home.
All right, not to press on the MOH thing too much. I had one serious question for you. I didn't get to ask it to you last time we were together. So Eli, he has a Purple Heart. He gets his little gay ass parking space. All right. What benefits do you get with MOH?
It's state to state. Like I know here in Texas, like you can get a license plate, but your number is based off what recipient you are in the state of Texas.
Really?
Yeah.
What's yours?
I don't live in Texas, so I don't know.
Damn it.
Yeah, so I can't remember.
If it's 69, you need to move.
Yeah, I would do it. I do it just to register and then leave. Thank you. Be hanging on the wall afterwards. So, well, we get invited to inaugurations. The last time wasn't a cool perk, but this one's gonna be.
This is gonna be pretty rad.
This one's gonna be.
Did you get a +3?
Yeah. He's my service support, Eli.
It's not marketing.
He clearly is wearing a vest that says "Don't pet."
He's working.
It's my service.
You get a priority on space available flights. It's another, I guess, perk.
Thanks, Delta, Spirit.
Would you always like, if there's space, you get first class?
No. I mean for like military flights, space
beautiful
flights.
flights.
Oh, yeah. We're all jumping aboard on those ones. And then other than that, you get TRICARE for life. So you get retirement.
The bare minimum medical care.
You gotta pay for your own dental and vision. Yes.
Wait, for real?
Well, it's just like being retired. Retired insurance.
You have jank-ass teeth. You just like say the word. They slide it. Start taking the teeth back.
Man, if this is the best country on the planet, I can't imagine how bad the rest are, man. And that's, I always make that joke where I'm like, man, I just know all the gripes and the failed logistics of the American military and all the things that we just suck at. Imagine having to rely on the Indian military.
Jesus. No.
That's one for support. Sorry, sir, we lost your lead form.
I need fire on this great coordinate. Sir, yelling at me is not going to make this man faster.
You get a medal for calling it service.
I need 810 on the. Hello, my name is John with 810.
I'll call for fire for 5 hours.
Oh, I found it.
Do not redeem.
What do you think?
It's the right one too.
Oh, didn't see this podcast going this direction, man. I'll be perfectly honest.
It's dead though.
Oh, I can't wanna go.
Well, don't worry, we'll get there.
I'll get on a radio.
They're asking you for help. You're like, oh, no, reverse. You tried turning it off and turn it on again.
You unplugged it? Oh, so perks.
Yeah, all the perks. Flights and shit. College.
So a lot of it's actually driven from the states, depending on what state you live in. Kind of depends on what kind of additional benefits you get. Honestly, it's so that's one of the weird things when you meet someone that has no clue what the Medal of Honor is. The first thing they come back with is, "Oh, is that like a Purple Heart?"
Kinda. That's what you reply with.
Which is a
little different.
But I mean, a lot of the benefits that it's given out either by the federal government or the states are all kind of tied to the Purple Heart stuff. So I can see definitely the confusion on. I mean, it's such a rare award, and we go out and we talk about ourselves all the time. Totally brag about. I got a burp. Bless you. Oh, that's got some hang time. So like we just like whipped it away real quick. So we don't do a good job of really kind of explaining to the average, I think, civilian that doesn't have kind of a direct connection to the military of what really the Medal of Honor is. They've got this idea, but since I said everything they think about is Purple Heart or Navy SEALs or Green Berets, stuff like that. Like it's hard for the average, I think, civilian sometimes to wrap their head around what the Medal of Honor truly is. As you look at the numbers, and I'm giving general numbers here. Don't go off Clint's actual thinking ability and statistical points. I think there's been about 26 million that have worn the uniform of the U.S. Out of the 26 million, it's just under 3,600 have received the medal.
3,600.
And out of that, 60% haven't been awarded it posthumously.
Yeah.
So it's such a
40% that's alive. 36.
And right now, I think we've got
1,400 living. Like that were issued.
This is a giant thing. Oh yeah, no, Charlie's. You're
1,440.
You're on notice. Stand the fuck by. Just it's gonna take a moment.
Of how rare that is. Again, out of
you gotta calm your shit down. I told you this before. You're at like a 25, and you gotta take it down to single digits, bro.
Raiders. They stole a locomotive.
Just need a moment.
South, ran it up north, destroying the rail lines.
But this is also true. Yeah, okay. Up until just recently, it was like, and that was in the last 30 years, it was like
first awarded or developed it, and then the Army came.
Almost all Medal of Honor recipients were posthumous.
So each
that means they were dead
branches, but the Army
when they received it.
Army, Marines, and Navy have their own, and their designs are a little different. Of course, Navy, Marine, Coast Guard fall under that. Air Force now I think can incorporate the Space Force, and then the Army's had theirs.
I would love to see what kind of shit you got to do to get a Medal of Honor in the Space Force.
Oh, that's gonna be rad. You're an alien.
I think Nico Ortiz needs to get a Space Force Medal of Honor.
I think you downloaded
that would be delicious.
Not again.
No, I know the Navy's Medal of Honor is a giant penis, so other than that, I don't know what the other branches would be.
I'm learning a lot. I didn't know that about each branch having their own Medal of Honor. It would help me learn it a lot better, though, if you put this into a concise PowerPoint, project it back. I would really absorb that information a lot more.
If we could just get our PowerPoint behind us, Eli.
Yeah, that's
learn everything.
We're going to charge a lot of money for that.
Next slide.
Overcharge for that. There's lots of money dumped into that. Okay. Until we get so much viewership once we turn to power slides.
And this is what? I don't know.
Yeah,
where was that going?
Oh, wait, so...
I would love
it either.
Moving on.
The audience out there would also love that.
I can't do anything right now.
The sand people.
Those fucking sand Yurikai.
Oh.
My thing is, anything can be a slur if you put you in front of it.
I'm just saying.
Oh, God. That Tosh skit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
You fucking spoon faces. Oh, it was like, what's that me?
He's just making up slurs, and he's got like a crowd panel. Yeah, the panel. Who finds this? Raise your hand if you find this offensive. Made up slurs. Dirty sand Yurikai. Anybody find that fucking offensive?
Raise a hand.
Spoon faces does have to very in the back.
Hands, show me those hands. All right.
Not you, Anakin.
Hand.
I never know. I'm like, where do we go? I was like, I'm gonna put it back on the story path. It's like, here, we've had our nice fun breaks.
It's always funny seeing the graph of like where conversation goes and unsubscribes. Like, where do you think it's going? Where it goes? It's all the
Michael J. Fox draw that way?
It's my favorite quote, I think, from his book. He's like, advantages of having Parkinson's. He's like, I don't have to buy an electric toothbrush. He's like, I just put toothpaste on my fucking let it go.
You gotta look at the positives.
Always look on the bright side of life, you know?
Charlie, just so you're aware, the most of the schools that U.S. Special Forces SF guys go to are in the U.S. There are a couple that, you know, maybe are OCONUS or outside of the continental United States, but that's like a couple. Feels like you're the one talking shit, Charlie, about other militaries and veterans right now, and you're trying to claim victim status because you don't like hamburgers or some. I don't even understand what your deal is or your dilemma. But you got to calm that shit down, man. Charlie, I've been nothing but respectful. You're a crybully and trolling. And I've tried to have a little bit of fun with it. I've been hit in the head a lot too, bruh. You can't, I mean, you can't claim that you can't read and then you're talking shit in chat with other people in chat. It doesn't work. Like, the logic doesn't follow. I don't think I dissed any British regiments. See, now you're just trolling. Like, and I'm aware of what you're doing because, oh, I am a, it's like, don't talk to me about the sacred texts. I was there when they were written, except I wrote some of them. One of the big giveaways is you addressing everybody in the room for whatever the thing is. It's trying to drag in other participants to your trolling. And that's a valid trolling tactic. However, I know what you're doing. I have brain injury too, Charlie douche. You want to like totem pole whose brain injury is worse? Yeah, not gonna do that. Shut up. Hmm.
Oh, he's living his best life. Fuck. Okay, we'll go back on to Wait. Okay. I know you. Like how we can. You kind of talked about it. You're telling story. You've told many times. You gave a different accounts of it. Even here, like, hey, at the end of it, this was my buddies. This is where they replaced. And then you, because your actions throughout that is going into a leadership position. You were. How much of a leadership role were you before that event?
So I'd been the senior scout in that scout platoon and section sergeant for 4 years. I was not an overachiever.
I'm fine here, brother. And they would ask you to. Like, you want to go up?
Well, and so that day I was the acting platoon sergeant because our platoon sergeant had already rotated back on mid-tour leave.
No shit. Oh, wow. Okay, for people in the military that deployed, that is fucking wild to have that happen during mid-tour leave for a NCO in that position.
And well, the double entendre of that, I hope I'm using that correctly, was my lieutenant.
I dropped out of high school.
My lieutenant was the on-the-scene commander that day because our troop commander, Stoney Portis, got taken away the night before. And he was a brand new lieutenant first time overseas. He ended up being the on-the-scene commander.
So for anyone out there, this is a Mad Cody for you guys here. Imagine, fuck, how do I put this in terms? What the?
You put in the backup quarterback.
It's like if we had Shane Gillis on the podcast and none of the core hosts were here.
Yeah, almost. I mean, yeah, you're having these individuals that have. You've been here. We've been here forever. We have Chase. Actually, good example. Chase is just editing for a day. He comes to the podcast, we're like, hey, we're tapping out, and then all of a sudden, it's like, we need a podcast done. And then also, we just hired a brand new person that no one's ever heard of, and then they also have to then step into a leadership position and be like, hi, hello, you all have to record a podcast. This is your manager stepping away for 2 weeks with, like, it's a preconceived 2 weeks, but then a new manager that is secondary is stepping up also at the same time that you just met that day. That is how that works. It is brand new bosses are in this role. One, you kind of know, you being that one, but it is somebody not meant for that to stand up and be like, hey, now you're in control of everyone, plus this new dude is also standing up in control of everyone.
Your analogy.
Wait, Charlie Mack, you lived in North Africa too, so you're.
It is. I don't. It's probably because I did it bad, but also.
Are you a foundational Black American now?
In general makes me angry. But you didn't explain that better to me because I'm a retard.
He's just no, I understand. He's just mad you're talking to you.
I know.
Fuck you.
He's like,
You don't stop.
I got hit with the beer.
No, that's Brandon and the Browns are talking again.
Jesus Christ, I'm surrounded by.
Why do they talk so?
I wonder why I don't talk. Always talking brown people.
I can speak English, goddammit.
You can speak American. That'd be really cool. Guess who's in office now?
Gonna load you up in that trebuchet over the wall.
Hey, Charlie Mack again. No.
2 months. You fucking.
Charlie Mack, you specifically, fuck off. Nobody was talking shit about any units at all. Ah, here we go. Oh, nope. Oh no. I have to unplug it to get service. What's an SAS type unit? That means you weren't in SAS. That's like dudes that have in army dudes that have like a ranger tab and say they're rangers when they weren't in a ranger unit. Like, okay, you went to the school, cool. It's very similar. Or like Marines who say, "Yeah, I was recon." Like, or were you attached to recon or somewhere else adjacent? You're just you don't have to be the biggest Billy Badass dude, and everybody's aware that you're trolling. So why is the question? Wait, 11.5. 5.5. Can I bring this outside? Oh, okay. I gotta do a thing here. I'm gonna change this out to this. Go and activate. There we go. Oh, hello. Hello. Got ha 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 ha. Victory. Do do do. There you go, Charlie. You gotta calm your shit down. It took me that much effort to go and get onto a new browser and log in with it just to time you out for what, I guess 8 minutes. You can hang out and keep watching if you want. This is just a message. Because nobody's time, like on Frank, nobody's I don't know why Frank didn't want his mods doing that, but oh, it was just because literally on the browser that I have open, sometimes it bugs and like I can't do things like moderator stuff, like pin a message or do timeouts or mod somebody or VIP somebody or just do any commands. Super weird. So I had to open up a whole other browser, and that meant re-authenticating with Twitch. So I had to dig out a physical phone handset that I have on a 2016 era iPhone SE. Is it still charging? Oh, yeah, it sure is. Because Twitch won't use VoIP numbers or numbers that they know are VoIP numbers. However, this one is not. I've got like 24 handsets for, work and testing things. However, we've spent enough time on you, Charlie. You are not going to derail anything else. Here, at least. We're going to keep watching our degenerate Uryat kill content. I'm
so happy. Anyways, officers suck. What branch they're in.
That's a synopsis. It is putting people in charge. There's like one kind of knows, but it's not to that level, and the other is a brand new guy that's just like thrown into the.
They just fucked off and left you.
They don't have a
No.
chance. It's actually mandated.
No, it's not. Like I said, it's one of those things when things.
Wait, Salty, what? Hang on, Salty, jump into Discord. I'm, I'm scrolling up, Salty. What?
Hey mate, how are you?
Living a dream, sexy. You're still blacked out. That's a good move because you interact with a few people that risky. 100%. Yeah, good idea. But what are you saying? Is Hang on. Is Twist is a Nader Hunter? Why do you think that?
He just got suspended. Charlie threatened him and said, "I just reported you," and he threatened me. I just reported, Aussie cunt, blah blah. I don't care, But yeah, fucking Aviator DM'd me and said, "Hey, I've just been suspended."
Wait, did he? Oh, I have a DM also. Oh,
Yeah. He asked
Twisted.
check your DMs.
Yeah, DM me also. Oh yeah, dude. No, you're gone. Reporting people is not. No, that's not cool. And I don't care how much content you are. No, that's not cool. Twisted is my friend, like IRL friend. You're done, dude. You're cooked. Get fucked on any
he's
politics
getting banned
stream.
from everywhere I'm on. That's just, you can't do that stuff, man. That's just sick,
Yeah, I think I'm not trying to flop dicks, just because I know that we overlap a couple places. How many are you?
Yeah.
Wait, how many? Just how many channels are you?
Only, like on Twitch, about 5, I think, 5. Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Not like you with your 15. Yeah.
Well, it's over 20, but not bragging or nothing. Just however, no, dude, you're fucking cooked. Wait, hang on, I just need to
take your shoes off to count all your positions. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like shoes and pants, and it's more than that, because it's got the 4 tips. But I was kind of surprised because you can check all the places that you can't check all the places that you have a VIP or founder badge. You can check all the places that you're a moderator though, and I'd forgot about some of them, honestly. Where is this guy? Unable to time out user. Oh no, oh no, oh no, son. Charlie Mac 4050. Yeah, no, you're banned. Do not want to hear from you ever again. Get fucked, cunt. If I may borrow a phrase from Bar None, who is another Twitch streamer. Unable to ban you. Oh, I put it into the. My bad. I put it into the wrong browser. Oh, there we go. Banned Charlie Mac 4050. Go away. Don't come back. Don't go anywhere. Just think before doing things. Don't ever report anybody ever for anything. Snitches get stitches. In this case, this is as close as you get. You just don't get to participate anymore. Just delete your account. Or no, I won't say anything meaner than that because I'm live. And you might report me.
Fair enough. That's right.
fuck guy
That's
getting.
so weak though. That like comes in, trolls, gets a response, and then reports the response. You know.
That's what.
Screw that man.
If I may quote my old friend Tree of Logic, this is what they do, which I'm sure isn't her original thing either.
Man, I haven't seen her for like 10 years. Oh, well, not 10, but a long time. I used to see her on YouTube when she first started.
She has like 2 or 3 accounts on YouTube. Just started firing back up on Twitch and Kick. She's getting a lot of responses. Like she's getting a lot of traction too.
Really?
I don't. It seems almost unnatural how much.
Well, bloody people are getting interested, you know.
Oh man, where's my? Oh fuck it. I keep an iPad up with the stream so I can see the alerts because it's so small in OBS. Oh, it's too late now. And it's pictures of my kids. Was that on?
Cunt in American way. The proper cunt. He's a proper cunt, mate.
Oh yeah, no, cunt in the American way. Yeah, not the Australian way. Yeah, ooh canoe. Good evening. Welcome in. Yeah. Oh yeah. Dude reported like he tried to come in and I'm not sure if he's a troll or a crybaby. It's one of the two. But then reporting people that just disagree with you. That don't say anything bad about you, but just disagree.
Nah, something's up with him, man. Because
there's something wrong
been
there.
In Frank's stream for quite a while, and he was never like this. And the other day he came in, and the first thing he said was bloody just bad behaviour. And I said, dude, it looks like you've just come in here, and the first thing out of your mouth is trolling. And Frank jumped on me and said, no, fucking Charlie's all right, blah, blah, blah. And so I just let it go. And then Charlie stopped talking, mate. He just shut the fuck up, right? And then today, it was just 100% trolling, man. Just 100%.
Yeah, I'm
So
just
I
letting.
think,
I'm just letting.
like something switched in his brain, and I think it's
no idea.
He's
Don't
fasting, right?
you
He's
don't
a brand new Muslim or something.
absolutely do not care. He's reporting people. Oh,
things go bad. It's not just because one or
you're
two things
cooked.
happen. It's a multitude of things. And Butterman, who was my lieutenant, so he was a senior officer
Or
for us.
you're reporting people
on
for
combat
bullshit.
outpost Keating
I'll
at the
say.
time. And because we had
Nah.
leave and stuff and guys rotating through, it's just the way it happened to be. And the day before, Stony Portis, our
Frank?
new commander, had just gotten there. He was taking over the troop. He was doing sensitive item inventories. Goes up to OP Fritchie. Helicopter gets shot at. They won't bring him back to us. He calls up Butterman the night before and he's like, hey, you've got the outpost until I get back in about a day or so. And then 6 o'clock in the morning, the next day, that's when Butterman all of a sudden he's the commander. Like I said, he'd been in for, we had the advantage that we worked together in that train up going to Afghanistan for almost a year, which was pretty rare to have an officer that long, especially in a platoon leader position. But it's one of those things.
No,
I'm
trying to send a message and then I'll catch up.
And I'll tell you to this day, I wouldn't have anybody else. In that
wait, no,
operation center besides
Canoe.
him. I mean, it came to the point at one time I remember going in and he's
Okay, I know
reading this
who.
book. He's reading this book, and of course I'm like, hey, sir,
Canoe is.
what the fuck are you doing reading a book? We're kind of getting shy at right now.
I think we
dumb
know
lieutenant.
who he is.
And as he looks up, I can see he's reading the Army's call for fire manual. And he's
The
like, hey,
only
I'm about to
fucking
start bringing
person.
500 pounders 100 meters away from our position. There's like a good 90% chance because of sitting in that bowl, it'll probably land on us. And I just remember looking at it and I'm like, I'd rather it be our bombs than theirs. And he's like, okay. And him and Schroed started calling in 500 pounders, dropping them 100 meters away because they also knew that the Taliban was trying to get in tight on us. And typically coalition forces wouldn't call for artillery or indirect fire on
Where'd
yourself.
you get your,
But because of them doing that,
restream
it gave
book
us
from?
just enough breathing room.
Cool.
They couldn't continue to kind of tighten that noose around us. And it was at risk versus
From
reward, you know,
Restream.
like what a friggin' what a pair of
Restream.io.
balls you got to do.
It's part of the package,
And Bunderman
which
had
I
the
think
big
that's
ass
worth
ones
the price of
and bang them
entry.
together in stormy weather. And
It's
Make that sound.
so there's
Is it a one
other
time or
solutions for the
monthly?
consolidated chat, but Restream having it just as a turnkey solution for like both a pop out, which is what I look at, and then an on-screen part of your overlay, which I need to adjust the settings on mine because it only shows like 3 or 4 messages. But then both of those plus the cross chat bot and then only having to send out one stream across your internet gate, not gateway, path, whatever. Uh, all of that's worth the price of entry for the upgraded one. Even if even if you use the free tier, it still has all that, but you only get 2 targets. That's the difference.
Right.
But if you do the paid tier, you get 5 targets, and you can have custom targets. That's the only way that Rumble works, or used to be at least. They might start something else soon.
So it shows all the chats in every different platform, yeah?
Okay.
That is a good, and that's a butter bar at that time.
No, he'd been promoted to first lieutenant by then.
First lieutenant, so in the military for a year. So this is for reference. You have been in college for 4 years, and then you are in service 1 year, and now you are doing that kind of level of call. You're like, hey, when your NCOs are telling you, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Because a lot of officers, even captains, you're listening to your NCO. You're listening to your higher enlisted, and you're like, hey, what should I do right now? And for him to be like, I'm calling for fire, for JDAMs, I'm assuming. Yeah, on my in 100.
At 100 yards?
Yeah.
Yep. Is wild.
Those we talked about in the podcast, like we'd be in the Streckers, like call for fire. We'd call JDAMs in to drop bombs on like bridges or houses, and we'd all stand up like 500 yards away, and be like, oh wow,
Just feel that.
Yeah. And you guys were like, yo, don't worry, you don't have to look. You're gonna see wherever this bitch lands.
So he was so ballsy that he might, because we'd gotten our radios taken out. They knocked out our generators, so our FM comms didn't exist anymore. So we were talking most of the day on TACSAT, and of course anybody in the world that's tuned into TACSAT can listen in. And in fact, a lot of our former buddies and rear detachment guys back at Fort Carson were hearing all the radio transmissions live and in real time back at Fort Carson, because the only link we had for help was on the Afghanistan's tactical satellite frequency.
No shit.
Yeah, so Bunderman's talking on that, and he might have said allegedly, shake and bake the village of Armul, and he brought in a B-1 bomber. As we discovered that Larson and Carter were still alive with Mace, he brought in a B-1 bomber to give some bomb support and coverage as they grabbed Mace to bring him back to the aid station with a B-1 that went Winchester 800 meters away from our position. And I think a B-1, the bone, carries like 26,000 pounds of munition.
They just dumped it.
They just dump it on that village. And I'm going to caveat, that village was cleared out. The Taliban had kicked all the civilians out of there, taking that town over that morning. There were no civilians in that village. It was all enemy, but he dropped literally 26,000 pounds of bombs in the village of Armul to give Larson and Carter that freedom of maneuver to get Mace back to the aid station.
Because you got a call saying like, hey, you thought you lost both, like 2 individuals, and then you got a call. It's like, hey, we have them still, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we'd been cut off. Like I said, things went from bad to worse. And at that point, when we started the counter assault, we'd been cut off from Larson, Gallegos, and those guys out to the west for like 6-7 hours at that point. Thought they were all gone. Thought the enemy had either taken their bodies or the worst was happening. And as we pushed up, got to the ammo supply point, kicked the enemy off that, opened that up to feed everybody else ammo, and then got up to the front gate area. We're sitting there kind of in a holding pattern, waiting to make our next push. When we get the call, thinking that Larson, who I'd served with on my second Iraq deployment, like I said, me and him were, boys. Actually, I just seen him last week in Omaha.
What's up, bro?
Actually,
Canoe, gotta calm your shit down.
So that was October 3rd. Larson just had his.
I understand.
Son,
you think
Solomon,
purple's a
October
good
3rd of this year.
crayon. That's, you're
to,
absolutely wrong
great
and
things still happen coming
horrible
in
and
the future. So
probably
he
a
gets to
war
look October
crime.
3rd Now he gets to look at his son Solomon and think, look at the great things that are happening. But to caveat back, thought Larson had long been dead. I said, love that brother to death. Thought he was just over and done with. Hadn't heard from him in hours and hours and hours. And then I get the call on the radio. Bunderman's like, you won't believe this, but Larson and Carter are still alive.
This fucking guy.
Mace is badly wounded. If you can provide covering fire to the north, I'm going to bring in a B-1 bomber to the village of Armul to the west.
No, Wobbly and Canoe. Yeah, only the thongs though.
Over the radio.
Sometimes crotchless.
Provide covering fire to the north, and they'll bring Mace back. And sure shit, we hear shot over, waiting for splash. We push out, start engaging off to the north. The bombs start hitting. I mean, it was like being the freaking bass drum at a Metallica concert. Like, it was lifting, all those bombs hitting was just lifting that rooftop off that building. We were trying to take us kind of some cover, and then Larson and Carter come running through with Mace on a stretcher. Larson
I know who that guy
gets
is.
back to the aid
now.
station, calls me up a few minutes later, and he's like, "Hey, medics have checked me out. They say I'm good to go. Where you at and what do you need?" I said, "This is what I remember this moment so vividly after all the other stuff that's gone on. Is Larson calling me up and saying, 'Hey, where you at? What do you need?' And I'm like, 'It's been a long day. I'm kind of thirsty, and I haven't had a cigarette yet.' And like 5 minutes later, here comes fucking Larson with a 12-pack of Dr. Pepper under one arm and a carton of Camel Lights in his hand. And he shows up, and we give each other just a big ass hug. Open up the Dr. Peppers, crack one of those, start drinking, spark up a smoke, and it was like, okay, this is we're gonna make it out of there. Like that moment, just sitting there in that Shure building. I mean, there's still shit going on. It's just like, it's just gonna be all right.
I don't think people understand, like the average person understands the level of ordnance you're talking about. 26,000 pounds of bombs for one, but the other that I'm still hung up on is you're talking about dropping a 500-pounder of high explosives a football field away from you.
Yeah.
That's insane to me. Like, that is, there's danger close, and then there's whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah, well, so danger close, I mean, is you think about it, for every pound of explosive, you want a yard of distance. That's kind of the rule of thumb.
So you're well beyond danger close. You are well beyond danger close. Holy shit, these are like
that's like eating an avocado at the end of the day distance. Like,
it's a very distinct taste.
Yeah.
I just like, it is so military. In that midst of everything, you're just like, oh, there's Dr. Pepper.
Oh, fuck, I just want to smoke. Dope, dog.
That cherry, just burning bright and you don't give a
That's middle of the day.
It's never been seen. I don't give a fuck.
They haven't hit me yet. This lung cancer's gonna get me.
Same mindset across everything. When you're in that situation, like, I don't give a this shit.
God, it sucks so bad. They're gonna have to drag my body back. I'm too tired to walk. Just shoot me right now.
Holy fuck, dude. That is, I mean, and then it is, how long was that actual full engagement for everything to be done before they were like, hey, because they were inside the camp at this point.
They were inside basically within the first hour.
They are inside the cob at this point. That's what's crazy, is it's not like they're pushing in, they are already inside and you're having these battles inside the cob. And how big is the cob in total you're talking about?
The whole cob was, east to west was the longest, maybe about 200 meters, and then north to south was maybe about 125 to 150 meters. So not a very big.
Wait, you're locked out, Wobbly. What? No, you're in my
within that first
Discord.
hour,
Wait.
they breached by kind of that 2 hours. They had started burning down most of the buildings. We only owned Red Platoon Barracks, the Tactical Operations Center, and the aid station for most of the day.
You said it was like 30 or 40% was under your control. The rest was under enemy.
Enemy control. He cut us off from, like I said, the mortar position out to the west. We'd lost contact with Sergeant Brading and his guys out there. Cut us off from Gallegos, breached that whole front gate, and then toward the east was where we had about 35 Afghan Army guys, and that was kind of their side of the base. First contact, most of those guys just dropped their weapons and walked away. So let that whole east, and that's where the first breach came through, was a whole eastern side. They just walked on through because there was no one there to defend it, other than we had Copus, who was one of our young specialists. He ended up being the only gun left in the fight that day on a Mark 19, holding off that whole eastern side of the camp. He sat in that Humvee for 14, 15 hours, and most of the time by himself. 19. Just because we couldn't really normally we'd put someone kind of out there by him to help provide like some covering fire when he was reloading.
Sport brand.
In the position shout out. You could get away with putting him in. Was so
shout out Grump. I mean,
outside of that up-armored Humvee was going to get blasted.
I'm already here.
Copus at least had the advantage of, and I use that term loosely, the advantage of being in that up-armored Humvee, set down low enough. They just couldn't quite shoot over the kind of side rails of the turret to kind of finish him off if they had the chance. And like I said, he sat there for 14 hours, lost radio comms.
This is such a weird
He thought he
angle
was the
for
only
the
person still
camera
alive
and
on the outpost for a few hours. And like I said, no one would ever blame him for being like, well, fuck you guys, I'm going home. And
shout out
Sport
Sport
Brand.
Brand.
Find someone else still alive or someone to talk to me or anything.
Cool.
He literally sat there just slinging rounds, all day.
God, just like that. I love this bitch again. She's being a dirty hoe today.
I haven't made it to the 64 round mark where they yell at me.
63, I'm good. That fourth one, that comes with the yelling.
That's the son of a bitch.
I don't want to get in trouble now. Holy And then at what point, because you also took, it was RPG shrapnel, or what hit you? And then it was in your arm, I do.
Yeah, the right side. So it came to a point, like I said, things were going from bad to worse. Still had contact with Gallegos and Larson and them out toward the west on that LRAS too. Larson had already gotten the 50 cal blown out of his hands by an RPG, no longer operable. The 240 that was out there that supported 2 had long ran out of ammo, and basically those 5 guys were just in that Humvee, kind of holding on. So myself and Specialist Gregory had a machine gun, Mark 48, and we were able to sneak over and look out toward the west. And we only had about 200 rounds because, like I said, we'd already been cut off from the ammo.
No, you the man, Sport Brand. I'm trying to be the man. I gotta get my
threw that up on the 60K generator.
To be the man again.
And had Gregory feeding the gun for me. And I remember just looking out, and this is probably like the first 30 to 45 minutes into the fight at this point, and looking out toward the west, and I mean, you could just see they're like ants coming down the hill. I mean, every direction you're looking, there's yuck. They don't run fast.
They weren't sending the best. They're shitting our pod racers. Little Annie, great guy. Sorry, I feel like I need a little levity.
So open up and like coming like ants down the hill, and it's just going from target to target to target. Just there's so much going on. It's like I'll just start aiming that way and gonna hit something. And at that time I'm sitting there trying to call Gallegos and them. Still got FM comms, and it's like, hey, you guys need to move. You can move now, providing cover and fire. And Gallegos is just coming back, and he's like, brother, you can't bring enough fire. Like, we need close air support. We need mortar rounds. We need more than just one machine gun.
If just for reference, sorry to interrupt, but if like, what's the rough like the count of enemies at that point? Like, how many dudes are you guys going up against
versus yourself? At that point, I mean,
the ratio, I guess.
It would have been.
I think
just thinking of the targets. I mean, there had been over 50 on that west side going against our one machine gun.
I might have found a busted piece.
I know. After everything was all said and done, they said it was probably about 400 fighters that hit us that day.
And then what was your total capacity on the base?
We were sitting at 50 Americans and 2 Latvians.
I'm gonna have to get.
That's what's insane. You have like that many
schematic and maybe another one to compare.
Are used to fighting that terrain.
Well, and I mean, those guys, those weren't like you're just, hey, let me grab an AK and show up today and
squirters. They're not squirters.
Yeah, they're sitting there and fixing you, and you can see them try to flank your left, your flank, because that's what ended up happening is we're engaging out toward the west, trying to get Gallegos and them to move. Didn't realize that they'd breached that front gate just off to our right, and they snuck in an RPG team just to our right, maybe 30 yards away.
Holy shit.
And luckily that RPG was made on a Friday or something at the end of work. Because they touch it off and it comes in just a little low, and the generator takes most of the blast. So blows me over onto Gregory. We kind of fall down. Remember grabbing him, kind of picking him up, dusting him off. Hey, are you good? You can still move and stuff. And told him just take off running, bud. And I grabbed the machine gun, threw it back up on what was left.
Just so everybody's clear, this is on 1.75 speed. Like, it only feels slightly faster than it should be. I can't imagine watching most conversation, because you feel that pause that I just had. Right before this, we watched I was trying to get the Senate, the little Dick Durbin Senate hearing on, I'm not sure what even it was supposed to be specifically about. They touched on glonk switches and bump stonks, I think. And there was a lot of misinformation coming out of the U.S. Congress. Oh, I need to do a deep dive on it. However, I cannot find it now. I think it's been scrubbed. Super weird. I'm going to keep looking for it and see if I can find the original. Because I have to do a deep dive on it. It's just, there's so much bad and misinformation. Disinformation. Just wrong lying ass bitches is what it is. And people that are in Congress.
Left of the generator, took care of the problem to the north, out by the front gate. He takes off. I throw in the last 100 rounds we got. I just remember calling back to Gregory, and I'm like, brother, you guys have got to move, and you got to move now. I cannot hold this position. I'm almost out of ammo, and I'm sitting there just trying to lay it down as hard as I can. And guy goes just calling back, and he's like, brother, we can't go anywhere. They got us pinned too hard. I mean, they were just getting pounded from every which way. Like I said, I just remember his last little bit of ammo comes through that feed tray cover, and give him the last call. And it's like, if you don't leave now, if you don't move now, you've got to move now. And he just calls back, and he just gives a simple, well, be here when you get here, brother. Like, we just kind of knew that was going to be what it was, and it was just shitty because it's like, man, if these roles were reversed, I knew this motherfucker was coming to get me. And I just felt like I abandoned him at that point because, like, I always had a good mindset of, I used to tell my guys, like, dead bodies attract more dead bodies. I don't want you coming out and try to save someone. Kill the enemy first. Because if you don't kill them and eliminate the threat, you go out there in a blaze of glory, well, let me go help my buddy that's down, you're just going to be the next guy down. So kill the enemy first. As much as it sucks to sit there and listen to your buddy say, hey, help me, come save me, it makes no tactical sense to do that until you've eliminated the threat. And at that point, I knew I wasn't going to go run across 200 meters to go, or 150 meters to go find Gallegos and try to drag them back. It was just like, I don't have a machine gun anymore. My position's compromised, and I'm going to go this way back and figure something else out. But just to hear him say, we'll be here when you get here, gave me that reassurance that he knew I would eventually, if I could still do it, come back to get him.
Just our part of leadership, it's that, it's making the right call, because you have to say, it is the hardest part of leadership, is that single moment where, thank God a lot of people do not have to go through it, is the hard choice. It's like, hey, you want to, no matter what, it's like, hey, I want to do this, it's just strategically the worst option. And that's where you have to, you have to bite that bullet and live with it. but understand it is the right choice at the end of the day.
There's, as I used to say, like there's no right choices sometimes, but even a bad choice is better than no choice. Like to make no decision.
What he's talking about, the bad choice is better than no choice. It's true. And everybody knows going into it, I mean, so he's Army, but Marine Corps, the leadership principles, we're not talking JJ did tie a buckle, because why the fuck do you tie a buckle? You buckle a buckle, idiots. But your leadership principles are mission accomplishment first, and then troop welfare. And yeah, Marine Corps, maybe zealots. I'm not sure if that's the right word. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, but red is the only correct flavor of crayon. But the mission comes first. And sometimes it really sucks.
To make no kind of decisive movement will get you killed every time, or at least a bad choice or a bad decision. You can hopefully learn from that, but at least you're doing something to make a difference. And I mean, Butterman, again, going back to him, when he had to make that call of Alamo position, he knew he was going to be isolating like 9 guys. When he made that call, it's like, anybody that can hear this, you get back to these 3 buildings, and we'll hold these. But if you don't get back, I'm sorry, we can't send anybody out. We're literally cutting off the mortar position. We're cutting off as to, like, you've got to get back. And if he would have made that call, and I know that weighs heavily, like I said, on a leader to sit there and be like, do I continue to try to fight this kind of broken shamble of stuff, or do I make that call to say, hey, if you can make it back, you make it back. If you don't, you don't. But at least the guys I get back, I can figure out where to go with them next.
So the right call is still objectively shitty.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no right call, but you gotta make a call.
Yeah,
that's the hardest part in any of that stuff, and being able to do that, even for him. Like, that means he was in for a year at that point. You were in 6 years.
No, I was in.
Oh, you were a decade at that.
Yeah, I was the old guy. I was a whole 28 years old back then.
Which is wild, making those decisions at that age.
Yeah, Butterman, he had been in headquarters troop before coming to us, so he did have a little more time than the average lieutenant did. But I mean, yeah, he'd probably only been in it maybe 3.
Password, you sexy mother lover. What, Wobbly, in my Discord? I don't see you. Wait, did you just rejoin? Because I don't know if you weren't. You aren't in. Oh, I added a thing. I'm not sure if that's why I can't see you yet. If you have to like click yes to the. I made a splash, like like have to accept the toss splash screen, even though my tosses don't violate Discord or any of the streaming platforms toss on if you're on them. That's basically it. I should ask I should put hey, don't endanger, like, don't do anything that's gonna plausibly endanger me or any content creator too, I guess, but oh no, password. Oh man, this is so bad to, like, your name is so, it's not your name, it's the color, just the blue against the gray background. It's like kind of messing with my eyes. Wobbly, I don't see you on my Discord right now.
Three years from the time he got done with ROTC to Bullock and all his officer training stuff. I mean, 3 years to make those kind of decisions.
It's a lot, and then not especially officer side. You don't know what you're getting attached to. You're just thrown to the winds of the military. And then did he even have his Ranger tab yet? Perhaps, or no?
Butterman was not a. I love that guy to death.
But you're like, homeboy made some right choices. Ranger School was not one of the ones he was going to make.
He was one of the greatest lieutenants I ever had because when he showed up, he's like, I got a history. I've got a major in history. I like to party and have fun. If you guys don't make me look like an asshole, I'll make sure all the paperwork's taken care of.
A good officer right there.
Great officer right there. Like he was not going to be the next General Patton, or he came in to do his time to get his college paid for and then move on.
That's wild. And then closing that up, you got how bad was your?
Oh, Pastor, that's so much better.
From the RPG, and then you were good. You were like still fighting with that afterwards, and just like, hey.
Yeah, it was just kind of a peppering on the right side. The major thing was just kind of
no salty. Wobbly isn't in.
Was there.
That was shrapnel.
Wobbly isn't
shrapnel from the RPG.
My
and
Discord
just
right now.
Lingering of. They still come out every now and again in the showers.
I think he must have left it because I wouldn't have, like, nobody would have ever kicked Wobbly out of my Discord.
It's funny. Trace me all the dudes. That's like,
oh
like
no,
blown up by
he's
ID
in my
or something.
Discord.
It's like, oh yeah, it slowly pops out and you're like, fuck.
And he has permissions.
It's like, oh, I'm glad most of that generator cowling though is freaking aluminum. That's non-ferrous and it doesn't detect in a metal detector very well.
You just get stopped by TSA like, look, it is a long story.
That's true. Wobbly,
So
you
on,
got all the.
like, okay, slight patch it up and then push it through.
Well, like when I came back, like I said, finished up that 100 rounds the last we had, and I started displacing back to the barracks, and that's where my other buddy Raz, like this 6'5"
Wobbly, you got all the
Minnesotan,
rolls.
he's kind of standing there, kind of by the 6'5". He's a big fucker. That's why I would put him as number one guy on the stack team, so he could absorb all the bullets. These are the tactics. These are the tactics. He was the one that when I came down, displacing back,
Eli's
sitting there just trying to get a
barefoot
quick
there.
sit rep, and he's like looks down at me and he's like, "You got a hole in your arm, dude." And I look, and I'm like, "Oh shit." So then he pulls out my Israeli dressing, stops the bleeding, gets it all wrapped up, and then we fast forward. It's like an hour or two later. I'm sitting there in the tactical operations center, still trying to figure out what's going on next. And all of a sudden, I can't feel my hand anymore, so I'm sitting there trying to manipulate my fingers to get them working again. And First Sergeant Burton comes over and he's like, "Hey, are you all right?" I'm like, "I don't know, I don't think my hand's working anymore." And he goes, "Let me look at it." And he pulls my hand to the side and he starts unwrapping my Israeli dressing and he goes, "Who the fuck put this on you?" I'm like, "Well, Raz did." He's like, "He knows this is a dressing, not a tourniquet. He put it on so tight that I was losing the use of my hand because of circulation, not because of the injury."
Just looking at, thank God it's all aluminum, otherwise the MRI would be real awkward.
Did you make him do push-ups? Smoke the shit out of him.
How many times have we...
Bro.
Did you put 2 feet on that as your tug?
Oh, there's a Wobbly.
Like, oh, that feels way better. Thank God it's my right arm that I use for everything.
Wait, good evening. I couldn't hear you.
Hey.
Oh, hi. So I'm sharing the video, but like just because it's apparently a Linux thing, can't share the sound. How you doing, sexy? Meow.
Just hanging out. My early morning thing here. Playing tanks.
What time do you get started? Like, no, so it's like 2, it's almost 3 in your time right now, right?
Yeah.
Have you been still going live at like 4?
4 o'clock. 4 o'clock every morning.
You about to? Wait, because it's Sunday.
No, it's Sunday.
Saturday.
I'm just sitting here playing tanks, working missions off.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going. I've been like reading the lectern and also playing in the band. Sometimes I just forget to do things. To go to church in the morning.
Yeah, I got some books to read too here. They were lent to me. Couple of books from Mark Levin.
Hey, did you see that jerk that was here earlier? He got friggin' twisted, suspended for a month.
How? Twisted's such a even-keeled guy. I mean,
he like reported Twisted in my chat and got him suspended for a month. Like, dude's been trolling, like, and then pulling, "Oh, I'm a Brit and you hate Brits and you hate Islam and you hate," like, nah, dude, it's just because you're an asshole. That's why we don't like you. Also, for me specifically, because he used a lot of emojis after the word that was the same thing as the emoji. But I think that was maybe because he's typing on a phone. But he was also definitely trolling and using troll tactics.
yeah, they're gonna lose internet over there anytime soon. So
The Brits? Yeah.
yeah.
start taxing them like 300% for it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they're taking every bit of their rights away from them. They just come in here to be buttheads, so don't worry about it.
Oh no, I'm not worried. I
They're just angry.
I tried to let him know like more subtly earlier because he was doing this in somebody else's in Frank Embry's, if you know him. He's only on Twitch, so I you know you probably don't. But apparently he's been like he's been around for a few months and he just like kind of lost it. However, he started reporting people and like, sorry, can't tolerate that. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Nobody was being an asshole to you even. And he got twisted, suspended for a month.
Well, you can always come over.
For a month.
Yeah, a month. He DM'd me.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Like what in the fuck? Nothing. The math don't math right there, bruh. What the fuck's going on?
Not at all.
He must have some kind of like form report that he does that's meant to get maximum impact for it doesn't matter what it is, because nothing that Twisted said. It's just like in Frank. That's the first time I encountered him was in Frank Embry's chat earlier, where he was just being a giant douche. He was being a crybaby, is what it was. And I think he reported some people out of there too. And I mean, having somebody active in the chat like that, especially somebody contentious, yeah, it is content, but that's toxic. You don't want that in your chat. And I let Frank know what.
I can't even see him.
Oh, he's not here anymore. He's banned. Yeah, it's I have the.
A month is insane.
Oh
like,
no!
I've been sin binned once on Twitch, and what I said I shouldn't have said, and I got 2 weeks.
I didn't even know that.
And going by Twitch terms of service, what I said could have been taken a lot worse than anything Aviator would ever fucking say to anyone. You know.
Yeah, no, nothing he said in like. Nothing he said. The most contentious thing he said was that purple crayons are good.
Right.
It's like, well, no, he can go a little bit off the handle sometimes, but I don't have tolerance for people who like frivolously report anybody. Like, nah, you're done. You're not okay here anymore.
Yeah, yeah. Because they'll only do it again to someone else, you know.
Purple crayon. Yeah, no. See, no password. You see, you wonder why the icon is red. There might have been a Marine that had something to do with that, or just because red's a cool color. Just because on YouTube at least, or the standard crayon emoji is red. But no, yeah, orange they say is good, but no, red is the correct flavor. It's the best one. It just tastes the best. It does.
What's wrong with your Go XLR?
I spilled more stuff into it, and I think I killed it for good this time. I found one component that's really suspicious, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to look like, so I have to look it up now. But besides that, it will not turn on now. And last time I spilled into it, I disassembled, cleaned everything, didn't find any damage at all. Oh wait, hang on. There we go. I didn't find any damage at all. I just reassembled it and it worked again. Like, huzzah. However, this one's toasted. I used my my handy dandy, like, really cool clamp multimeter. I tested the power supply is fine. The power coming into the board is fine. There's something somewhere along it, and I was looking at doing like, hey, can I do content about tracing the races on this board? Is that can I do that as content? I mean, yeah, maybe, cool.
Why not?
Well, I got started on it, but then we had to pause because of Troll and, you know, Medal of Honor getting trolled by, it was a tidal wave of things in a certain order that's how we got to this point. I wasn't expecting it. So I'm gonna trace it out. I'm also gonna buy a spare one. However, I just learned that I think I picked this one up for like $100 right after Helicon announced that they weren't going to support them anymore. But now they're back up to the Go XLRs. I still don't think they're making them anymore. So now it's like a rarer commodity, but because of the open source drivers and software, they're worth more, probably because they're not making them anymore. So I should have picked up probably 2 spares, months, year, whatever ago when I purchased, or whenever they announced that they weren't supporting them anymore. Because that's what's prompted the the open source software part of it, was they did not support Linux at all. So
I still
the
have
FOSS
the
community,
original software for mine.
that's cool, but the FOSS community said, hold my beer, and now it's like the open source version of the software / driver for the Go XLR is way better than the one that they ever produced. From what I understand. I never had one on Windows, so I don't know necessarily if that's true, but that's from the feedback from Windows users that I've had. And Wobbly, also, I would like your feedback on this at some point. I'm going to say something, and you can think about it for a while if you want. Just chew it over. That the reason for the Go XLR, I'm not saying it's the superior mixer or nothing, because it's not. It has very few inputs. It's very silly. However, the gate and compressor are kind of outstanding. And I've not been able to find an example of where they were scaled up to where anything started actually clipping. And that's really impressive.
I've never had any. I never had any problems with mine other than.
Oh, I'm not talking about in professional use. I'm talking about like brutal testing.
I needed better, more channels and better control over the channels. That's why I went to a regular mix board.
See, I went the opposite direction. I had I was using a Mackie.
Oh, man, this guy is.
I was using a Mackie 8-channel board.
Tearing them to pieces here. I'm not getting any damage in this game.
We call that the finisher. The left is a sustainer.
You've unlocked the mysterious stranger perk.
Oh.
Holy shit. This is where I want to transition
And-
to. You actually brought this. You actually introduced
Sorry,
it.
I can't share the audio
Before
from
you even
the
Hell of an introduction.
thing we're watching.
Pleasure to meet you.
What'd you get tossed at, Brandon?
I don't know. It just came at me so fast. No, it's like a legitimate, well, a replica.
So you get two, right?
Yeah.
You'll go into that after.
Because you get the.
Hey,
What is the real one? What
Grumble,
occasions?
Is someone in the waiting room? I don't see him. I
No.
think someone might be.
No.
No? Oh. Password said he
Stuart hit me.
he asked for Discord and he said, "Oh, it threw me in the waiting room."
Oh yeah, no password. You can jump in.
Oh, man, what the hell's
just
going on here, man? Shit.
jump in the waiting room. I just did. I'm not. I've got 5 monitors going on right now, and only sometimes glance up to the Discord where the waiting room is. If you were there, please don't be offended that I didn't see it immediately. Oh, now we got here, but that doesn't let me see the waiting room any more efficiently. There's things are broken. It's an interesting world in which we live.
Pro streamer here, fellas.
Pro streamer and on Linux too, so I can't actually share the audio from the video that I'm sharing into Discord. So I'm probably gonna switch from streaming into StreamYard and just be like all the other YouTube guys, except for that not broadcasting from StreamYard, but still using OBS. But to be able to share the audio.
All right.
I had a quick conversation with Lecture Fan about this too. Like, want to do a show for like events. You know what? Never mind. This is behind baseball stuff.
Would you use that just like if you're actually
Let's watch the
event
video.
or,
No, so the original one's the one that the president gives you, and then you get the duplicate as a backup.
Right.
For me, my original, I donated it back to Fourth ID, so it's setting at Fourth ID Division Headquarters.
Oh shit.
That's why I rock the duplicate, because I don't have the original anymore.
Fourth ID,
That's
you
pretty
can send that to the unsubscribed podcast. We put it back there like, now it's ours. So quick.
That little guy, don't worry about that.
That's Brandon's.
Fuck off.
Oh no, the original one they would try and put that on.
That's actually really cool. I didn't know what the protocol was, like what people did with
Brandon
it.
Herrera.
Yeah, that's like I said. You only get issued a total of 2, and like I said, the first one that's issued has your name, your rank, your location of action, and then the date it was issued. And that's the one. Keep hitting this damn microphone. That's the one the president actually puts around you, and then the duplicates as a backup.
Are you able to buy more duplicates?
Wait, Wobbly, I could not hear you at all, and I have you up at max.
You can hear me? Really?
It's kind of low, but I feel like that.
Well,
you know what? Yeah, no,
Well,
Wobbly.
we
Never
hear
mind. You're right on the same volume level as Salty. It's just that your voice kind of blended into the video that we're watching.
Yeah.
That you can't hear on the Discord. So
Alright,
what
one mission done.
what were you saying, Sexy? Why are you whispering at me?
No, I'm not whispering. I'm just talking about the game here.
Oh,
I got
okay.
one mission done. So 3 more to go.
Okay, I'll trust you this time.
Gets later. Like if you lost it.
Yeah,
You can
I
get
play
more
World of
ribbons,
Tanks.
but the actual
And
award itself
every
no.
day
No
for-
shit.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
like,
why.
you were
He
mad.
and you get
Now I feel really good that I got it.
He was surprised he got it.
cuts down on the amount of actual investment in the game. So I try and complete them every day. You get like
For dailies?
like the one I just got 15,000 in-game currency. The next one is 30,000 in-game currency, and the third one is 30 bonds.
No, that
and I
increases
don't
the
know what
investment.
The fourth one is yet.
Your time
It only
investment.
shows- Time investment?
Yeah, no, that
Jeez,
dude,
I've
that
been
increases
playing
your
this game
time
since,
investment.
about 10 years now. So I stopped playing it for a couple of years, but then came back to it and just playing it, just casual time burner. Otherwise, you know, get up, pay bills, do my chores, kind of thing. Have a cup of coffee. Check on my servers, make sure everything's, you know, copacetic there.
For when you're doing IT services, we'll say, of servers or storage or things, are you hosting those locally at wherever, or are
I
you
host
are you
them
coloing?
locally, and I have users that store stuff and are constantly on them, pretty much, I'd say about 16 hours a day, transferring files back and forth between my storage facilities and their local usage.
Well,
That
that wasn't what I was asking.
They
I was
have,
asking if you were doing any colo or like cloud, either storage or compute.
well, it's cloud to them. To me, no, I don't use cloud storage. I use
Yeah,
my own
that's what I'm
local
asking for
servers
you.
or anything. Yeah.
Like either like
No.
AWS or Azure or even like Rackspace
No.
OpenStack type stuff.
No.
Or you're all locally.
All local.
Are you using like VPN endpoint?
Nope.
IPs? Oh man.
Everything's off of my static IP with encryption.
Presumably so far it's been working out, so I mean good luck with.
I have no problems at all. The only thing I have is some people that, well, I've had a lot of people try to attack my mail server, and I rewrote a script in there to where they get one attempt, and then the IP is blocked.
Are you using it like a VPN to when you stream or
no
join Discord calls?
Nope.
Is it this? I mean, is it going out the same, or is it a different IP address than? You see where I'm going here?
I have one IP
Trying to-
address. I have one static IP I do everything from.
Risky business.
If just free advice that I get paid a lot of money for sometimes, that's unnecessary risk.
I have
So,
no problem.
Having your
I use 2 Cisco routers.
Okay, what like ISR 40
I've had them all set
331s
up
or
where
what models?
only certain IPs can come through them.
Routers or routers or
Yeah.
firewalls?
One's a router, one's a firewall.
Well, that's a router and a firewall. Those are different things. So like, I'll tell you. So
Firewall only allows certain IP addresses to come off of it. Come through it.
But they can still. I mean.
Nope.
Yeah, somebody can still do
somebody trying to log into my mail server with a bad username.
Somebody can still do a DDoS to your public IP because you only have one.
I even host a web page off of one.
Wobbly, I'm not hosting anywhere here, and I use multiple VPNs. I still have 2 ISPs out of my residence.
I just don't need them right now.
I do, and I'm not even hosting
10
anything.
gigabit connection, and I just don't need it. I'm not having any security problems at all, other than I just check the logs on my servers, and if there's any problems, I take care of it right away. That's why I'm hands-on every day with it. had no problem
Yeah,
at all.
I do
Knock
much
on
the
wood.
same thing in my line of work too. Very similar. I run mail servers and shit, but I don't self-host. They're all out there on the cloud, man. They're all in Amazon and Oracle.
Oh, I'm not like no. I'm just like I said, hey, here's the free advice that usually I get paid a lot of money for. So no biggie. He already has a solution that's working for him, and doesn't want to change it, and it's cool.
Just keep it simple. It's my motto.
Cool, yeah. It everything works right up until when it doesn't, and I mean, it's
Yeah,
fine.
the only thing they're going to do is they don't even have permissions to do anything in any of the folders unless I assign permissions to it. So the only thing they can do is bump the front end of it, and that's it. And even then, the log is going to show a connection attempt. And
No,
if it's
Wobbly,
not
the
one
thing
of
that I'm talking
IPs that
about
allows
doesn't
to, it doesn't let it come in to begin with.
Wobbly,
They
the thing that I'm talking about doesn't require anybody actually logging in or doing anything inside your
Yeah, but they
infrastructure.
can't even get in. That's the thing. They're
Yeah, Wobbly, you know what a Wobbly, do you know what a Smurf attack is?
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't require anybody to log in.
I know.
Then, I mean,
DDoS can,
what I'm talking about is
connection
not
there.
where somebody logs in and does anything malicious to you, just shutting you down during your stream. Which, I mean, also, if I may, Wobbly, also your stream on Kick is the only one that just, I have to refresh it like 7 or 8 times for it to even show up, and doesn't show offline.
That's Kick's problem, and
It's just yours, though. And I don't doubt that it's Kick's problem.
It still goes
but
to Australia and comes back from Australia.
what's going to Australia?
Kick is, all their servers are in Australia.
But why is it just yours? It's literally only your stream.
I don't know. I can't tell you why. Nobody else is having that problem.
Oh no, that's incorrect. I've mentioned it in your stream, and then other people say, yeah, that's happening also, and they have to refresh
yeah, but
also.
usually they're using a mobile app, and the mobile app is still in beta.
I mean, that's not... Okay, dude.
I've asked my chat.
Well, that's not the response that I've got. You know, this isn't a new thing. This has been like the last 6 months, at least.
I haven't had. I don't know what to tell you. Everything comes out of here perfectly fine. I watch the stats as I'm streaming.
What, you're watching your packet send rate?
Yeah. And then I have a laptop that I keep active also on the other side, watching what's going on.
Wobbly, your packet send rate on your laptop isn't going to know if your internet connection is having an issue.
Yeah, but that's only that one. I'm using a separate IP, a Wi-Fi from Spectrum.
So the question that I was asking you earlier, are you using a separate public IP address for when you're streaming? The answer was yes. Okay, because it sounded like you very much said no. So to separate out, which, oh, dude, I really want to help you get your. I'm seeing issues, and I just want to help. I'm sorry if you don't want it, no biggie. I'm just gonna push play.
I tell you what,
They do have an
I'll
FBI
light
task
up a stream right now. Give me a second here.
Okay.
So if it gets lost or stolen,
Yeah,
it will go
I want to see, and if you fire up a stream right now, I want to see if, hang on, I'll stream me connecting to your stream and see if it shows offline.
I'd met a National Guard First Sergeant. We were at the Masters, and we'd met after going to the Masters, having a great time, hanging out, and I decided to drop it into his gift bag, thinking he was coming back to where we were having this after party out. I didn't realize he was driving 45 minutes in a different direction.
love how much you don't give a fuck.
Where we might have had to call him and it's like, hey, I can't remember the kid's name. I'm so terrible space. And I'm like, hey, where's First on that? I thought he was going to be here. I'm like, oh no, he had to go back home at the. I was like, oh well, he might have my Medal of Honor in his gift bag. So needless to say, he had to drive 2 hours out of his way. Just for me.
She's gonna question you.
Hey, where's your
I
gift
think
bag?
no matter what, no person you call, it's gonna be like you shit bag. They're like, who a big, who a plant? I'd be like, mother.
Where's your gift bag? Oh, I threw it away, man. Why? Why are you asking?
I don't know. Left it a while ago. So, needless to say, we didn't have to call the FBI on that one.
That's wild. So
You could have though.
Yeah, self-inflicted.
This man stole my.
He was a
Got
real,
HRT.
Holy
He
shit.
was stolen valor. He was one of those force valor guys.
Fuck those guys, man.
He was stolen one of them for a true American hero.
He did literally, for a period of 2 hours, steal valor.
Well, is it really stealing if it's unbeknownst?
Then it's forced.
No,
He got you.
Yeah.
He got you, and that's why.
Force valor once again.
I just like you're like, got this motherfucker, and you dropped it. And they're like, yo, where's that dude
It's
at?
like, where's First on that? And they're like, oh, he went back home. Where's he live?
Must have
Oh, like an hour
a,
north of the
really good internet
Not even
service,
close to
man.
there. We're
Is-
south.
Is it like a multi-gigabyte connection?
That one of my favorite things is you bring it
10
everywhere, wadded up in your pocket.
Holy shit.
It has
Are
gone to the
you
wash more times than it should.
kidding?
Love it.
For
You guys wonder why I
$109.
love this man. Moments like that. Ever since I met you, you're just like, you've been who you are, which is an amazing human. And you brought it today. You tossed it to Brandon. So Brandon caught it.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, I would have felt like the biggest asshole in the world, which I'm pretty sure is right through it. But
Well, and I tried to humchuck it. I tried to ear hole you like a hockey goalie to get that glove side up. But you're surprisingly got quick hands.
a little nimble, quick hands is what they used to call me in high school for sure. When did you actually get it awarded? Like what year was that?
It was
Quite
February
often
of
the
2015.
problems
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you've managed to keep
have
up with this one for 11 years.
occurred at
Yep, same one.
Cloudflare.
Yeah, that's always the case. Everyone around the world gets that. Yeah.
Oh, password. Yeah, apparently, if you're talking about me and the sharing the video with audio, yeah, it feels like for a bunch of years that it worked, but then it suddenly didn't, and then somebody else said, "Hey, I'm having this issue also," and he was on Windows, and it turns out that just on Linux, sharing the audio from something that you're sharing has never worked ever. Unless you jump through a whole lot of hoops about like doing loopbacks, kind of like audio loopbacks to it's a giant pain. And it'd be really fun if Discord could not, if it could just, not feels like a lot of extra. If I could call that.
Had to do quick math there.
It's plastic. He 3D printed it. He's like, lost that bitch years ago.
Oh, that's just the one I got on eBay.
Do you want to pull it out real quick?
Well, I mean,
God, you want him to whip it out on the podcast?
Oh yeah,
Whip it
whip
out.
that bitch out. YouTube blur this. No, I love that was in your pocket. Goddamn.
Probably was saying his connection is 10 gig up and
For the
down.
thumbnail, he's
man.
painting this on. And we got a double salute you.
What's yours, Grumple?
I don't disclose things like that. I have two though.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But it doesn't
Dial-up,
matter.
yeah.
Hang on, it doesn't matter what your it does
Yeah.
not matter which the line speed of your internet connection is if all the devices along the way can't process it. No, wobbly. You didn't let me finish because I was telling like network engineer here doing it like professionally. It doesn't matter what your internet connection is, the line speed of it, if any device along the path can't handle it. If it's not able to do that, that doesn't really matter. If you've got gig or 10 gig up and down, I mean, dude, I have just one of my perimeter devices is a Cisco ASA 5525X, which is pretty big deal. It's not next gen technically. It's not a next-gen firewall, but I mean, as far as just processing power, it's a little bit of a racehorse.
I'm right now. My FPS is 29.9. I have dropped no frames. Bit rate. Let's see here.
Wait, you're live? Hang on. Okay, so I'm
My
gonna.
output is 110 megabytes a second. Bit
Wait,
rate is
you're. Hang on. Did you say
bouncing between
megabytes per second?
31 to
Wait,
27.
Wobbly? Are you talking? What are you talking about? Megabytes per second?
Output out of OBS and output to the stream.
Megabytes or megabits?
Megabit, or well, it's kilobits.
Okay, is the M
Total
and
output,
the B?
Total data output is 121 megabits per second.
So it's a lowercase b, megabit. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a factor of 8, the difference, and I know you know this, Wobbly.
Yeah.
Hang on. So I've got you. I've got a browser pulled up. I'm gonna pull up Kick and you just to see.
Well, 100 megabits is heaps. Like heaps. 100 megabits for streaming to one platform is heaps.
Okay, here we go.
No drop frames, no lag.
Hey, I'm not getting
really
disc.
not
I'm
there.
not. It's not showing offline yet. No, this is different. This is good. Whatever you're doing right now, or however the circumstances are right now. This is good.
These are my normal statistics.
No. See, the thing is, this is not normal. Usually, whenever I pull up your stream, I have to hit refresh between 7 and 12-ish times for it to not just immediately, like, for a few frames, show what you're doing and then just show offline. And I'm not the only one that has the problem either. Just with you.
I don't think it's me though. I think it's actually outside of me.
Which,
remember,
yeah, I don't know that it's
servers-
actually, I don't know that it's you, however, your stream.
Yeah. The servers are located in Australia, and unfortunately, we have to go through that gateway called Cloudflare here in Los Angeles. And it's had some issues over the last couple of months. It's been down a couple of times. So.
All right.
Sounds
the
like
stream is perfect. Like
Azure. Yeah, no, it's
like
looking
I'm watching
great.
it
It's
straight
crispy.
up, and it is absolutely perfect, man.
No,
NAP, no fucking frame lag, no loss, nothing.
Let's check back up on it in, whenever, because no, hey, maybe it's all fixed, and maybe because it's been probably a month or so. I'm usually not around lately whenever Wobbly's live, so it has been a little bit. Maybe all the problems have been fixed, and I'm having much ado about nothing right now. That's entirely possible.
Oh, guess what? It just dropped out for me. I had to refresh.
And I'm still no frames drop, no lag. Everything's
it
still
just dropped
stable
out,
here.
and it said it showed like your
His offline
default
screen. Yeah.
Yeah. Like check, come back tomorrow, blah blah something.
Yeah, Wobbly. That's what because it's frustrating for viewers. That's what he just had. That's what. And then Salty, if you hit refresh, it'll either stay live or it'll
241. Thank you for the follow. This is just a test, though, guys.
Or it might, do a few frames of whatever his live is and then show offline again. That's what I usually get for, because it's, if I was just a normal viewer, I would oh, okay, done, no biggie. But I try to really support my friends, so I'm persistent about it because no, I know he's live and I want to count as a viewer for him. So I hit refresh until it sticks, and it's frustrating.
Well, I get that with our Canadian friend, you know I'm talking about. I won't mention names or anything. Um,
Oh yeah, you
like
said
every now and
friend,
again,
not
he's
the one, the not the Californistanian one that. Did you said he actually gave you
no.
money? He actually paid you for the bet he lost?
Oh yeah, yeah, yep.
I
1,100. Yep.
Oh, I thought it was 2 grand, but either way, okay, no biggie.
No, 900 was a loan, and he made me wait and wait and wait. And that was
You
why we
loaned
had
him
an
money?
argument. Yeah, yep.
Have you not ever listened to him or seen him or interacted with him at all?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why?
I can explain to you why. I won't explain to you why while you're on Twitch, because I'll accidentally drop his name in conversation, and that's not good.
Yeah, let's skip that. Like just okay. I'm gonna push play on the. Okay, so Wobbly's still looking good on kick.
I always look good.
Hang on, I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna push play on the video because me monitoring your stream isn't content. I'm gonna push play on the video and pull that out so I can see it on my main screen.
Hey, you guys, man.
Do you want this joke to die or not? This is how the
I know
joke
what I have to
dies.
do. I just don't know if I have the strength to do it.
Oh god, dude,
I just need one.
it is so wild compared to every other military, even the Distinguished Service Cross, which is like the second highest one. And you're like, oh, they're downgrading it, and then you're like, why? Oh, they're supposed to downgrade it. I thought it was gonna Silver Star, and then you walk in, and you're like, what the fuck? Because in basic, don't lie, basic training, you looked and you're like, that's crazy.
Yeah, like coming up through the ranks, you're always thinking like, oh, metal, that's a Audie Murphy. That's, I mean, just bigger than life. These heroes and warriors that you think about,
Well,
that,
the
you know, the
T14
Desmond
went to the
Dosses.
medium
I
line.
mean, the links and the.
It's hard to conceptualize like any of those stories and to be part of that story for eternity. Because it's not something. It's like, as you're saying, like what you said, 1,600. How many people have it? 1,440 living, 3,600 total.
Yep.
Period. Have ever had that.
And that's the thing too, though. It's also not a popularity contest, and it's not a lifetime achievement award. No. Like, that was one of the kind of reassuring, coolest things when I met some of the other recipients. They talked about, you know, just because you've received the medal doesn't mean that is your life. Learn how to say no, but you're still who you are.
And that's what's crazy about it. Let me put it right there.
Oh God, no. I just need one clip. It's like, no. I just need one clip for myself, wearing it saying, "I got this fight in the sand, you're a guy."
It helms deeper.
At the Battle of Balls Deep,
Even on the microphone, it makes me so
Operation Phantom Menace.
Helmet's crooked. Helmet's deeper.
Now, Homes Deeper is where I found the guys who were remodeling my kitchen.
We went over there. There's only 2 TVs on the other side. The heavy is still. Their heavy's still in the middle.
What? Oh.
Oh.
Wobbly, you're playing Mech Warrior with like the gayest mechs ever. If I respectfully.
World of Tanks, buddy.
Yeah, they
And
they got
slowest
they don't have
medium
legs, they got
ever
treads.
produced.
They don't have arms. This is the worst Mech Warrior game in the history of ever. FASA and Wizards of the Coast does not approve. I see what you're doing there too.
Told you. I was like, I hope he knows what he's getting into on this one.
Upgraded the graphics since
I was like, put you in the
last
military,
time I
and that's it.
saw this
Call him warrior guy.
Warrior guy. They should put up a wall for them guys.
Brandon's your third one?
I got nothing, man.
I mean, you're gonna have to go to clothing and sales to get a third Oakley cluster.
I haven't seen it for a while. Like last time I saw it,
I've never seen a silver Oakley cluster for Medal of Honor before.
Unless the bloke I was watching was.
Now, why did he just
Oh, military people are dying.
Do you know how hard it is to make me speechless?
Okay, what the guys in the video right now are talking about is
Come on, kill him, kill him, kill him. They're both dead now.
dealing with your medals and ribbons and things. There's different places depending on what base you're on and which branch you're in. Sometimes it's the PX, sometimes it's whatever army shit they're talking about. But generally, all the stuff that you need is going to be in kind of one section, like maybe 12 feet wide, of like all the rank, all of the rank insignia, all of the medal, like the actual medals and awards, and some of them will be shiny and some will be like more brass and maybe polish or whatever. Those are generally the ones you get like awarded. But the ones that you put on your uniform are going to be more shiny because you buy them. That you don't use the ones that you were awarded, because after you have 4, they have to start overlapping, and then things get complicated. I was so close. I was one shy of being able to go to 2 and then not having to overlap anymore, and just like, oh, I just want to do it myself. Don't make me do it one more time. Fortunately, I didn't have to do it any more times, so no biggie. It was almost as good. But they're talking about just buying the uniform items for like oak leaf clusters and whatever, but for a Medal of Honor, because the PX doesn't sell Medal of Honor shit, because there's only a few people alive that have them. You got to special order all that. That's the funny part. I'm explaining the joke to the civilians and maybe whoever else that why they're cracking up so much is because you don't just... One does not walk a Medal of Honor into Mordor or the PX and expect to fix anything on it.
I got something for everything, man. That's...
Oh, shit. The forced highest of valor of ever. I mean, how many promotion points do you need?
Cody, please send me that picture.
Oh, what would be the best way for the thumbnail? Because the thumbnail is definitely going to be you doing this too. We want to recreate your photo, but he is now you. So this is immortalized in all of podcast history.
You guys are having such a good time with this, man. I think I might actually be physically blushing. How much did he tell you? Okay.
Right now you look like my ex-wife trying to... You don't even want to get close to that microphone. Holy shit, I'm so happy.
Oh, God. So Eli on one throwaway bit a year ago.
It was so good. It peaked.
This is officially peaked.
This is how we close this chapter, and all of this is going to be, what would be the most respectful way from your end to put it on him, or do we put it on him? You let me know on the respect program, because I have 0. I gave him my purple. I was just like this, and he's like, stop, pushed it away from me. I was like, why are you being gay?
And in that moment, Eli sensed weakness. Ooh, I know how to ruin your next year.
And then Crispy and Jack, who got shot with a purple heart. All are trying to give you a purple heart.
This man that hates veterans over here.
Apparently.
Oh, by the way, that was...
I hate veterans so much that all of my friends are veterans, that's one of those.
Do you know what they used against him for his Congress run? Oh, wasn't it? Weren't you talking about you hate veterans that commit suicide? Or
I see you watch the news. I quoted a joke that Eli was like, oh, you need to make this joke, because earlier that day we had just done a veteran suicide prevention panel. And Eli's like, hey, you need to make this joke. And I'm like, nah, it's a little too far. And then I said the joke on the podcast that I didn't make while we were doing a veterans charity benefit that morning. And they clipped that 7 seconds. They're like, look at this guy, he thinks veteran suicide is funny. I'm like, all the shit I done, really? And no? Okay.
That's the one. That's the clip you're going to use?
I was laughing, they cut that out. It's like, it's just Brandon.
He did the very subtle scratching my head with the middle finger there, too. Hang on.
Politics is so fun.
Let's refresh.
When are you getting back into it?
Apparently.
Oh, by the way, that was...
I hate veterans so much that all of my friends are veterans, that's one of those.
Do you know what they used against him for his Congress run? Oh, wasn't it? Weren't you talking about you hate veterans that commit suicide? Or
I see you watch the news. I quoted a joke that Eli was like, oh, you need to make this joke, because earlier that day we had just done a veteran suicide prevention panel. And Eli's like, hey, you need to make this joke. And I'm like, nah, it's a little too far. And then I said the joke on the podcast that I didn't make while we were doing a veterans charity benefit that morning. And they clipped that 7 seconds. They're like, look at this guy, he thinks veteran suicide is funny. I'm like, all shit I done, really? And no.
There.
Oh, you can... He's just one of these numbers.
Okay.
That's the one. That's the clip you're going to use?
I was laughing
like
at that.
having something in that corner because
And that
hides
is what Tony Gonzalez put out there, and that's what prompted me to really put in the effort to become a Twitter community noter, because not all of his bullshit was community noted. A lot of it was. Some was not, though.
It's just Brandon hates veterans. They're like,
Well, when you get $12 million to spend it, you can make anything look like anything. Politics is so fun.
Oh, it's amazing. When are you getting back into it?
Hopefully never, man. Hopefully they just vote right.
Wait, what are we doing? Are we doing no? Are we saying no?
What to what?
Are you not getting back into them? What are we doing, Brandon? Are we allowed to talk about this on the podcast? Chase is right there, so we can tell him to edit this out.
Well, the funny part is the most recent thing, by the time this comes out, either is going to be a thing or it really won't be, so we'll see. The ATF director thing.
Which, if we had an ATF director, this would be the number one.
It started very tongue-in-cheek and then turned very serious very quickly, which is kind of wild. I started getting a lot of calls from DC. Like, if the Trump administration is based enough to even consider this, I am so excited for our incoming administration.
And our tax stamps.
$200.
So dope. It might be cheaper.
I'll just say I've got some ideas.
I got plans. You're like, fuck. I can't wait. Metal, how would we do this? For a thumbnail, what would be the most respectful rate to do that and then do Brandon service and also for the lulz?
I'm trying to think. What would be?
This is why you're in the position, not me, because I just put it on. But I want to do everyone as the actual respect. Brandon's like, he's sweating. He's like, I was more comfortable when he was throwing it at me.
Get another drink.
You want straight whiskey or a little whiskey?
Fucking glass of whiskey. Oh, man.
Welcome to the podcast.
Join my podcast, he said. It'll be fun, he said.
Clint's like, why is this? Like you're bearing the weight of responsibility.
We don't have like a Flavor Flav chain. You then hang it like super low.
Oh my god.
Were you able to find a
Do we have a
Sam's
chain?
on
We
that?
have to have a chain of some type.
Yeah, we got this.
Jake, shut the fuck up. No, we don't.
Cross. Oh.
No,
We take out the cross and then we put it around the cross. Dude, the
rosary.
And then we take off the cross, and then it's very Mexican because you got rosary beads and the metal hanging right here. Or it's way more offensive. It's one or the other. You're either gonna piss off a lot of Mexicans or a lot of veterans.
You know, there's like 5 or 6 moments where you just have that realization in life. You're like, I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. This is one of those.
God,
Thank you.
I don't know.
This is
Dear
near
me anymore.
Well, we could compromise and redo it where we present it to your microphone, which you've been talking in for the last 12 months.
The metal.
We turn it around.
We
Yeah.
end it.
For the
ceremony,
microphone?
we end it.
We're gonna do the ceremony for it,
We're
and then
making
we'll
a joke, right?
Yeah, we're making a joke. So that's why I want to respect, because I know you're gonna be big on respecting that, and I just want to respect that. So we will figure this out, and if we just put it on Brandon's mic, which will always forever be the Medal of Honor microphone.
It got the Medal of Honor for having to put up with listening to me for hundreds of hours.
Do you want to pin it? You do this. Brandon, turn your microphone around. Nope. Whoa. Turn it that way. There we go. Yep. Oh God. Say, but talk to Brandon when you do it. Wait, are we still Brandon's? Yeah, this is Brandon's neck.
Eli, are we killing the joke right now?
We're retiring. We're not killing anything.
Yeah.
That's
We're retiring the joke.
Real jokes don't.
I think
They live on
dying
forever.
is part of the thing. All I care about is getting some damage, really, to be honest with you.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Brandon.
Got the hill
This is your dedication to service after receiving not only, this is your 3rd Medal of Honor, 5th Purple Heart. This microphone that you've speaked in will forever be remembered for its heroics, intrepidity. I don't know what word they use for that.
With the double hand salutes.
At least Obama didn't give it to me.
Eli, hold on. We haven't asked this yet. What have you raised for veterans so far?
Oh shit, good segue. We were like 60 grand in 11 days.
This is also the 12th.
The 12
Yeah,
days. So 60 grand we have raised in 12 days, and I know that's going to go through the roof even more in the next
95 as a tourist.
17 days. 18 days. 18 days. 18. Oh, for this one, never mind. It's a weekish. It's going to be 100-ish thousand if we do this right? Question mark? I don't know. We are killing it. All of you are killing it. Chase will put up the actual number raised for this, and then, which is awesome, great segue, you actually have a nonprofit that you stand behind, which I think out of anyone that knows the trials and tribulations of veterans, drink, I know. It'd be you, so you would have a good idea. You actually brought this up. You're like, hey, I support these guys because they support yourself and they support other veterans. If you want to open up on that.
So I've been with the American Warrior Partnership for 6 years now. It's a great organization out of Augusta,
Is
Georgia.
that Miracle Warrior Partnership?
Because, of course, as a Medal of Honor recipient, you get asked to be on a lot of boards and a lot of nonprofits.
Why? I'm joking.
Well, maybe other ones do.
I was asking Brandon's microphone.
But
I just picture the board. It's a microphone.
Definitely missed a hat.
It's like the sorting hat from Harry Potter. The board has deemed you Gryffindor.
So I've been with the American Warrior Partnership for 6 years, and what really attracted me to them is you get a lot of veteran nonprofits out there talking about stuff they're wanting to do, and a big part of AWP's initiative is we hear about ending veterans. Yes, we want to end it, but the reality of it is to get to 0 isn't a realistic goal. So to decrease veterans is not a program. It's a result of doing good.
So the thing that he's talking about right now is veteran self and one. Whatever your score is, it's changing it from X and 0 to X and 1. The sewer slide, which the veterans rate is 22 a day. And there's got to be something that we can, like, collectively, not, government paying for anything at all. Because that's stupid. Or, I mean, maybe making the VA, like, less of a albatross. That might help a little bit. But not much. It's a lot of things that collectively
Oh man,
make that happen.
We got the hill, so shit is gonna happen quick here now. Hey man, what are you doing over there? You just
I'm very interested in if I can partner with a veteran organization that, like a 501c3 or some kind of, like, maybe this one, maybe this is the one. A buddy of ours, Devil Dog, like Devil Dog X, like XXX Devil Dog XX. He streams on Twitch and Kick, and he does art and stuff. He does a lot of. He ended up on the charity Stop Soldier. Now on YouTube, so we have to say the actual name of the charity is a word that you can't say on YouTube. It's Stop Soldiers Slewer Slide. The funny thing is, because he's a Marine also, and he very much acknowledges that the name of it is kind of dumb because it's not just soldiers, and that's kind of like, well, is it just for Army or what? Which is what any veteran would think, who wasn't Army, probably, or maybe Air Force. But anybody else would be, oh, well, so not us? So that's why it has a weird name. That's why it probably was started by some Army guy. But either way, any hoozles, we want to reduce, I think everybody collectively, both veteran and non, civilian population, want to reduce that 22 a day number of veteran slewer slides a day to not. That's what they're talking about in this video right now. If you're a veteran and you're having trouble, my Discord DMs are open all the time. You don't have to be on the same server as me or anything. There's phone numbers to call.
Discord, yeah.
We didn't do everything we did to just be a number after all that. That word does not work on any platform. I digress. That's what we're talking about. And here it sounds like there's a new charity that, I don't know, Medal of Honor recipient, that seems like a really based, down-to-earth dude is backing, so worth looking into. However, yeah, it also has really awesome hair. Look at these two nerds next to each other. Look at Brandon Herrera with his luscious mane. Him and Matt Gaetz were gonna be like button heads over best hair in Congress. It was an entire separate meme. And then the guy who's trying to like actually got the Medal of Honor, like sitting next to him, like doesn't fucking matter. I got the Medal of Honor, dude. And he's wearing a waffle.
Good work. And it's not one pill solves it all, not one magic wand you can wave to do that. And AWP has been amazing with building those relationships with veterans, advocate when they hit obstacles, collaborate with local communities, because local communities are going to solve the best problems at the lowest levels, and then educate the veteran, and then sit there and tear down the roadblocks that might come up as they hit them. Because it's not just a mental health issue, it's relationships, it's financial, it's access to care, it's dealing with the bureaucracy of the VA. And AWP has done that along the way since I've been with them. It's been a great organization to be with because of the fact that they don't look at it, like I said, as just a program. We're going to end veterans, but we're going to decrease it by a result of outcomes.
That's we're going to donate at least, at minimum, like we, as much as we raise, we're allocating 33% towards that nonprofit. Because again, one of the individuals that knows, it's dealt with the VA and then dealt with the military and then knows about, hey, trials, tribulations, and then the PTSD and everything. Sure, drink on that. An individual that has been through all that at every level, you are the one we want to lead. Like if you're the one waving flag, like, hey, this organization actually does good and needs funds, that is what we will put towards what we're doing this month. And I think all the guys are on board for that.
Yeah, to be honest, we're a bunch of dipshits, dude. Like,
yeah,
we sit here and make cum jokes, but we got amazing people. You know, like I'm coming on here and
Brandon's
it's
microphone,
awesome, dude. Yeah,
we're sharing life advice about, you only break one law at a time.
Well, it's just really cool to have organizations that actually like they identify the root of the problem and try to help. Because like there's so many people, like there's still friends of mine that are active duty here in San Antonio, and they're talking about how their superiors want to do a veterans initiative, and I'm dead fucking serious. Their idea was, oh, let's do a 5K and hold signs on the side. It's like, wow, yeah, I'm sure that's doing wonders for veterans.
People shot themselves that day.
Well, you know what makes me want not myself waking up at 5 a.m. to run 5 kilometers.
When you're depressed, you're like,
and that's why it shouldn't be a program. It should be an outcome of resources. And
yeah, and then just like bros being bros. Honestly,
yeah,
just that's what we talked about on our panel in Las Vegas. Bros being bros.
It's what actually makes a difference. And all of you that reach out, we have had hundreds of thousands of messages to this date of like, hey, I was in a bad place, and this is what got me out of that place. And that is because it is like hanging out with what we miss. And I guarantee you can speak to this, is the camaraderie from the gang. You're just like, man, you are wrapped around these guys. You are enveloped in it. And then you do that for 16 months to 3 years, and then suddenly
it's taken away. I mean, you can sit there, and as I reflect back, like I still know what Raz's freaking stinky feet smell like. Sleeping next to that guy for 12 months. It's freaking.
It's not the. I'm not going to say that. I would doubt that the PTSD alone, or depression, or anxiety, or like major depressive disorder. Those things that are results of stuff that you had to do while you were deployed, those aren't the things that drive a dude to 22 a day himself. It's that plus not having just that, along with suddenly not having a whole bunch of brothers. From going from having a giant family to being in solitary confinement, essentially. And then also, on top of that, having whatever happened that you're dealing with. This is now a PSA. You're not alone. Everybody who gets out deals with this. Not necessarily the exact same things, but similar things. Don't. No Cobaining. My DMs are open. My phone is open. Any other veteran that I know, especially other NCOs, it's all the same. It doesn't matter that I got out as an NCO. That doesn't matter at all. Just sometimes it helps having somebody who has a little bit of tact to deal with situations, to maybe help. This turned into something weird. I don't know what. Like I'm not doing a PSA right now. Maybe it could be. Maybe it'll help somebody. I don't know.
Freaking corn nuts and freaking onions. Atrocious. And one thing I always get to brag about still to this day, knock on wood, is we have yet to lose one of the members of Red Platoon. It's been over a decade later. Those guys went through that type of shit and are still alive today.
I bet you guys have one of the. Do all of you stay in really tight?
We have this stupid platoon text that goes on, and 99% of the time we're just talking shit to each other. But it's those moments when you're like, hey, so and so isn't responding, and then we start kind of tag teaming. Hey, what's going on? You know, hit them on an individual level and find out. Oh, man, you're going through a divorce. You just lost your job. Your car just broke down. It's maintaining those communications and building those relationships that is key. Because you can't just, like I said, you can't just show up one day and expect to like wave that magic wand and solve those problems. It's knowing what Raz's feet smell like. It's knowing what Copus has been through, running out his GI Bill and wanting to be a lawyer and go back to school, but finding him help to figure that out later. And if we're not, like I said, as veterans kind of keeping the pulse on each other, we can't expect the VA to do that for us. We rely on other
human connection.
That's next year's Veterans Month t-shirt. Bullying saves lives.
Yeah, it truly does.
Yep. There you go.
I love it.
That's something that I've harped on like Darwin Award and stuff like that. Because sometimes that does come up with people just deciding to end their own lives. It's like, man, if you want to stop veterans, you don't need to necessarily donate to groups. You don't need to get agencies involved. All you have to do is pick up the phone, dude. Yep. Yeah. It's free. The answer is free. So you just gotta utilize it.
And that's what I like about AWP. Like I said, we're not trying to end veterans. To get it to zero is an unrealistic goal. But if we can decrease it, because there are going to be those times, and I'm just going to be real here, that people are going to make that choice, and you're trying to put a rational explanation to an illogical result. Some people are just, that's just going to be what it's going to be, and I'm going to be real and say that. Like, to get it to zero is unrealistic. But if we can decrease it by continuing those relationships, and at times it's either picking up that phone, it's making that derogatory comment, it's letting each and every one of us know that we're not doing it alone, and there's always going to be someone to have your back. Because it's still better to be here and suffering than being gone and all of your other battle buddies over. Because
I forget who said it on the stream, but bullying does save lives.
because you didn't give them the opportunity to step in and have your back.
What is the saying? It's a
don't be a bitch.
It's
permanent solution to a temporary problem.
Yeah, exactly. That is the saying, because it's a wild one. You have that exact opposite where it's like the guys I deployed with. You have 16 KI and then 28 since being back, and you're like, what the this? But then it is the individuals that stop reaching out or talking. And when you're in platoon size elements, you're like, oh, like that guy was in my company, or that guy wasn't in my specific platoon, and then or in my team, so you don't think about it. But versus you guys, you have that like super, especially after that, like that is baptism by fire on a different level.
It is, and that's the thing too, though, is like I said, there's guys we're not as tight with as other guys. There's always those cliques in a platoon, but as I sit there and like to describe them, we're all one big happy family. Not gonna like you all the time. We're gonna have those political discussions at Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's what those standoffs went.
But at the end of the day, even though I might not like you in a certain moment, always gonna love you. And I think that's the benefit we get as veterans, is that exposure to love more than all the hate you kind of see around the world. And we are abusing that opportunity we've been given just because we think, well, they're probably handling it okay, or the mentality is, I don't want to be someone else's problem. I don't want to be that guy. That's the other thing that creeps up, is the easiest way not to be that guy is I'm going to eliminate myself from the process. That's not the case at all. That it shouldn't be the go-to, but that's also kind of the double-edged sword of military service. Is you've been taught kind of that for so long. That's the easiest way to kind of eliminate that problem. But again, that's where we haven't embraced as much as we should that camaraderie of taking that uniform off and knowing you've got someone that's always going to be there no matter what. You were talking about the World War II vets you just had on. Like 99 years old.
Yep, 99.
Still
Don now.
Our boys. It's such a special thing that we have, that so many people that haven't worn the uniform.
Brain's like,
that was the part I was okay with.
Brain's like, I'm so comfortable. Thank you. Thank you. Take that away from me. Lift this burden.
I'll bring it back.
Do you know you're
Added
talking
2
to?
years back to my life.
Oh, Pew Professor, good
You stand for right
evening.
west when
It's
you rub
good
his back
morning
toes.
now, man.
Right.
I'm not much longer for this, but we're
He's like, hold here, hold on. Sorry,
we're
Bernard.
oh, Pew
Again, if he
Professor,
stopped doing
we're
those, I would think he hated
we're
me,
getting
so-
into like
We gotta
veteran
Yep.
sewer slide right
Like, whenever I would
now,
do
and
anything like kind of rough, I would always say like, oh no, as long as I'm
the-
checking notes, you guys have nothing to worry about.
a live Medal
yeah,
of Honor
very
guy
true.
that
If you guys
is
like that,
harassing
look.
Brennan Herrera.
Hey, dog, what's up? What's going on? We good? What's going on?
America Warrior Partnership.
That's
out of
where we're
Augusta,
at.
Georgia. AWP.org is our website. One of the cool things
AWP.
we've done is our
Let's look
partnership
into
with
this
Duke University.
charity.
We've been doing a study for the last 8 years. We're getting into the states because
It sounds like this is
what we
one
end
that
up
he's directly
wanting to
involved
do
in.
is to figure out where kind of the red
He's a
flags are.
bald-ass
And
oil
instead of
field
going to
guy,
fish for
but
veterans
he
that
also
might be
has a
risk,
Medal of
they
Honor.
Call the hotline.
Cred.
We want to go hunt for
You know,
because the veteran that's
there we go.
committing in Florida doesn't look like the veteran that's committing in California. And when we can kind of start breaking down the data, we're seeing every veteran is unique kind of geographically, and everyone needs to be addressed in a different way, and it comes back to building that relationship long before ill ideations happen. Give you an example. We've been doing this study for 8 years. Florida is one of our big case studies. The veteran that's taking their life in Miami is typically a veteran that served 4 years, non-combat MOS, that's been out less than 10 years, and they're dying from drug overdose.
It is wild because we have a higher percentage of people that were non-combat MOSs taking their lives than individuals in combat, right?
Yep.
And what do you think that is? Just,
I actually have no idea because I just read that the other day. It was a weird.
Part of that is the psychology of they didn't do anything. Yep. They didn't contribute. They missed their time. They were there in service support, not direct action.
Really do feel like I need this microphone over on your side now.
I was just feeling like
you
maybe
earned that. You earned that microphone. Everyone's just saluting. Cody, close that beautiful episode out before we do the after show.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for joining the Unsubscribed podcast. I was joined today by Eli Double Tap, Clint Romachet, Brandon Herrera, myself, Donald Operator. Catch us on the Unsubscribed after show on Patreon.
Clint, where do we find you? Or not find you because you never use social media?
Minot, North Dakota. I've been known for playing pull tabs and bingo at the Ranger.
Oh, Minot, North Dakota, as we've learned, is the apparently original place where bourbon was made. And plausibly the best bourbon that ever existed comes from Minot, North Dakota. How funny is it that a Medal of Honor recipient now puts that grace onto Minot, North Dakota? EOD, love you, buddy. Pew Professor, no, this is this entire thing is a Go XLR, and I had a whole bunch of parts left over from the last time I reassembled it after I took it apart, and I think I found out where they went. However, it's not exactly. This is not an exact science right now. Oh, actually, I get it. Ooh. However, we're gonna let them.
Your bar on Mondays at 8 o'clock.
That's that. Let's fucking go. Mwah.
That whole wait, the unsubscribe only has like a dozen Patreons. What is gold members? I don't figure out how to do this. Yeah, Eli, Brandon, Donut, Fat Electrician. They're the main guys, and they'll occasionally have a guest who is like replaces one of the guys. Oh no, Pew Professor. I spilled a liquid into the entire, like just onto the entire thing. And I've done this before and was able to disassemble it, inspect, clean, and resume using it after. This doesn't look like so lucky, and I may have found one or two things that might be the problem, but I'm not sure enough to try and desolder them right now, and because I don't know what to replace them with. So I'm gonna find some schematics about how it's supposed to be. I don't know if that's gonna exist, so it might be that I just have to buy another one and then do a compare and contrast to a known good working one, which will be another, you know, stupid microphone headset stream, because I'm probably going to stream it or record it at least, to find out what exactly is like, hey, one of these things is not like the others, which one is not the same. For the working versus the non-working one. Oh, and yeah, no, the overhead light. Yeah, it's a donut light. Look, it's a magnifier. Look, it's got that. I've been using it to look through to look at the things. However, with it up here, it just helps illuminate things if I don't need to magnify anything. And just until right now, it was working really well to not starburst on the screen, I guess. Oh yeah, it's essentially a dentist light, basically. Oh well, Pew Professor, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be some of the useful reference material on YouTube. I mean, kind of a goal. Oh, but then wait, do we go this? No. No, I was trying to get into one, but
I think it'll surprise people. I will say this, and I think it'll surprise people. The fact that his bond.
Hold on.
This, and I think it'll surprise
Here
people.
we go.
The fact
Hold
that
on
his
a sec.
bond.
Hold on, sir.
Let me step away, but
I have to stop you with the camera because I can see you. So do me a favor, don't pull it out again.
Whoopi Goldberg stopping The View mid-show.
And as you are stunned, so are we.
It all went down during Hot Topics as Whoopi's co-host Sunny Hostin discussed Donald Trump's ongoing legal issues.
You should be angry. And, you know, I will say this, and I think it'll surprise people. The fact that his bond.
Hold on.
That's when the EGOT winner caught an audience member recording the show. So she took action to stop it.
I have to stop you with the camera because I can see you. So do me a favor, don't pull it out again. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was he doing?
Recording.
I like to be as surprised as you all are when I come back to work.
This isn't the first time Whoopi shut down an interruption live on air.
Excuse me! Ladies, excuse us. Let us do our job.
In 2022, things went off the rails during a live interview with Ted Cruz when protesters in the audience interrupted the senator's remarks with loud chants about climate change.
In the United States, inflation has one cause and one cause only. It's just last year, the federal government took in $4 trillion in tax revenue. It's the most money in history we've ever taken in. The problem is we spent nearly...
And Whoopi, she wasn't standing for it.
Climate here, guys. We do cover climate.
we this thing.
Excuse us. Let us do our job. Let us do our job. We hear what you have to say, but you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta let us do our job.
They weren't even protesting you.
You gotta let us do our job. I just leave. I go home. I go home to my life, and I take care of my cat and do all the stuff I'm supposed to do.
After nearly 17 years on The View, Whoopi knows a thing or two about being in the hot seat herself.
17
and dealing
years.
With critical viewers who've
Wait.
got strong opinions.
It's not about winning over people. It's
When
about
did Hollywood
telling
Squares
as
end?
much of the truth as we have. I mean, we can have as much fun with a subject like that as we can, but at the same time, reminding people that, great things are happening. Not everything everybody wants at the same time is happening, and we're all benefiting. We're all benefiting.
Wait, no, hang on, Pew Professor. Okay, so I said I'm trying to be one of those kind of useful resources, maybe for as much as I can. I wasn't saying The View is. This is just a short, like a 3-minute thing that I had queued up for funsies. Because if anybody forgot this happened, it definitely still happened. I'm trying to be a resource, like doing stuff like this and or reviewing things. Then the combination feels like that's gonna reduce the viewership of either audience. However, I'm still doing both. I don't. I should probably do one or the other and not both at the same time, because that's gonna, like, it's a niche, kind of niche. But still, making fun of Whoopi Goldberg is never gonna get old.
The key is to get people in
Even
who
by Adam
actually
Sandler.
want to benefit the country. If we can do
In
that,
his Hanukkah song.
we can still have arguments and fights, because nobody's going to do it the way that everybody wants it done, but we'll have better standing ground, because it's not about your race, it's not about your gender, it's about what's
What?
best for the country.
Ma'am, you didn't say anything there. That is not so. I had pulled up something that I thought was about The View more recently, and that wasn't it. However, I mean, The View doesn't ever
Of a
disappoint.
reasonable man who was forced to do unreasonable things. I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome back to the Lore Lodge.
Oh, we're back up to 1.75 speed. Here we go.
Shortly after 2 p.m. on June 4th, 2004, workers at the Mountain Park Concrete Plant in Granby, Colorado, heard a commotion coming from the muffler shop next door. Turning to see what it was, they witnessed a behemoth vehicle rolling towards them.
Oh, Pew Professor, you have a great day, brother man. However, you're gonna miss. This is the extra stuff from the Marvin Heemeyer saga, aka the Killdozer. I'm not trying to entice you to stick around or nothing. You got your own thing to do, and I don't want to interfere with that. I'm just letting you know. We got some Killdozer to look into.
Them on massive treads, which they soon realized was a
But
bulldozer.
you keep it sexy,
one covered
man.
in thick steel plates. And while nobody could see inside, they were all pretty sure that they knew who was controlling it. Marvin Heemeyer. Police tried to destroy the treads, breach the cabin, and shots were even fired at the bulldozer. But
His
no matter
name
what
is
anyone
Marvin
did, they
Heemeyer.
could not stop the thing.
Say
Over the
his
course of
name.
the next 2 hours, Heemeyer methodically and efficiently carved a path of destruction through Granby, causing over $1 million in property damage. The carnage ended only when the treads of his tank, now affectionately referred to as Killdozer by many, slipped into the basement of a building and rendered him stuck. With his modified Komatsu D355A mobilized and law enforcement all around, Heemeyer chose to go out on his own terms using a .357 handgun. And then something very strange happened. While those who were associated with Mars targets were quick to call him insane or even a domestic terrorist, some people blamed the town. While of course the people of Granby were shaken, those whose properties were left unscathed by Heemeyer's tank were at least willing to forgive and even to understand. They pointed to a history of animosity between Heemeyer and certain other business owners in the community, some of whom even served on the town board. Zoning disputes, a sewer issue, and just a general sense that Heemeyer was being jerked around were all key aspects of the discourse. And this ultimately culminated in a rather sharp divide in public opinion. In Granby, Heemeyer's actions were generally viewed as at the very least negative and in many cases over the top, but that opinion was not necessarily consistent outside of the town. In nearby Grand Lake, where Mart actually lived, those who knew him were surprised that he had gone to these lengths, but ultimately sympathetic to his plight, and they were not the only ones. Across the country, Heemeyer rapidly achieved status as a martyr in anti-government circles. To these people, he was perceived as a hero who stood up against a corrupt system. His actions were seen not as attacks on innocent people, but as retribution against a corrupt town board that was conspiring against him. However, not everyone saw the situation in quite that same light, and it was in large part due to the work of Patrick Brower, who was the editor at Sky High News, the local Grand Lake.
Well, the
Outside of the immediate
thing
reporting
is, he
that was done by
didn't
local
attack
journalists
any
from
innocent
surrounding towns,
people
Brower has largely been the
either.
only reporter in the area to continue writing about the events of June 4th, 2004 and their causes. If you look at the Wikipedia page for Heemeyer, for example, you'll see that essentially every single citation that deals with the lead up to that day is associated with Patrick Brower. What I mean by that is that they were either written by Brower himself, published in the newspaper that Brower edited, or they cite Brower. And along with covering the events in real time, Brower has also created 2 retrospective pieces on the incident. He published Killdozer, the true story of the Colorado bulldozer rampage in 2017, and he was a producer on the 2019 documentary Tread. The narrative stemming from Brower's more recent work is one of a sympathetic and well-liked, but ultimately isolated and paranoid man's wrath against perceived yet non-existent wrongs. One of the issues was related to Marv's sanitation solution, which was essentially just an old cement mixer buried in the ground, hooked up to a septic system. According to Brower, Marv refused to hook onto the sewer system for over a decade, even though the town ordinance required that he do so. And then, when they finally pushed the issue with him in 2002 and gave him a fine, he paid it with a check that was made out to the Cowards and Liars Department. Another issue had to do with zoning disputes, specifically the 2 lots adjacent to Heemeyer's property. Brower wrote that when another landowner went to rezone the adjacent property, Marv was offered $250,000, which he initially accepted. Then he supposedly jacked the price up to $375,000 when it was time to finalize the sale. And when the purchasers said, hey, we can't afford that, he just refused to negotiate any further. And then when they refused to pay, Heemeyer told them that he would fight their rezoning effort all the way to the end. Finally, Brower wrote on his website that the rumor that Marv was forced to shut down his business by the town board was false. According to Brower, he chose to shut down his business all on his own for no apparent reason, other than that he wanted out so he could move forward with his plan to terrorize and bulldoze the town. Thing is, as I went to work trying to corroborate the various claims about the aspects of the Killdozer story, I found that a lot of them didn't quite line up. For example, there are several things on Brower's website that contradict his initial reporting. He'd also present things in a certain way in Tread, but I'd find that he'd either omitted or altered details. During this process, I came to realize that the narrative crafted by Brewer, whether he did it deliberately or not, did not seem to be accurate based on the available facts. Now, I can't speak to his motivation or really that of anyone else involved in the legend of Killdozer, but what I can do is tell you everything that the media left out. And speaking of things being left out, sometimes there are things you actually want left out of a story, like your own personal story. So for that purpose, I want to introduce you to today's sponsor for this video, Aura. And to tell you about Aura, let me throw you over to myself several months ago. You see, if you've been hanging out around the channel for a while, we've had some issues with Bigfoot in the past. There was a series of lawsuits, a romantic affair that went horribly wrong, and at one point I found out that Bigfoot was trying to sell my data. And in doing some digging, I found out that it's not just Bigfoot that's out there doing this. In fact, all sorts of data brokers are selling your personal information.
Bigfoot.
Spammers, and basically anybody else who wants to mess with you. Your full name, your email address, your relatives, where you got your education, all of that, it is all out there and it's for sale. And that's why we decided to partner with Aura. Aura shows me which data brokers and or North American cryptids are trying to sell my information, and then automatically submits opt-out requests for me. I gave it a look, and it turns out that over 400 different groups are in possession of some sort of my information. One of them was even 411.com, but I'm pretty sure that was the information site, not a group that was dedicated to making me go missing. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest, this explains why I have 103,000 unread emails. So cleaning up my information not only protects me from getting even more spam in my inbox, but it also
Calling
ensures
them
that malfeasance
cryptids
of the highest
feels
order
like
does not
a great
occur. Ensures nobody is
strategy.
able to hack into my bank accounts by discovering that I have a phobia of toenails. And it prevents Bigfoot from hacking into my old Tinder profile to, set me up with the Wendigo. I also get other features like antivirus, VPN, parental controls, identity theft insurance, and more without having to sign up for multiple different applications.
Oh,
Those
this
parental
isn't-
controls come in very handy because I don't want
this
to
isn't correct at all.
Look at this innocent little face. Does he seem prepared to perceive the horrors? Everything is really easy to set up, and I get it all at one affordable price. You may already have 1 or 2 of these tools, but not having Aura is kind of like locking your front door and then leaving your back door wide open so I don't know, like some Axeman or something can make it in. Aura is always on, keeping me safe so I can focus on other tasks. I value my privacy and I value yours. So if you want to give Aura a try, you can go to aura.com/lorelodge or use the link below to start your 2-week free trial.
Naturally, I didn't get
Marvin John Heemeyer was born to South Dakota dairy farmers.
Where
John
is
and
this
Dustin
supposed to
Heemeyer in
go?
1951. He spent his youth in the Mount Rushmore State and then enlisted in the Air Force in 1971 at the age of 20. He first arrived in Colorado in 1974 when he was stationed at Lowry Air Force Base. Now, it's unclear what Heemeyer's military occupational specialty, or MOS, basically your job in the military. We're not really sure what that was. I don't have access to his records, and it's also unclear exactly when he got out of the military. But what we do know is that he stayed in Colorado, or returned to Colorado, where he went into the muffler repair business. And like I said, while I couldn't track down what his MOS was, that does suggest to me that he probably was involved in welding. By 1991, Marv was doing very well for himself and wanted to take some time off, so he leased out the business to another repairman by the name of Doug Branstetter, said he could take 6 months off, go get away, and focus on his real passion, which was snowmobiling, and also snowmobile modification. Heemeyer decided that he would spend November of 1991 through May of 1992 in Grand Lake, Colorado, a small town with a population of just 170 people in 1990. Marv spent those 6 months in Grand Lake, immersing himself in this small mountainside town culture, enjoying the lakeside views, the snowmobiling, and getting to know several people in town. It seemed he really enjoyed being up there, and that worked out because when it came time for that vacation to end, Doug Branstetter was doing very well for himself down in Boulder and asked if he could extend his lease. Heemeyer obliged him and then made the choice to settle down in Grand Lake for a little while and just see what the area had to offer. He purchased a modest cabin property on Woodpecker Hill, a community on the north side of Grand Lake, in early 1992. I will tell you, trying to locate where Woodpecker Hill is in the town of Grand Lake took me 3 hours, and I'm still not confident I was right. It does appear that the town has undergone a rather significant amount of growth, at least structurally, since 1992. It's entirely possible that there are neighborhoods that existed in 1992 and also in 2004 that are just gone now because they've been redeveloped. But in any case, it didn't really take Marv all that long to integrate fully into the community. One of the people who saw him most frequently was Lori Crane, the owner of a Polaris snowmobile store near his home. And according to her, Marv was a friendly and loyal customer who was in there bright and early every day during the winter to talk snowmobiles. And that made sense because Marv knew most of his friends in Grand Lake from snowmobiling. Specifically, he fell in with a group who called themselves the Thursday Club, and this was about 24 riders who would get together and go out snowmobiling on, as you might expect, Thursday. Stuart Spencer, who was a member of the Thursday Club, described Marv as his best friend and told the team behind the 2019 documentary Tread I looked at him as my bigger brother, and that I let Marv lead unless it was someplace I knew better than him. And as for how Marv handled social situations, Spencer was pretty clear. He said that he never heard Marv talk bad about anybody but the people who did him bad. So Marv, not a gossip, not the kind of guy to just idly talk trash, and by all accounts, a pretty phenomenal snowmobiler. But Marv didn't just ride snowmobiles, he also worked on them. According to Thursday Club member Matt Reed, people would take their rigs to Marv, who would take stock steel and bend it custom to every machine, and he did this to form a bumper. And according to Spencer, these bumpers were so strong that a rider could plow through trees 4 to 5 inches thick. And according to Matt Reed, his work was so valued that you weren't a snowmobiler in Grand Lake unless you had a Marv bumper. It's also clear from the comments of people that knew him that Marv wasn't only liked for his reliability as a customer or his skill as a welder. He was just genuinely a good guy. Reed, for example, joined the group when he was just 16, and according to him, Marv took him under his wing, helped teach him how to snowmobile and work on snowmobiles,
Is this
and went
right?
on to say that he was always a mentor and always helped, always gave. And according to a June 10, 2004 article by a Tanya Bina at Sky High News, Thursday Club member Bruno Schroeder described Marv as the type of guy who would give you the shirt off his back. That same article cites another part owner of Lori Crane's snowmobile shop in Grand Lake, Alan Bender, as saying that Marv was very intuitive and that if he noticed you were having a bad day, he would find a way to cheer you up. And this positive opinion even extended to Grand Lake residents who didn't always agree with Marv. Former Grand Lake Mayor Gene Stover remarked that Heemeyer would have a smile on his face when he saw you, even if he didn't like you. During his time in Grand Lake, Marv was vocal in town politics, and on several occasions he butted heads with the mayor on certain issues. But Stover told Sky High News that even though they butted heads on political issues, Heemeyer would still eat at his restaurant, Lariat Saloon. And Lariat Saloon is also where Heemeyer met his long-term girlfriend, Trisha McDonald. McDonald described Heemeyer as old school, a handshake's a handshake kind of guy, remarking that society doesn't allow that anymore. She went on to say, he was confident and I thought he was handsome, and he was larger than life. I felt safe with him. He was wonderful to me. And it wasn't just Trisha McDonald who thought that Marv was a great guy. Glenn Trainor, who was undersheriff of Grand County during the incident in 2004, remarked that Marv had a great reputation in town and that he didn't ever meet anybody who disliked him. So you might wonder how it is that a man with that kind of reputation could go and do something like this. And the people of Grand Lake wondered about that too. After the incident on June 4, 2004, former Mayor Stover told Sky High News, he was wound a little bit tight, but I never anticipated anything like this. Something pushed him off the edge. An unnamed member of the Thursday Club was quoted as saying, I knew he was not happy in Granby anymore. I heard about his problems with the town council. That same member also referred to the 6'2" tall Heemeyer as a gentle giant and said that he'd spoken to Marv just a month prior to what happened and got no indication that Marv had any plans to do something like this, that he had any plans to not be there after June 4th. The presiding mayor in Grand Lake in 2004, Judy Burke, was even sympathetic, telling Sky High News, I always thought he was okay. To think about somebody so alone with no one to talk to the point that he had to do something like this. Of course, Marv knew a lot of people in Grand Lake, and he wasn't exactly the kind of guy to keep his opinions to himself, so many of them knew about the issues he was having in Granby, but most of them didn't realize precisely how affected Marv was. And while Granby's town board was quick to emphasize that Marv's retribution had put a lot of people in danger, specifically law enforcement and even children, Grand Lake Mayor Judy Burke pointed out that Marv seemed to have deliberately avoided putting any innocent people in danger. That same Sky High article quotes her as saying he didn't plan to hurt anyone, he had a plan so everyone saw him coming and could get out of the way in time. The only one he ended up hurting, besides financially, was himself. Still, it could seem like a bit of an overreaction to a zoning dispute, a sewage issue, and a fine, right? So why did Marv feel that all of this was necessary? How did his perception of events differ so drastically that this decision made sense to him? Whenever you want to call a man like Marv Heemeyer, you would expect him to be the sort of man to leave behind a manifesto, and he did, just not in the typical format. Rather than committing his thoughts to paper, Marv recorded nearly 3 hours of monologues, describing in detail what led him to his decision, why it was justified, and how it could have been prevented. Now, I could not find a full transcript of Martin Heemeyer's tapes anywhere, so what I did was download the audio, find an AI transcription tool called TurboScribe, paid $120 for the annual subscription. No, this is not a sponsored segment, I'm just telling you what I did. Then I downloaded the text, and then I formatted it, edited out, there were certain parts where like the transcription software missed something he said, just edited it for clarity and for formatting, didn't take anything out, didn't change any words, just made sure it all fit, and then I used that and compared it to...
Oh, this is incredibly valuable.
Particularly by Brower in his books, his articles, and in Movie Trend. And if you would like to read that transcript yourself, you can do so by going onto our Patreon and subscribing for just $1 a month. We'll also be posting it for YouTube members. I'll also be uploading a copy of the notes I used for this video to the Patreon if you guys would like to check it out, and that one, of course, will also go to YouTube members. But anyway, according to
if there's ever been a draw for a Patreon or something,
not long after Marv
this is it.
Grand Lake Permanent, John Kleiner
I didn't know that there was 3 hours of audio recorded by the man.
3,000 square foot warehouse equipped with 3 large bay doors, making it perfect for an auto shop. The property had fallen into the hands of the Resolution Trust Corporation after the former owner went bankrupt in 1980s, and that's something I want to quickly explain. In the late 80s, a number of economic and regulatory factors led to a crash in the lending market that is typically known as the savings and loan crisis. During the course of the crisis, a number of savings and loan associations, which typically handle
or the SNL crisis, which does not have to do with Saturday Night Live,
shut down across the United States.
It's savings and loans.
Banks in turn created a situation in which borrowers had no means of paying their debt as there was no bank to pay. Heemeyer suggested in his tapes that as a result of this situation, a number of people thought that their loans, their debt simply didn't exist anymore, and they went and they spent money that they should have been holding back for the loans. In reality, these loans had never been canceled or even formally paused. So when the FDIC came in and tried to rectify the situation and recover the debt, they wanted a lot of money that people didn't have. With many borrowers unable to pay this back debt, the banks went and foreclosed their properties, which ultimately went to auction. One of those properties was a concrete plant owned by Granby local Cody Dochev, and this concrete plant included the 3,000 square foot warehouse that Marvin wanted to buy. Heemeyer asked what the bank would sell it for pre-auction, but the $110,000 price tag attached to it was more than he was willing to pay. Heemeyer and Kleiner talked it over and decided that the most they were willing to spend was $66,000, and plan was that Marv would purchase the property and then finance it to John. John would then operate the business and use part of the revenue to pay Marv back. Essentially, Marv was giving him a loan, but taking out the step of giving John the money first. Marv attended the auction, and when his chosen lot came up for bid, someone up front jumped up and immediately put down $35,000. That someone, as it turned out, was Cody Dochev. When he had lost the property, which he bought in 1972 during the savings and loan crisis of the late 80s, Dochev had been ruined financially, and a number of people in Granby lost their jobs. Cody had friends in high places, and one of those was former Granby Mayor Gus Harris. And Gus Harris had agreed to loan Dochev a certain amount of money to buy back his property. Heemeyer, of course, did not know any of this at the time. He says that when he found out that it was a foreclosure sale, he went and talked to the realtor, Jeff Crane, and he asked, is the former owner going to try and buy the property back? And Crane said he didn't know, and directed him to another realtor by the name of Peter Colley. Peter Colley was in the same boat. He didn't know if the former owner was going to try and buy the property back, which would imply then that the former owner, Cody Dochev, had not approached the realtors about purchasing the property back from the bank. So there was no way that Marv could have known when he got to the auction that he would be bidding against the former owner. Unfortunately, he found himself doing precisely that. Heemeyer put down $40,000, then Dochev $45,000, and finally Heemeyer says he put down $50,000 and there was no counter bid from up front. Then, just after the auction, he says that Dochev approached him and just introduced himself, kind of, by just giving me a tongue lashing for about 10 minutes about, who I thought I was and what I was going to do with the property. Heemeyer did not take kindly to Dochev's attitude, but tried to explain the situation, which was that he had offered to buy buy the property for John Kleiner for $66,000, but since it had been Cody's property, and, he understood Cody's frustration, he offered to sell it to Cody for $66,000, the same price he was going to get from John. But the problem here was that Cody Dochev had not secured a loan for $66,000, secured a loan for $50,000. Nonetheless, Marv wouldn't budge.
Marvin tried to be the good guy in every single time of the situation
But as I was cross-checking everything for this
that
video,
we're
I realized
hearing
that this
so
case scenario
far.
differs significantly from the one presented in Tread. Around 23 minutes into the documentary, Patrick Brower, the editor of Sky High News, the local Randy paper, plays a recording from an interview he did with Dochev. In the interview, Dochev says that he doesn't even think he met Marv that day, and that after the auction ended, he and Gus just left. Brower then presses him and says, well, Marv said in his tapes that you guys talked that day. And once again, Dochev just denies it and says, no, we didn't get to talking. Brower then follows this up by saying that Gus Harris didn't have any recollection of the conversation either. Harris said that after the concrete bid, he and Cody sat there for another minute, but ultimately they just ended up leaving. He then went on to say, I don't know what Marv did, I wasn't paying attention to him really. We just got up and left. Yeah. The contradiction is important on its own, but what really caught my eye was a claim made by Harris. Harris says that he and Cody had been friends for many years and had even gone to auctions together. But this time, he said that Cody had no party in the auction. He added that Cody would maybe be interested in the property at a future time, but there was no agreement or talk between us of him owning that property. That didn't sound right to me, and it was because of something that Patrick Brower said around 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the YouTube version of the documentary. Brower said that the Dochefs were looking for land upon which to put this concrete operation with an indoor batch plant. Additionally, he said Dochev also showed up with Gus Harris. It's not mentioned that Cody once owned that concrete plant, which is an omission that is notable but could have been accidental. Or at least on my first watch through Tread, I thought, alright, well that could have been an accident. And while this doesn't necessarily translate to Gus Harris was there to buy land for Cody Dochev, it made me suspicious enough to dig. As it turns out, Patrick Brower was a hell of a lot more straightforward in his initial reporting. In a June 17, 2004 article, Brower wrote the following. The story of Marv's relationship with the Dochev family started when Heemeyer bought the 2-acre parcel for his mountain muffler business in 1992. The land was bought at auction from the Resolution Trust Corporation, which administers the holding of failed banks. The Dochefs had owned the property but lost it to the bank after previous business plans for the area failed. When the land went to auction, a friend and business associate of the Dochefs had hoped to buy the property so that he could sell it back to the Dochefs at a later time. Cody Dochev had wanted to own land in that area in western Granby because his concrete batch plant operation was being operated on land he was leasing from the Thompson family, located on a mesa north of the current batch plant. Dochev wanted his plant to be on land he owned. The purchase of the land by the friend to be sold back to the Dochefs would have started that process, but a man named Marv Heemeyer showed up at the auction and outbid Harris, buying the 2-acre parcel for $42,000. While it's worth noting that Marv had the numbers wrong, he said that he bought it for $50,000 when in reality it was $42,000. The vastly more important piece is that Brower's earlier journalism, taken from interviews with the Dochefs themselves, directly contradicts Harris's claim that Cody wasn't a party to the bid. I mean, technically, Gus Harris didn't lie. He said that Cody wasn't a party to the bid, which means that Cody was not bidding that day. He was not putting in any of his own money that day. It doesn't mean there wasn't an agreement between Gus Harris and Cody Dochev for Gus to buy the property at auction and Cody to pay him back later. Essentially, he was being factual but not truthful. And that's
Where do these standups go?
The fact that Cody once owned the plant earlier in the documentary was not an accident, but rather a deliberate narrative choice. But in any case, Marv had a problem. While at the auction, it was revealed that the EPA had placed an audit on the property due to some oil spills, and the cleanup that they recommended would have cost $20,000. When John Kleiner learned of this after the sale was finalized, he got cold feet and told Heemeyer he no longer wanted the property. And Marv, being the kind of guy to take a man at his word, hadn't really required a formal contract or even a deposit for the property, which meant that John Kleiner was in no way legally obligated to pay him back. And this left Marv as the owner of a property that he didn't even want, which was also under an EPA audit, the cleanup for which would have cost him a small fortune. He did eventually learn that the FDIC and then the Resolution Trust Company had done a good amount of the cleanup themselves, so it wasn't going to be nearly as expensive, but still not the ideal situation to be in. So, making the most of this poor situation, Marvin spent the summer of 1992 trying to get the property cleaned up so that he could figure out what he was going to do with it. And it was during that summer that Heemeyer met Bud Wilson, who was the superintendent of the Granby Sanitation and Water Department. According to Marv, Wilson came to him during the summer and asked him to hook onto the town's sewer system. And Marv, being on the old rudimentary improvised septic tank that Dochev had installed on the property earlier, he just kind of went along with it. He said, yeah, sure, what do I need to do? Do I need an attorney? Let's make it happen. And Wilson said, no attorney. In fact, I'll do all the paperwork. I will get everything in order for you. When you show up to the meeting, all you got to do is sign and pay the fee. Heemeyer was all for it. It wasn't going to cost him a ton of money, and it was going to make his life a little easier. But when he got to the meeting, he was surprised to find that when Wilson said he'd get it all taken care of, he hadn't gotten it all taken care of. At the meeting, the board told Marvin Heemeyer that he needed to get a maintenance easement from his neighbor. And a maintenance easement is essentially formal written consent for the town's staff, their sewer people, to come and install and then maintain a sewer line on private property. This was necessary because the sewer main did not actually run adjacent to Marv's property at any point. So the nearest place they could hook Marv onto the sewer system was across the property directly south of him. And that property was owned by Gus Harris. Marv said in his tapes that the maintenance easement thing upset him because he had been told that this would all be taken care of. And he also says that Bud Wilson and Gus Harris were good friends, so this just really all rubbed him the wrong way. It upset him so much, in fact, that he decided, you know what, screw it, I'm not going to hook onto the sewer system anyway. I'm just going to keep using the septic tank. It's legal. It's not causing any problems for me. I'm just not going to deal with this. But Marv's response, even just looking at his own account, doesn't really seem to make sense. But there might be some further context to consider here. First of all, it seems like Marv had two options. He could either get the maintenance easement from Gus Harris, or he could pay out of pocket to add a connection to the sewer main at the next nearest point. If he took this route, then the town would install the new sewer line under the road adjacent to his property that led out to the highway. Thing is, that was a considerable distance, and it was going to cost between $60,000 and $80,000. Considering that he only paid $42,000 for the property in the first place, and that there was no ordinance that required him to connect to the sewer system in order to continue operating his business, he didn't see the value in that option. The other possibility of the easement would seem less complicated, but there may be more to Marv's reaction than just irritation with bureaucracy. And this is actually something that does come up in Tread. In 1992, Ron Thompson was VP of the Sanitation District, and he was one of the leaders of the meeting that night. And the Thompsons are, as Brower puts it, a Granby legacy family, a wealthy working family making their money off excavation, but also off of the fact that they owned a lot of land just because they've been here forever. It should also be mentioned that in addition to Ron Thompson being vice president of the Sanitation Board, his father Dick Thompson was mayor of the town. As for Ron, Patrick Brower described him as pretty outspoken in the board meetings and suggested he may have said some things that upset Marv at that meeting. Perhaps most consequentially, he also implies that Thompson may have taken a leadership role in making the decisions they made. When it came to this event, within this series of events that led to June 4th, 2004, there's no more information. That's it. That's all we get is Marv says, they told me I needed the maintenance easement, and then they wouldn't give me the maintenance easement. Based on Marv's tapes, it starts to seem like he wasn't told, you need to go get this easement, but he was told, you can't have this easement. If you look closely at Marv's accounting of events and then at Brower's commentary, it does seem like maybe this was just a misunderstanding. Marv says that he was told Gus Harris would not give the town an easement, and that unless he got the easement, he was never getting connected to the sewer. It may be that what Thompson was trying to express was, hey Marv, we're happy to link you up to the sewer, but the town actually can't go get the easement. You have to do that. You have to go get it from Harris. The town can't get the easement. And it may be that Marv interpreted this as meaning Harris won't grant the easement. The way it's kind of framed in Brower's accounting of events, it seems like Marv was just annoyed that he had another step that he had to go do and decided, well, instead of doing homework, I'm gonna, just go and keep operating my business as usual. I don't need to be attached to the sewer. It doesn't do anything for me, and there's no ordinance against me not being on it. Alternatively, if we look at what Brower said about Thompson, which is that he may have said some things that upset Marv at that meeting, then it's not really a jump to suggest that Heemeyer said, well, I was told all this was going to be taken care of. What do you...
All of the pieces so far is, I mean, I've been listening to it, but it feels like a lot of extra where if I was in that situation for a lot of people saying a lot of things, I mean, I don't need to participate in whatever you're doing right now to connect to the city. Like I don't need that. I have my own. I don't need your water. I have my own. I don't need that. You can have your ordinances all day long, sir, but you're making it complicated for me to comply with them, and that makes me not really want to comply with them. Actively and aggressively not comply, versus where I was before when it was just, hey, here's just how things are working and here's how we do things the most efficiently.
What do you mean I need to go get an easement? You guys asked me to hook onto the sewer. You told me you would do everything. I just had to sign. Like, what's going on? What gives? Then it could be that, maybe Thompson didn't really like being talked back to, and it turned into an argument, and suddenly we've blown past the misunderstanding, and now we're into the territory of two more like alpha male types who are trying to assert their dominance. But you would think that at some point, if that's what was going on, cooler heads would have prevailed, that somebody would have talked one or both of the men down. If not that day, then, maybe Bud Wilson, who was on good terms with everybody, could have gone to Heemeyer and said, hey man, I'm sorry about this. I'll set up the meeting between you and Harris. You can go get the easement, we'll be good to go. You would think that would have happened. And the fact that it didn't left me open to the possibility that maybe there was more to this. While Heemeyer never explicitly connects this to the issue of the sewer hookup, he does explain that 2 months after he bought the property, he bought it in April of 1992, so in June of 1992, he had approached Gus Harris with an offer to buy the 2 acres south of what would become Mountain View Muffler. Harris said he'd be willing to sell for $17,500, and Heemeyer said he'd think about it, but at the time he felt he was financially spread too thin and didn't go for it. But then he says less than a year later he decided he was going to buy the property, and he goes to Harris and he says, hey, I'd like to buy it. Is the $17,500 offer still on the table? And he says that Harris said, no, actually now it's going up to $20,000. Heemeyer was not a fan of this. He felt it was a little underhanded. Nothing about the property had changed, but said, you know what, fine, I'll take it. And then something a little weird happened. Every time Marv tried to formalize this sale, Harris was nowhere to be found. He kept getting out of it. He couldn't sign the paperwork. He wasn't home. Just couldn't do it. Marv says he even went to Harris's wife and said, hey, can you help me organize this so we can get this deal done? And eventually he just had to let it go, according to Marv, because he didn't want to push. He didn't want to. He just got here. He did not want to cause problems in a small town where he was the newcomer. So from what he said, he was like, all right, well, you know what? I don't need the land. It's easier for me to just let this go now and not piss anybody off. But that whole episode made me wonder if perhaps what happened here is that Marv was told by Bud Wilson, hey, I'll handle everything. All you need to do is sign and pay. Marv Heemeyer says, all right, cool, goes to the meeting, and then when it comes time to sign and pay, he's told, hey, you also need this maintenance easement. And he goes, what do you mean I need a maintenance easement? You guys told me you were handling all the paperwork. And the town maybe then tells him, well, yeah, all the paperwork we could, but maybe Bud Wilson forgot to mention you also needed to go to Harris yourself because we can't do that. And if you put yourself into Marv's shoes, what he was just told was, hey buddy, in order to hook yourself up to the sewer, you're gonna need to go get a maintenance easement from a guy who's been dodging you for 3 months. And if you've ever dealt with any level of government, you probably know how painful the process is and how the entire time, all you want to do is be done with it. And Marv was already a little bit on the anti-government side, He had expressed to people that he wasn't a huge fan of bureaucracy. So with all of that in mind, you can imagine how standing there, he might go, you know what, screw this, I'm out, I'm just not gonna do this, and leave. And I should say that looking through Marv's tapes, reading through them, I don't get the sense that at this point in time, he felt that he was being targeted in any sort of organized way, but just that he was kind of being given the runaround because he was from out of town. And he also thought that maybe this was kind of retribution for him buying property out from under Cody, that now they were gonna make him go and pay a lot of money to connect himself to the sewer line. But Heemeyer thought that he had washed his hands of this whole situation. That was not exactly the case. You see, when Bud Wilson filed that paperwork for him, what he was doing was filing a formal request to join the city's sanitation district.
I really hate to think about how I would handle this exact situation. I feel like Marvin Heemeyer, who did the Killdozer, may have been the more reasonable man in some circles, if I can put it that way. I'm not condoning anything YouTube YouTube, shut up with your algorithm already. I already know I'm demonetized. I'm not even monetized. It's fine. We're all just friends here watching a thing. YouTube, would you like a hug? Because it feels like you need a hug. All right, YouTube, are you okay? Slewer, slot, like, I'm gonna say all kinds of funny words.
Which meant that he was putting himself under their ordinances. After Marv stormed out of the meeting and said, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore, whatever, forget about it, I'll just stick with my septic system, he never filed a withdrawal of that request. And that meant that at any time, so long as Heemeyer remained unconnected to the sewer system, the town could come to him and find him in contempt of ordinance. And if they did, they could fine him or go so far as to tell him to close down his business.
Hey, Wobbly, you're in the clear, man, for, like, right now. So, Salty, before he left, he said
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you had me turned down.
Honestly, I've muted you a little bit on and off just for while I was trying to listen to something else.
Okay, then I'll end the stream here, guys. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, what I was saying is that Salty said that he experienced the same thing just once, but that was all I was trying to get across to you, is that, like, it's not just me. Then now this thing, the thing that you have here, your stream end banner, is 9 times out of 10, if I pull up your stream when you're normally streaming, that's what comes up.
Yeah, I need to change that banner to make it fit in the new format that they did. I just haven't got around to it.
If it's not gonna dox anybody, have you heard from Mel? Or
I talked to her a couple of months ago. She and her husband are doing fine. She's got still has some medical problems, issues that she's trying to deal with. But other than that, that's it. Holidays, I'll wish everybody, a happy holiday, Thanksgiving Day and.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'll get replies.
We're getting super
back.
close to Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Which.
I mean, even the lefties that, are in my friends list and stuff, I always wish them.
Some of them, it annoys them, which is super weird to me. That or at least in my experience.
Well, the ones that I say,
the ones that say hi to.
Stuff, they're casual. They know, It's just part of the game everybody's playing here. It doesn't bug me any.
Okay, I mean, I wish well for Miss Melly, and I know there was, you know what? That's not for. Sometimes I, get a little bit. Hey, what's for stream and what's for not? What should be public and what should not? So let's not. It looked good, Wobbly. What we were testing, it looked good for me the entire time, and nothing happened. For Salty, who is in Australia of all things. Interestingly, he had an event. I think he only said once, of where it looked like you were offline when you weren't. In Twitch terms or anywhere else, we would call that shadow banning, but I think it's more of a technical issue than.
Yeah, I think it's their.
I'm almost guaranteeing it's not a shadow banning issue on Kick anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think they can do that. They're like they don't know
still
how.
Growing. It's still beta, more or less.
Oh no, it is still beta. Like their logo says beta, which I don't think is a reference to JLP or anything. It's like I thought it was getting better, but chat is still getting just ate up for no reason at some point. It's like it's not anything that's censored. It's not anything. I'm not sure if it's the hash of whatever it was that was typed in. It's a thing. But Wobbly, you're aware that you're always welcome to jump in, right? I've been putting a lot of work into Discord, but I don't know that I have everything all figured out yet.
Yeah. I just don't think I have a role as to be able to jump into the live chat channel. In fact, that's what it said. So I don't
Okay,
have
well,
permission.
I'm not sure exactly what the.
My name and you add permissions.
So Wobbly, I'm a little tighter just because I've seen what happens. I'm a
Yeah,
little
but I'm
tighter.
not one.
I just haven't. The work I've been putting into Discord has been mostly in the text channels. I am very close to the chest on anybody joining live that doesn't get drug in.
It's cool.
And there's a reason, because it's more scalable. You can't take a role away from somebody. That's a dick move.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, you ruin a relationship with that person. But I don't. For jumping onto the stream, I've been very slow to add things to it because I don't want to do something that I then have to fix later because I added 80 people that could just jump in whenever, and maybe I don't want that. Everybody should be able to see that I'm live. And I know it's a little... I know it's a tiny bit insulting to have to join a waiting room first. I just don't have a great solution to fix it.
It's fine.
And Wobbly, I've been hitting the head a lot. I'm not all that bright. I just don't have a good answer to figure it out. So, this is where we're at. I think literally everybody has to go to the waiting room first. And I don't have anything to change that super soon. But
I understand.
I'm just bad at Discord.
And Discord is, what's the right way to say it? The owners of Discord and their mods can monitor Discord channels without you even knowing that they're there.
Oh, Wobbly,
So
you bring up a great topic that both Twitch and Discord can ban you for no reason with no appeal process. This is truth. However, Wobbly also I did mute you periodically.
Oh, that's okay, because I was chattering about the game.
Yeah,
and I had a couple
that's
people
why
watching
when
me,
I was
so-
I was trying to listen to the thing. That's the only reason why. I love to talk to you, dude. But you were talking about like, hey, here's the thing over this hill, and like I'm not on your stream right now. If it was your stream and your Discord, oh yeah, I mean yeah, we're participating for your, but I was trying to do a thing. So
Did you check those caps right
no
there on that
animosity,
top
no.
board?
I've looked with this magnifier
You
at
have an
all
O-scope?
of the caps, and I didn't see any smoke get released when it happened. The thing just turned off. And I've been trying to find, I found like two places maybe. However, I need something to like a reference to either compare it to of what these things should look like, or like a schematic that I really probably should have had before taking it apart the first
Yeah,
time.
that was the other thing I was asking while it was muted.
But
if you found a Sam's for it.
no, I haven't, and I don't think I'm ever gonna. But however, this open source communities have written software, so maybe that's why the maybe. I used to think nah, and then it was just in my mind, nah, we're not gonna get diagrams of this, no biggie. But I have also taken apart and or repaired enough things at this level to give me the confidence that, hey, whatever. Because the last time this happened, I did spill liquid into basically where the sliders are.
Yeah.
And last time it happened, I took the whole thing apart, inspected, cleaned with rubbing alcohol, like all of the entire thing. Reassembled, and it worked. Because I couldn't find anything that was broken. No popped caps, no smoke had been let out, no nothing, and it was great. I was like kind of hoping, hey, can I get that same like, and it might be the same thing this time. However, I'm not there yet because I did kind of an abbreviated full inspection. It wasn't an actual full inspection. But of my abbreviated full inspection, there was two things that I am suspect of that I'm going to need to look up. What is this component, A, and then B, do I want to resolder this component on? Which is, I mean, yeah, okay, fine. Cool. That's content, no biggie. But
You have a good solder station?
no, I don't. That's the thing. I need to build one up. I'm using, I still use like Harbor Freight $2 soldering irons, which is not what you want for this. I've used really good soldering stations, and mine is not comparable. I'm trying to figure out what I should have, honestly. If you have something that you've used successfully, I want to know what that is.
I actually have two solder stations. One of them is it's got a German name. I can't pronounce the damn thing, but it has a vacuum, the whole bit, two solder wands.
Oh, it's got a vacuum, so
Total.
you can desolder with it too.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the other one is it's a pretty common one. Oh, what's the name of the
I think
damn
there's a
thing?
rate like a
Yeah, I
Ryobi
don't want to go
one.
back in the back room to look at it. And then I just have a regular soldering, temperature controlled soldering station that I used when I was building up all those lithium ion battery packs. Because I wanted the solder to flow without affecting the battery itself, especially on the anode side, because it has an internal fuse in each one of the batteries, and I didn't want to disrupt that, but I still wanted to make connection. Yeah, you didn't know that, huh?
Was that on like what?
Every lithium ion battery has an internal fuse.
Is it what 18086? Is that the form factor of the batteries you're talking about?
16650s.
16650. Is that it? I'm probably not the one to ask about that.
Yeah, just underneath the top connection, the positive connection, there's a wafer fuse that's there. You can actually reset them if you had the proper tool, but
it very much makes sense because lithium batteries can lithium is really bad in or it can cause destruction in the wrong circumstances.
Yep, that's why I triple fused everything. In all my battery packs. Everything's triple fused. 80 cell packs.
What are you building 80 cell packs for?
Before. What do they sell for?
No, what are you building them for?
For a battery backup system for the whole house. I have 16 kilowatts of battery backup. I have a primary inverter, and then I have several grid tie inverters that run off of it.
About how many kilowatt hours?
16.
Well, you said you had 16 kilowatts. That's how many kilowatt hours you have?
Kilowatt hours. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
54 80 cell packs. Every cell is individually tested before I put them in a pack. To make sure that they're within a certain spec.
And then you solder them together like
I
like
take
bunches
regular house wire. I take the 3 strands of house wire and twist
house wire.
it
You mean
to
Romex?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I strip the insulation off of it and then take it and put it in a drill motor about 15 feet of it and spin it down to where it's roughly about 10 feet, and then I cut it up into lengths to where I put a bus that goes down and then comes back up, and then all the cells are soldered on the positive and negative side. I put these just great big bus wire, but each cell is soldered to the bus wire with 32 gauge wire. So it acts like a fuse. The cell shorts and break it out of the pack. I think I've shown them how I build them at one time, and I have some pictures of while I was building them and actually in the installation itself. Let's see. I still have. Hold on a second. I got.
Okay, while you're doing that, we're gonna keep on keeping on. Marvin Heemeyer.
Taking stock of the situation, Marv decided that the best course of action was to let Doug Brandstetter keep running the shop down in Boulder, while he himself would start to try and build up a business in Granby. He named his new operation Mountain View Muffler and began taking clients in early 1993. From there, he quickly built up a reputation of being, in the words of the then undersheriff of Grand County, Glenn Trainor, the best welder around. Casey Farrell, the owner of Gamble's Appliances and a town board member from 1997 to 1999, also used to go to Marv for his repairs and his welds. He recalled one instance where the box on a delivery truck of his kept bouncing up and down while they drove it, and says that he took it to Marv, and Marv very quickly welded it, fixed it, and the truck never needed another repair for that system ever again. And a friend of Marv's by the name of Pete Mitchell even said that he could swap a muffler out entirely in 20 minutes. He described it as Marv having no wasted movements. It was like a fluid start to finish. He did everything perfectly. By 1994, Marv felt that things were going well enough that he could invest. He could expand his business.
What? Yeah, those standard batteries. It's like 18694 or whatever, the 16894.
16650s.
16650.
Each cell is tested, right? And then I put them in this, and then I put a bus that goes up, around, and down at 2 terminals, and they'll do the same thing on the other side, 2 terminals. That way you have roughly about 80 amps at 4.2 volts.
Did you 3D print the top and bottom piece? Or
No, I buy these. I buy these from, gosh, I forget where I got them, but I have.
I'm interested.
I have a stack of them.
Wobbly, I'm very interested in that. I'm gonna finish. We're gonna talk about battery stuff again. However, I'm gonna push play on the Marvin Heemeyer saga because I'm reaching the end of my
his business. And the way he planned to do that was by building
Yeah,
a
they
boat
come
stream
like
on
this.
his property. The plan was that he would then lease this out to locals to pay for its
see?
construction, and by the time he was ready to retire,
And
he
they
had a nice
just-
little bit of
and
retirement.
they
He had a
clip
50-foot by
together.
120-foot warehouse designed, which would hold 3 2,000 square foot storage units. And each of these units would be accessible by a private personnel door as well as a bay door. And because he knew that he was in a bit of a weird situation with the sewer system, he made sure to keep Bud Wilson appraised of everything that was going on. And Bud did tell him throughout the process and over the next couple of years,
But
hey man, you're eventually going to need to hook onto the sewer system. It will eventually happen. But
it takes a
he never
lot of
did. So
time.
Marv just kind of kept on
tedious
keeping on.
when
At the
you're
time,
sitting
everybody in
there
town was
just
coming in
doing
for
the
repairs. He
same
wasn't really causing any trouble.
repetition
So
over and
he
over and
figured,
over again.
what do I have to worry about?
Oh, no,
So
I believe
he's
you.
counting on me, and I'm not
It
going to. In any
takes-
case, the building was finished
I
by fall of
can
1994, and by the end of the next year, he had all 3 units leased out. And that was a good thing because,
with
well, this shop was doing
tester
decently well.
that I bought, and then I bought 3 more of them, so I can actually do 12 batteries in roughly about a 6-hour period, because it drains it all the way down, charges it up, drains it down, charges it back up. And
Oh
then
no,
the-
I
the
understand how
metering on
battery.
it-
Hey, Wobbly.
The metering on
I
the
understand,
metering on it will
and
tell you
I
how-
want to talk
how
to you
the
about
state
this
of the battery
in the
is.
future. However, I said I'm gonna push play on this thing.
Go ahead.
Like, I want to talk to you about batteries and home batteries and UPSs. I'm into it. I do it for work also. But we're trying to talk about Marvin Heemeyer right now. Wait, Wobbly, can you say
Go
his
ahead.
name?
Marvin Heemeyer.
Marvin Heemeyer. Say his name, nerds.
Marvin Heemeyer.
Marvin Heemeyer. He didn't take no shit off of nobody.
And a good passive income, the shop in Boulder wasn't going too hot. Doug Brandstetter was having issues, so he decided that he would go find himself a new Doug. And I mean that literally. He went and found another guy named Doug Davis. And because Doug 1.0 had been struggling to make payments towards the end of his lease, he gave Doug 2.0 a slightly better deal, hoping that he wouldn't.
Oh fuck! I have to. I'm at 1.75. I have to turn it down to 1.5 because this guy's talking
have to
fast.
find a new person to run the shop, at least not soon. For a while, things just kind of went along. Mountain View Muffler was making a steady profit, the shop in Boulder was doing well, and nobody was bugging him about the sewer connection. And things looked like they might get even better when in 1997, Cody Dochev approached Marv with an offer to buy the property. Dochev had just purchased the 2 acres south of Marv's shop from Gus Harris, and now he wanted to expand into the land he had formerly owned. Marv said, sure, let's talk about it, and had an appraiser come down from Grand Lake who valued the property at $270,000. As a sign of goodwill, Marv offered the property to Cody for $250,000, cutting $20,000 off the appraised value. He then gave Cody a copy of the appraisal and waited for the man to come back with a counteroffer. But Cody never did. And here we encounter another place where the version of events given in the documentary Tread diverges from that given by Heemeyer. According to Dick Brody, a town board member from 1995 to 2001, Cody agreed to pay the $250,000, and then immediately afterwards, Marv jumped the price up to $375,000. Dick then says that Cody agreed to pay the higher number, and then Marv just kind of backed out. There are also some other accounts that go so far as to say that Marv hiked the price up yet again to $450,000, but that's not exactly accurate, and we'll get there. Actually, you know what? It's not that far in the future. I'll tell you this. He put it up for auction at one point and started the bidding at $450,000. He didn't tell Cody Dochev, all right, well now that you've agreed to $375, it's $450. No. Years later, he put it up for auction at $450. But going back to the story at hand here, to make matters more confusing, Patrick Brower's 2004 reporting once again differs from what is said in Tread. According to Brower, the price change only occurred 2 years later after the Dochefs had requested a zoning change to the property. Heemeyer's tapes corroborate this, which means that this was not immediately like Brody had said. This was years between these offers. And it should also be considered that, as Brower notes, there was never a formal agreement for a sale. There was no contract, no formal offers, none of that. It was just a handshake. There's also another difference in Brower's 2004 recounting of events, which is that it was Joe Dochev, not Cody, who approached Marv about buying land. Now, I tried to track down who Joe would be, and things rather quickly got weird. I was able to find a Cody Dochev associated with a Joe Dochev, as well as a Susie Dochev. and Cody Dochev was married to a Susie. But as for Cody Dochev, his real name wasn't Cody, it was Metro. Metro and his wife Susie had a daughter named Brenda Lee who died in 2003, and in Brenda Lee's obituary, it lists Metro and Susie as parents, and then it also lists Frank, Charlie, and Joe as siblings. As for grandparents, it lists a Metro and a Helen. Now I wanted to do some more digging to make sure that I wasn't mixing up two Dochev families with at least two matching names in the state of Colorado, which was unlikely but possible. And what I eventually found was that this Metro, this Cody guy, was one of 4 children born to a Metro senior and a Helen Dochev. Their other children were named Jim, Theodora, and Elaine. So this confirmed that yes, this Joe is Cody / Metro's son, but then, you know, I'm a little nosy, I want to do some more digging. So I tracked down Jim Dochev, who runs a dairy farm in Colorado as well, with his wife Judy and their 5 sons. John, Joe, Jim Jr., Justin, and Jay. Yes, both Cody and his brother Jim have sons named Joe. And of course, I initially assumed that something was miswritten. Somebody misrecorded something at some point here, right? And so, you know, what I went then and did is I found Metro Senior's obituary, where amongst his grandsons, it lists 2 different Joes. Anyway, that's not necessarily relevant to everything that happened here, but I just thought it was interesting and I would share it. I was tracking down a lead when I found all of that out, which was that I was trying to figure out where the hell Cody Dochev actually came from, because in the documentary, they almost make it sound like he was some poor Bulgarian immigrant when he got to Granby. As I was looking through it, I was like, I'm not sure, you know, I'm not sure if this was a deliberate misdirection of some kind or not, so I decided not to include the full segment. But to give you an idea of what my thought process was here, they refer to him as being a little Bulgarian and you know, saying he was quick and that he was a good man. And then they also, the Thompson brothers say, you know, he came here with next to nothing and he's worked really hard to get where he is. And I was like, at first, when I first listened to it, I was like, could this be them trying to make it seem like Cody Dochev was, you know, I don't know the right term, but like make it seem like he was, you know, less prominent, less powerful than he actually was, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But at the end of the day, I couldn't tell if it was some kind of deliberate misdirection, as I said, or if this was, you know, just kind of a weird way of describing somebody. Like, the reason I was trying to do this is because I was trying to establish if the Thompsons were reliable. I knew Harris wasn't, so I was trying to establish if the Thompsons were reliable witnesses, I guess. Anyway, ultimately, it does not matter whether it was Joe or Cody who was trying to do the negotiations. What matters is that Marv did not raise the price immediately, nor without reason. He only raised the price after discovering that the town was going to rezone the property for the Dochefs, and he wanted to be fairly compensated. The zoning, however, was an issue all its own.
The zoning.
After
Here we
Martin
go.
initially agreed to sell his property to the Dochefs for $250,000, they did not immediately go draft up a contract and start formalizing the sale. Instead, they went to the town and asked for permission to build an indoor concrete plant. And while Brower's 2004 article frames this as something akin to just going and asking for a permit, it was actually a lot more complicated than that. Neither Marv's property nor the 2 acres adjacent to it were properly zoned for what the Dochefs were trying to do. And this meant that the town would have to rezone the area in order for them to build a concrete plant. Now, it's not typical to rezone such small amounts of acreage. You usually don't see 4 acres rezoned. Rather than forcing Dochev to go through the proper channels or find an area that was already zoned for this kind of use, the town of Granby offered him the ability to submit a request for a PDO. A PDO is a planned overlay district, and what this meant was that they could rezone that small area without having to submit a request to rezone the entire part of town. In doing this, the town was already giving Dochev a little bit of special treatment, because zoning's really not supposed to work that way. But according to the Dochef's version of events, after they found out that it was going to be rezoned for them, they just needed to go through the hearing process, they went to Marv and they said, hey, we'd like to buy the property, and that is when he raised the price to $375,000. Of course, in Heemeyer's account, he went and got the property appraised first. This was not out of nowhere. The Dochefs told Marv, you know what, that's too steep, we can't do that, and they went back to the drawing board. And as they were working out the plan to buy Marv's property, the Dochefs also were in negotiations to buy the 22 acres just west of it. This subdivision was zoned for business, and they would also be asking the town to rezone for light industrial use there. I also will say that the finer details of how the zoning laws work are a little bit unclear to me, but from what I understand, what was going on here was sketchy. Once the Dochefs had that 22 acre subdivision under contract, they went to Marv and they said, all right, we got another idea for you. How about, instead of, you know, $375,000 for your property, what if we give you 2 acres with highway frontage, so that's better access than you currently have, and you'll give us the 2 acres that you have. And as they told this story, Marv was at first receptive to this, but then, you know, said, actually, I want you to build me a building on the property too. The Dochefs balked at this, with Joe telling Patrick Brower to give him that land with a huge building, it would have cost near $1 million. It didn't make sense. In addition, Marv wanted a contract laying out all of these terms and guaranteeing
But he would have
that
lost
he would
his
get
own
the
building and
the land. Susie Dochev then told him that because they
hey, the land that you're using will give you that, you know, hey, with road frontage, that same land. But then you have to move your entire business and build a new building. Asking for a building seems incredibly reasonable. Wobbly, if you're here, do you want to chime in on this?
On what?
So on, oh yeah, because you can't hear what I'm sharing. Like I'm sharing it in Discord, but you can't hear.
I'm listening to it.
Okay, so just this piece of it. Somebody comes along and says, hey, you have your business and you're on 2 acres. How about I want that land, so how about I trade you 2 acres that have better road frontage for your land? Straight up, even Stevens. would you not? I mean, it sounds like that Mr. Heemeyer was asking, well, hey, can you put a building on it so I can just move my business? That's what it sounds like to me. And then they said, nah. Do you, would you think, like, if somebody really wanted your land and wanted to do a straight trade, is a open piece of land a straight trade for your land where your business is on and all your signage and all of your marketing is saying, hey, yeah, go to this address, and all of everything that you have, is that the same as this new piece of land that just had, I mean, yeah, granted, maybe it has better road frontage. Cool. But is that beneficial for you to have to spend all this new money to do all the stuff over again? What do you think?
No. No, if I've done any improvements to the land, I would like to be compensated for it.
As would anybody. 100%. No, this is the path we're going down. In order to understand Killdozer, which his name is Marvin Heemeyer, say his name! Marvin Heemeyer. Killing me, Wobbly.
Am I?
Oh, yeah. We should have said his name because we could have celebrated his name again.
Man, damn, that's killed the guy. Come be killing me.
Is it? Okay, let's keep listening to the story.
They didn't have the permit yet, and they also technically hadn't purchased the property. They couldn't give him that contract. The way it's phrased and framed in the article, Marv comes across as being greedy and unreasonable. But when you break it down, that's really not the case. If we look at the price change, the Dochefs were negotiating with Heemeyer based on the value of the property as it was zoned at the time. But when they initiated the zoning process, Marv knew that a success would mean a significant shift in the property value. He did the correct thing and went and got it appraised given the new zoning, and then presented at appraisal price to the Dochefs. His reaction to the proposed land swap wasn't unreasonable either, considering that Marv would be giving up 2 acres of developed land with 2 buildings in exchange for 2 acres of undeveloped land. There's also a pretty significant irony in Joe's assessment that this didn't make sense because giving him 2 acres and a building would have cost near $1 million, given that he was unwilling to pay even $400,000 for 2 acres and a building. Finally, there's nothing irrational about Marv asking for a contract guaranteeing the terms of the land swap. That's just how business deals work. It should also be noted that Marv's concerns were not limited to proper compensation. He genuinely did not want to have his business downwind of a concrete plant. And if they were going to build a concrete plant anyway, then he didn't want to be stuck there. From his perspective, this could all just be a ruse to keep him from opposing the rezoning. And then when it was too late, the Dochefs could just back out and say, hey, sorry, there was never a formal contract. Marv's concern here was that he could end up being left with a very dusty, lower value property than what he had under the current zoning laws. For that reason, he was well within his rights to want assurances. Ultimately, the Dochefs were unwilling to give him anything in writing, so Marv told him that he was going to oppose the rezoning and the concrete plant all the way to the end. According to Joe Dochef, from that point on, Marv was not negotiable to anything. We could have given him the whole subdivision and he wouldn't have gone for it. At the same time, notices about the rezoning, which was going to require several public hearings per the town's bylaws, were beginning to show up at Marv's door. This prompted him to head down to the town hall to ask about any building permits for the property next door. What he received was a copy of a permit for a water storage tank, which was issued at a fee of $5,000. I'm not particularly familiar with building permits, but that sounds high. According to a Grant County document designed for estimating building fees, that's the kind of money that you would pay to get a permit on a structure valued at over $1 million in 2024. Marv also noticed that the permit had a rather interesting cover letter, which stated that the water tank was in no way related to the as of yet unapproved PDO. In his mind, the only reason to clarify that would be because it was related to the PDO. It could be possible that the water tank would be useful to the Dochefs' concrete plant or not, but the way Marv was seeing it, they were starting to build every piece of their concrete plant that didn't require rezoning. Now, as I said, because zoning is a matter of public interest, the town bylaws required that they have several hearings so people could attend, voice their concerns, and then they could deliberate. And in every single case, those hearings were opposed, with the opposition led by Marvin Heemeyer. Marv was not the only person in town opposed to the concrete plant, but as one of the people who would be most affected by it, he sort of undertook a leadership role. He cited the excess noise, the dust, the traffic, and most importantly, the effects on air and water quality. These were concerns common to many of the residents of Granby, and Casey Farrell, who was serving on the board at the time, said that he thinks that Marv's objections even helped the town. Cody, on the other hand, at each meeting, made promises that he would find a way to mitigate all of their concerns, and slowly but surely, whether because people just kind of were becoming okay with it, or because of the influence of the board, the number of people opposing dwindled further and further. And at that point, it seemed like things were going to go Cody Dochef's way. But then, Marvin Heemeyer showed up with a lawyer by the name of Dietz, and the board kicked everyone out of the session so that they could have their own private little conversation. When they finished, they decided to restart the whole process. According to Brower, because as the Town Planning Commission and Board of Trustees moved the Dochef's request along, the town board discovered it had made a mistake in its approval process. This is small town government code for we were trying to do something shady and then we got caught. As far as Dietz was concerned, concerned, at least in Heemeyer's recollection, this was an open and shut case. The result of this move was a delay in the approval process, during which time the Dochefs continued to prepare for the construction of their batch plant, completing the foundation by early fall of 2000. It was at this point that Heemeyer, acting on the advice of Dietz, launched a lawsuit against the town at the end of the year. While the lawsuit was spinning up in district court, the town actually just kind of kept moving things along, figuring that Marv Heemeyer would lose the lawsuit. In fact, they were so confident that they did yet another thing that was against the rules, which was change the final meeting, where they were supposed to vote on whether or not the rezoning would go through, to a preliminary planning meeting for the concrete plant. With that, the preliminary plans were approved in January of 2001, and the actual final approval for the rezoning was granted in April of that year. But of course, because the preliminary plans had already been approved, that was just kind of a formality. And the reason that all of this was able to happen is because Heemeyer was not able to get an injunction against the Dochefs. The case was in court, but
I don't want to spoil it. If Marvin had taken the I mean, his you know, his what do we call it now? His lived experience is different from mine. But it's obvious to me what else had to happen. While he's doing his grand gesture, the reasonable man made to do unreasonable things. While he's doing that, something else needed to happen that he didn't plan and do or execute or whatever you want to say. I'm trying to find a toss way to say this on all the platforms. He needed to have somebody else, or probably multiple somebodies, expressing his disinclination for the results of these hearings more personally. He expressed them in a macro level so that the city's infrastructure took a beating. No people were injured except himself from Killdozer. In order to get the point really across, oh, honey. Yeah, you did the thing, but that's not really going to change anything. You hurt the buildings. Good job. Which, folk hero, yes, actually good job. But also, from a planner's perspective, there needed to be something else going on, because that's a great distraction. Where literally everybody's distracted. What really needed to happen is everybody involved in the corruption. Something maybe should have interacted with them, because it sounds like there was a lot of collusion going on. And I'm sure there would be a lot of friendly ears for your plight in some circles anyway. But let us continue.
but they would not stop them from moving forward with construction. And this is actually typical when it comes to rezoning, because by this point, a lot of people have been paid for things. Stopping the construction is going to cause more problems than it's going to solve. So what they do is they just say, once it's finished, in a lot of cases, not all cases, but in a lot of cases, is, yeah, the building can be there, you just can't use it for that purpose. At this point, with all other options exhausted, Marv Heemeyer's only hope was the courts. Despite losing his battle in the town hall, Heemeyer had yet to be defeated in the courts, and the legal fees were, not exactly great for the Dochefs or the town. The Dochefs claim that, wanting to just get all of this over and done with, resolve the issue, and move along with everything, they approached Marv in June of 2001 and gave him an offer. They told him that if he were to drop the lawsuit, they would give him the easement so he could finally connect to the sewer line. Marv hung up without an answer, and to be perfectly honest, I don't blame him for that reaction. This is presented as some kind of generous or at the very least reasonable compromise to the conflict, but if you look at it more closely, it's kind of absurd. It's hard to say for certain exactly what it was that happened in 1992 that kept Marv off of the sewer system. Like I said, there's a few different possibilities that range from being a misunderstanding to it being a deliberate act, but Marv is adamant that he was stonewalled. Interestingly, Tread makes no mention of the dispute with Harris, which, as far as Marv is concerned, seems to have been the inciting incident. Instead, they only mention the option of him paying around $80,000 to set up a line that didn't cross anyone else's private property. And yet they do mention that the easement was an option later on in 2001, when the Dochefs went to say to him, hey, you know, if you drop a lawsuit, we'll give you your easement. It's a little hard to explain, but in Tread, there's kind of a bait and switch with this situation. Because they tell you that in 1992, Marv needed this easement. And building off of that, they tell you that the other option was Marv could pay like $80,000 to construct his own sewer line out to the sewer main without crossing any land, any private land. But then they talk about him needing an easement from the Dochefs, not Harris. And what they kind of do there is they conflate the later dispute with that original sewer line dispute. If you combine Marv's insistence that he was straight up denied access to the sewer line in 1992 with what appears to be the deliberate omission of the involvement of Harris, it makes me wonder what else may have been left out of the story. Marv was curious about that too, so he went down to the town hall and requested the meeting minutes from that 1992 sanitation department meeting. And he says in the tapes that when he read through them, there was not a single mention of the maintenance easement. In his recollection, they had spent at least 15 minutes debating this at that meeting, and yet the secretary just didn't report it, or possibly it had been struck from the record. Now, of course, the official record as it stands is going to show that it wasn't discussed, that they didn't mention a maintenance easement. Marv is saying they did. It's kind of hearsay. It's he said, she said. But taking all of that into account, what the Dochefs were essentially saying to Marv was, if you bend the knee, I'll give you something I had no right to keep from you in the first place. Marv continued to hold out, but the blows kept coming, and in April of 2002, he lost the lawsuit. At this point, Marv was, for all intents and purposes, trapped. The Dochefs refused to give him an easement, he couldn't connect to the sewer system otherwise without shelling out tens of thousands of dollars for the new connection, and beginning in the summer of 2002, the town started fining him for every single day he wouldn't connect. So Marv did what any man in his situation would do. He bought a bulldozer. Specifically, he bought a Komatsu D355A, which is an absolute beast of a machine that I am sure Whistling Diesel can explain better than I can. So, if you're watching this video the day it came out, his video might not be out yet, but if you're watching this video a week after it came out...
I'm sorry, what was that, Wobbly?
Said you have something covering up your tabletop.
Oh, that's the light. that's my light. I don't I think it was because I was asked about it that I messed it around, but yeah, thank you for letting me know.
Came out, it should be. Marv ultimately decided to shut down the business at the end of 2002, putting all of his equipment as well as the property itself up for auction, and then he just let Jesus take the wheel. And that's not an exaggeration, as we're about to see. At the auction, everything sold with the exception of the property itself and the bulldozer. And Marv took this as a sign from God. His work in Granby was not finished, and it involved the Komatsu. Having sold everything related to the business except for the buildings, he then chose to lease out the property to a trash company. I think it's actually called The Trash Company. It was around this time that Marv also discovered that the dozer fit perfectly through the doors of his garage. And when I say perfectly, I mean like within 2 inches of clearance on either side. And he took this as yet another sign from God that he was supposed to have that bulldozer out of sight. And then Marv just took the winter of 2002 into 2003 off. He spent it snowmobiling, hanging out with friends, just enjoying life as it came to him.
Dude, I was stationed in Okinawa 2002, 2003. I'm kind of jealous of the grander plans that this man had.
And when the warm weather returned and his snowmobiling was finished, he headed on back down to Granby, where he built himself a little residential area inside of that garage. Beginning in the summer of 2003, Marv Heemeyer started adding things to his Komatsu. And when I say things, what I mean is that he created armor by welding half-inch thick steel plates together into a hollow box, and then filling that box with...
The most important thing is that all of it, he didn't weld it to the frame. He didn't weld it to the bulldozer. When he got in it, it was on a hoist, and he lowered it down, and that was it. There's no way in or out. Keep that in mind for what he's describing next.
With, ironically, concrete. Within the armor structure, he embedded video cameras, the lenses of which were protected by 3-inch thick bulletproof plastic shields. And, pointing through a small hole in the back of the cabin, he mounted a 50 caliber rifle. Day in and day out, literally living inside of his workshop,
In the back.
Heemeyer crafted a homemade tank. It was during this period when he was locked in...
He literally said, because I didn't know where they were, he literally said the 50 cal was mounted facing backwards. It's the opposite of a tank. It's a shoot at things at where you've been. It was, I think it was a semi-auto Barrett 50 like an M82. I'm not sure. But however, the only other rifle in it was a bolt action. And the news reported on it as multiple assault rifles. Like, you're wrong on both. It's like they cannot not only not fire semi-automatic, they cannot fire full automatic, and none of these is medium cartridge. These are big cartridge. That's another thing for another day.
Inside of that garage most of the time that his belief in a divine mission began to take shape. In October of 2003, he sold the property to the trash company for $400,000 and then leased out one of the garage bays for what he told them was an unfinished project. As part of this process, the owner, Travis Busey, had to get every building insured, which meant a walkthrough with the insurance company. Marv covered the half-finished dozer with a large tarp, told a little lie about what was under it, and then both Busey and the insurance adjuster just kind of walked on without asking any questions. And it was things like this that Marv took as signs that God was telling him to keep going. One of those supposed signs was that despite locking himself into that garage for hours or even days on end and refusing to tell anybody exactly what he was working on, nobody caught him. Interestingly, one article quotes local gun store owner Sean Nelson as saying, people knew he was building the armored bulldozer, but they didn't know why he was building it after the events of June 4th. Some people say that they specifically didn't know that he was doing it, and then others say that nobody knew that he was doing it, but it appears Sean Nelson did. And the list continued when he thought about it, because about a year prior, he and Trisha had broken up. She had picked up smoking again, and Marv was not happy about it. They got into a fight and ultimately decided to stop seeing each other. To Marv, this was just another sign as he realized that he had never been married. He had never had a family of his own. So, if he were to go, nobody would be harmed. He wouldn't be leaving anybody without a provider. But that didn't mean that nobody would be there to miss him. Marv was not depressed, and he knew that he would be mourned. So, Marv took steps to ensure that his father and siblings were provided for by selling all of his possessions and then transferring all liquid wealth to his father. In turn, John Heemeyer willed all of that wealth to his other 3 children. When Marv's father passed away on March 31st of 2004, all of Marv's money was then transferred to his siblings from his father. Now, some believe that the death of the elder Heemeyer was a breaking point for Marv, that after the death of his father, he felt he had nothing left to live for. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems that he had settled on this course of action long beforehand. And I say that because Marv's unorthodox estate management had the secondary effect of screwing Heemeyer's targets out of any recuperation. Because he had given up everything he owned prior to causing any damage to anybody's property, and then that money had not just been transferred once, but twice, and the second time through a will, there was no way that anybody was getting their hands on it. And because his siblings couldn't be held responsible for his actions, nothing of the $1 million+ that he had made off of selling what he owned would go to his enemies. And finally, Marv wasn't offered the opportunity to extend his lease past June of 2004. It wasn't any sort of malicious thing. It wasn't that he was being a bad tenant. It was just that the trash company needed the space for their own business. To Marv Heemeyer, that was as clear a sign as any. Just after 2 p.m. on Friday, June 4th, 2004,
the whole even name of Killdozer is a misnomer because he only killed buildings. It's ridiculous, but I mean, it sounds good in a newspaper headline or a tweet, you say. Which I'm not going to argue with. Killdozer makes it sound way more badass. I think there's a movie named Killdozer from before this was the thing.
Marvin Heemeyer's modified Komatsu D355A began its path of destruction. The first stop was Cody Dochev, the man that Marv felt was most responsible for his woes. There was a brief skirmish as the dozer attacked the first target, which was the concrete plant. Gunfire was exchanged, and at one point, Marv rolled the bulldozer through a barrier behind which there were 3 police officers hiding. All 3 managed to get out of the way in time, but many people pointed out that had they not moved, they would have been killed. That said, it should also be considered that Marv was driving approximately 3 miles per hour. Once satisfied with the damage, Marv plowed southwards onto Highway 40, which is known as Agate Avenue as it runs through Granby. Also, if by some miracle you are a Granby local watching this video and I pronounced that wrong, I am begging you give me the correct pronunciation. I'm not intending to offend. I really would like to know how to pronounce the word. Anyway, as he headed east on Route 40, he took a little detour off to the left, and then he, demolished Mountain Parks Electric. Mountain Parks Electric is where by then former town board member Dick Brody worked. Immediately after this, he hit the building next door, which housed Maple Street Builders. It's unclear exactly what Marv's reasoning was for hitting that building, but it can be assumed that he felt they had stood against him in some way. Marv then took a break from targeting businesses to go after what he felt was the heart of Granby's issues, the town hall. The town hall, however, also housed the town library. When Marv turned off of the gate onto Zero Street, there were a number of people, including children, who'd chosen to shelter inside the building. Because it was 2004 and you had to call or text everybody individually to tell them that there was an armored bulldozer rampaging through town, nobody really knew what was going on. They had just heard some commotion and gunshots. Marv drove up, hit the southwest corner of the building, and then proceeded to drive around the building to the back, where he started tearing up the lawn and playground area. During this time, the building was evacuated and nobody was harmed. Pulling onto Jasper Avenue, Marv proceeded 1 block east before turning right onto First Street, where he demolished a corner office at Liberty Bank. It's believed that he was trying to make a point to a specific bank employee who was on the zoning board. From there, he turned back onto a gate and traveled east for about a quarter of a mile, where he struck again. This time, the target was not a town board member or another business rival, but the press. Marv felt that Patrick Brower had treated him and his business unfairly for many years. Specifically, he pointed to an incident in which Brower said that he would do an article on Marv's shop. According to Heemeyer, Brower never stopped by the shop. According to Brower, Heemeyer wasn't there when he did. After caving in a portion of the news building, Heemeyer hit the road once more for another 2 blocks before traveling up to Jasper and then onto the property of Thompson Excavation. This, ultimately, was the true source of Marv's rage. Marv felt that the Thompsons, longtime residents and landowners in Granby and in 1992 entrenched in local government, were conspiring against him. Marv tore apart their offices, damaged a building that they rented to Excel Energy.
Notice the 1 star.
And then moved on to the home of the late Dick Thompson, whose widow still occupied. She had evacuated long before Heemeyer arrived and thus was uninjured. Did 1 block east before turning right onto First Street, where he demolished a corner office at Liberty Bank. It's believed that he was trying to make a point to a specific bank employee who was on the zoning board. From there, he turned back onto a gate and traveled east for about a quarter of a mile, where he struck again. This time, the target was not a town board member or another business rival, but the press. Marv felt that Patrick Brower had treated him and his business unfairly for many years. Specifically, he pointed to an...
I'm trying to, like, not DMCA and not steal your content, Mr. What? Oh, fucking. The Lore Lodge. I feel like you're not going to DMCA strike me because you want the story out just as much as I do. But also, let's look at that 1-star review, though.
Into an incident in which Brower said that he would do an article on Marv's shop. According to Heemeyer, Brower never stopped by the shop. According to Brower, Heemeyer wasn't there when he did. After caving in a portion of the news building, Heemeyer hit the road once more for another 2 blocks before traveling up to Jasper and then onto the property of Thompson Excavation. This, ultimately, was the true source of Marv's rage. Marv felt that the Thompsons, longtime residents and landowners in Granby...
Look at all these businesses intermingled with, like, residential. This, like, what even is the zoning in this area? Oh, that's hot, but...
And in 1992, entrenched in local government, were conspiring against him.
Here we go. Oh, no, back up like a half a second.
And were conspiring against him.
There we go. I wonder how they're doing now. Let's check it out. I'll pull it up and bring it over. I'm presuming that's oh man, Google. Do I? Okay, yeah, I'm not blocking maps. Okay, so this should be good. Google Maps. Okay. 637 E Jasper. Wait, is that quarter circle? It doesn't matter. CT. Granby, Colorado. 80446. $637. Wait, no. Just we want to drag it in. We want to drag this one in there. Did I use the wrong browser? What's? Oh no, I literally did. Why? That's a LibreWolf. This also. No wonder it's broken. It's based on Firefox. Oh, there we go. This one. Kind of copy, paste that over to a good browser, and then we just bring this to here. So we got 637 East Jasper Court, right? 637 East Jasper Court, Granby, Colorado, 80446. 80446. This is the piece of land. We're looking at where Killdozer killdozed. Okay. However, that company appears to not be there now because it would show up. Oh, Abrams 2000. Every town needs a killdozer, you know, to keep politicians in line and stuff. Yes. I'm trying to imagine if I were in that man's circumstances. However, you can't make if you don't have the resources to have a lot of other people to do things. You can't like make threats. You have to like just do things. Kind of like our Marvin Heemeyer, say his name, Marvin Heemeyer, did in this circumstance. If you have a lot of friends or people that you can hire to do so, you can honestly, if you can hire people to do violence on your behalf or the threat thereof that you can actually enact upon, you're much more likely to get something done without actually having to do the violence. It's so weird like that, right? It's kind of like projecting power gets results. Super weird, eh? The wife just came in. Oh, whoa, 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 wobbly, ditching out because wife came in. Was she bringing you breakfast at 5 a.m.? No, Abrams, every town needs a militia. You're correct. Abrams, we're looking into the legend of the folk hero Marvin Heemeyer right now, and there's been a lot of misinformation about him. But this documentary appears to be pretty on point and telling much more of the whole story. Right now, we're looking at where is exactly. This is in Granby, Colorado. This is the place that they're talking about right now, which that doesn't have a business there. Which doesn't, I mean, wait, what's around here? What's here? What's here? It's so weird that there's no business claimed right there. There's a laundromat. So
Mark Ford
hang on, we're going to back up just a little bit and look at this map again.
Mountain Parks Electric is where by then former town board member Dick Brody worked. Immediately after this, he hit the building next door, which housed make.
So we're kind of mapping out where the killdoze happened. .229 West Agate Avenue. So it was here, just in the grand scheme. We're this big right now, right? This is where Killdozer happened. We're gonna zoom in. This is exactly where we're talking about. It's all in Granby, which looks like this. And then we get a little closer. A little closer. Yeah, Killdozer didn't kill anybody except himself. There were maybe some injuries, but it was unintentional. Let us continue.
Maple Street builders. It's unclear exactly what Marv's reasoning was for hitting that building, but it can be assumed that he felt they had, stood against him in some way. Marv then took a break from targeting businesses to go after what he felt was the heart of Granby's issues, the town hall. The town hall, however, also housed the town library. When Marv turned off of the gate onto Zero Street, there were a number of people, including children.
Based on that, I see Granby Skate Park. Oh, the Granby Library, which doesn't mention. Oh man. No, it's right here. This is the building. This is City Hall that also has the library in it. That's why he was trepidatious and about doing anything to it. Watch again.
To go after what he felt was the heart of Granby's issues, the town hall. The town hall, however, also housed the town library. When Marv turned off of the gate onto
The town hall also has the town library. Why does this say? So we're looking at Goog right now, right? Can we switch it over? No. Add a little wider, sure. Oh, I just wrecked my whole scene, but that's okay. Why in the world? This is just on Goog right now, right? We're looking at this. Here's all the things. Here's Granby. There's the Granby skate park. Wait, what? Did it just vanish? Searching for Granbury Library. It literally just vanished. It's here. The entire buildings are gone. Hang on, let me make sure. Compare and contrast.
To Zero Street, there were a number of people, including. He took a little turn, a little detour off to the left, and then he, demolished Mountain Parks Electric. Mountain Parks Electric is where by then former town board member Dick Brody worked. Immediately after this, he hit the building next door, which housed Maple Street Builders. It's unclear exactly what Marv's reasoning was for hitting that building, but it can be assumed that he felt they had, stood against him in some way. Marv then took a break from targeting businesses to go after what he felt was the heart of Granby's issues, the town hall. The town hall, however, also housed the town library. When Marv turned off of the gate onto Zero Street, there were a number of people, including children, who...
Okay, so on... Just... We have to go back just a couple seconds. Oh shit, too far.
Onto the property of Thompson Excavation. This, ultimately, was the true source of Marv's rage. 1 block east before turning right onto First Street, where he demolished a corner office at Liberty Bank. It's believed that he was trying to make a point to a specific
Okay, we're going to get back to it again.
From there, he turned back onto
I think it's on...
east for about a quarter of a mile, where
I forgot to pause it before I went back to the other map.
Rival, but the press. Marv felt that Patrick Brower had treated him and his business unfairly for many years. Specifically, he pointed to an incident in which Brower said that he would do an article on Marv's shop. According to Heemeyer, Brower never stopped by the shop. According to Brower, Heemeyer wasn't there when he did. After caving in a portion of the news building, Heemeyer hit the road once more for another 2 blocks before traveling up to Jasper and then onto the property of Thompson Excavation. This ultimately
Okay, went to Jasper and then the property of...
was the true source of Marv's rage. Marv felt that the Thompsons, longtime residents and landowners in Granby, and in 1992, entrenched in local government, were conspiring against.
So we were already here, just... We're looking at Jasper Ave, okay? This thing, so we got 4th Street and Jasper Ave. Okay, so 4th Street and Jasper Ave, we're here. Right meow.
Against him. Marv tore apart their offices, damaged a building that they rented to Excel Energy, which was next door, and then moved on to the home of the late Dick Thompson, whose widow still occupied it. She had evacuated long before Heemeyer arrived and thus was uninjured. After taking out the Thompsons' property, he made his way over to the nearby independent propane facility, and there he began to take shots at the propane tanks with his .50 caliber rifle. However, Marv had failed to properly align the shielding with the barrel, so he was just kind of firing and hitting his own tank. This was probably the thing that Marv did that freaked people out the most, because police argued that had he managed to ignite one of the tanks, it would have put an entire senior living community that was across the street in danger. And in the immediate aftermath, Brower used this as evidence that Marv intended to kill people, along with things like him hitting the library and him destroying the house of the widow Thompson. But on the other hand, if Marv's primary intention was to kill people, then a bulldozer was a really strange choice of a weapon. If you can turn a bulldozer into a tank, then you can probably assemble a simple pipe bomb. So it doesn't make sense to use the former if your primary goal is to cause mass casualties. If it's just that Marv didn't care if anybody died as a result of his actions, that's more defensible, but it can still be argued against. First of all, Heemeyer was driving very slowly, so nobody who was aware of his position and able to move out of the way was ever in any real danger. There's also the fact that he hit the outdoor aesthetic features of the town hall first, which could be seen as his way of giving people time to evacuate. If we look at Thelma Thompson, Heemeyer knew that she'd have probably at least an hour before he was anywhere near her, and then by the time he did get there, he destroyed the buildings next to her first. As for the propane tanks, it really depends how much Marv knew about propane and propane accessories.
Do I look like I know what a killdozer is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
In order to ignite liquid propane, he'd have needed more heat than the bullet's collision with the propane tank would produce. So all he would do is cause leaks. Those leaks could theoretically cause an explosion in the air, which would then go down into the tanks if ignited. But he had brought no ignition source, which suggests his goal was not to ignite the propane. Now, if he did for some reason think that shooting a propane tank would cause it to explode, that's a different story. But given the care he showed in all of the other situations, where the guy avoided even hitting anyone else's business. He really tried to only target his targets. He did actually scrape somebody else's business, but then he immediately diverted. So looking at that, it seems like Marv was going out of his way to avoid hurting anyone. And this suggests that Marv knew that shooting a propane tank would not ignite it. And if Marv knew that shooting a propane tank would not cause it to explode, then he was probably trying to cause a leak. Leaks cost money, so if he had a reason to be upset with independent propane, which I couldn't tell if he did, but we can kind of assume that, I guess, but leaks cost money, and on top of that, there's the fact that it would cause a headache for the EPA. Now, why would Marv want to cause a headache for the EPA? Well, when the concrete plant was getting set up, he called the EPA to complain about things like the noise, and the dust, and the water supply, and after a while, the EPA just started sending his calls to voicemail. So, with all the evidence that we have, everything that we know about the situation so far, it seems to me most probable that either Marv was trying to cost independent propane money, or that he was trying to cause a headache for the Environmental Protection Agency. Marv's final strike occurred back on Agate Avenue, where he tore through the side of Gamble's Appliances. Gamble's Appliances was at the time owned by Casey Farrell, who served on the board from 97 to 99 and thus was there during the rezoning thing.
But we're
he was also in
invested
favor
now.
of the rezoning, and Farrell believes that this is why he was targeted. What Farrell also believes is that Heemeyer was not aware of a certain structural aspect of Gamble's Appliances, its basement. As the dozer plowed through the building, one tread slipped into the basement, rendering the tank immobile. Now, it wasn't going to be going much further anyway, as just moments earlier, the coolant system had failed, and it was rapidly leaking black fluid. His mission complete, Marv went out on his own terms, making him the only fatality associated with the killdozer. When the dust cleared, Granby was in shock, with residents unable to understand what they'd done to deserve this. But ultimately, people came to realize that Marv had not been making random attacks. Once people started to realize whose buildings had been hit, and especially after a list of names was found at Heemeyer's property, it all kind of came together. In Marv's tapes, he outlines what he argues was a conspiracy against him at the lowest levels of government, organized by the Thompsons and executed by their associates. He believed that the Thompsons, being a prominent family in town, had planned to help their friend Cody get his property back and set up a new concrete plant. And when Marv...
What he did was what a good man, a reasonable man driven to unreasonable things, should have done. However, somebody who really wanted to send a message would have done the exact same thing. but also just paid some money to deal with all four of those guys. This is the way. He couldn't do it, but he could still do what he did.
Arv swooped in and bought the property for more than Dochev was willing to pay. That caused problems. And Heemeyer also believed that because he had been unwilling to sell the property to Dochev for less than what Kleiner had promised him, they hatched a plan to keep him from ever being successful in Granby. They withdrew offers to sell him land even at the prices they named so that he wouldn't have access to the sewer main. They refused a maintenance easement so that he would always be in violation of town ordinances, and they could use that against him at any time. They wouldn't buy his property for anywhere near what it was worth, even when he gave them the appraisal, just so he'd be stuck there. They rezoned his land against his will, and then fined him when he sued the board. They ordered him to shut down his business until he hooked up to the sewer system, and then they refused him an easement yet again. And when he finally went to sell the place to somebody other than Dochev, they tried to force him to pay for the sewer line himself before finalizing it. Whether it was real or imagined, Marv Heemeyer genuinely believed that he was being targeted by a group of other business owners, and that they were using the government to do it. A lot of the narratives that paint Heemeyer in a bad light today do so by making it seem like this was all about money and pride for him. But that's not what Marv's motivation truly was. Even if it's assumed that the town was not in any way actually working against him, it wasn't about money, it wasn't about property, it was about showing members of a government that he perceived as corrupt that they were not invulnerable to the consequences of their actions. Now, of course, Marv likely allowed his distaste for government in general to color his perceptions of those around him. But even with that consideration, there's still a degree of fairness to Marv's arguments, and there's reasons to be skeptical of the narrative crafted by Brower. Maybe there was no conspiracy, and maybe Marv really was just a victim of a series of horrible misunderstandings. But that does not change the fact that something about this whole ordeal feels off. There are aspects of the story that don't fit together, omissions of relevant details, and a complete lack of contemporary objective journalism. I absolutely would not say that there's any proof that there was a conspiracy against Marv Heemeyer, but what I will also say is that under these circumstances, a conspiracy actually wouldn't be that odd. And I say that because much of the reason this story has so much controversy is the ending, not the things that led up to it. The fact of the matter is, this is just how small-town governments are a lot of the time. You have families that have been around for such a long time that they have connections that run deeper than political parties, and they have influence that transcends election cycles. There are a lot of these good old boys clubs that Heemeyer and Spencer both talk about in the Tread documentary. They are all over the United States, and they do hand out favors to friends. It's also not uncommon to see money change hands in ways that don't necessarily line up. Like somebody might overpay a board member for their used pickup truck, and then, a month later, the board member votes a certain way. In a lot of American small towns, there's this you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours kind of mentality. And that's at every level of the social contract. That's person to person, that is business owner to business owner, that is elected official to elected official. And I want to be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with a small town governing itself. I strongly encourage these communities to celebrate their unique cultural traits and their history. Here in Phoenixville, Aiden and I are extremely vocal about preserving the historical sections of town, as well as keeping business local by preventing the big brands from coming into our main street. And also our Bridge Street, which is the actual main street. Main Street's kind of an avenue that it's the wrong way here, but you know what, that's how we like it. The problem's only occur because people pay so little attention
Oh,
to
Malibu
governments,
County.
which allows bad actors to get away
you
with
knew.
insane levels of corruption. We're currently seeing an issue unfold here in town where the board is trying to use eminent domain to force a property owner to give up his land to a developer so that that developer can build luxury apartments. That is an entirely improper use of eminent domain, being as it serves only to enrich one property owner at the expense of another. But that doesn't matter, they're trying to do it anyway.
That's
The only
not
reason it's
how
being
eminent
held up right
domain
now and
works
that it's not
either.
going through is that the landowner knows his rights and is actively standing up for himself. And if there's one thing that we can learn from the reasonable man forced to do unreasonable things, Marvin Heemeyer, it's that we need to do that not just for ourselves, but for each other as well. Had the community stood up for Marv during the zoning dispute when the town was absolutely, admittedly not following procedure, none of this would have happened. And I don't mean to suggest that the community of Granby, Colorado is responsible for what was done to Marv or what Marv chose to do. They too were victims of what was ultimately the board's failure to negotiate the situation. I only wish to express the belief that in order for small towns to be the incredible aspect of American life that they have the potential to be, we must be willing to look out for each other. And if need be, we must be willing to metaphorically bulldoze corruption so that another Marv Heemeyer doesn't have to do it literally. I will admit I usually don't craft my outros in quite so specific a manner, so this feels a little awkward, but with all that said, if you want to support what we're doing here at the Lore Lodge, you can subscribe to us on Patreon, or you can become a member here on YouTube for just $1 a month. That will get you access to a few cool things, like our drunk folklore/history show, Liquored Lore, that comes out once a month. We're actually shooting that this weekend, don't know. It will also get you access, now that I finally made the leap into the 21st century and started taking my notes, by typing them, it will get you access to the notes for all of these videos going forward. In this specific case, it will get you access to the transcript of the Marvin Heemeyer tapes, which has been somewhat edited, but is still going to be somewhat in the form I read it in, partially because I think that's funny. You can also support what we're doing by getting our merch. That will be coming from Bunker Branding. We have confirmed the designs. It will be soon. We're very excited.
Oh, they got merch on
consume
Bunker
the Lodge, you can
Branding.
do so by drinking our
I'm
coffee. We get it from
kind of
Tableau
looking
Roasting
at
Company
them.
down in Lexington, Kentucky. It is a
Because,
small
you
batch
know,
artisan
people
roaster
want
who are supporting
Grumple
a small
merch.
business as
That's
well
a
as this
thing.
business, which is also small. And they have a blend that is designed by Sakuyi and History of Everything podcast. podcast. So if you're interested in their Lewis and Dark blend, you can grab that, or you can get our Mount Pocono perk, or best of both worlds, there's a bundle you can get that comes with one of each and a mug of each. That coffee helps us power through all of the days, as we are often up very late. Part of the reason we're up late is that we have our live show on Sunday nights, and that is from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. You can catch that every week unless you can.
This,
If you can't, it's because we
everything's
didn't
been
do it.
derailed.
We
This is
didn't do
now
it.
a
Don't worry,
Marvin
we'll always tell you
Heemeyer
what the reason
stream.
was ahead of time. Most recently, that reason was Memorial. If you
However,
want more Lodge, you can get that by heading over to the Weird Bible channel, the History Hub.
in order of the things I thought they were interesting in. However, we are going to watch them in, like, maybe not 2. It's whatever speed I can handle them, and if you don't keep up, I'm sorry. I wish the best of luck to you, because you need to keep up. Oh, just briefly, as an interlude, while I look at chat. I'm not sure. See, there's a lot of people. This is Busta Rhymes and Twista. The song is "Can You Keep Up?" So while I read these things, and pull up this thing that Malibu County linked and look at it. Well, Malibu County, we got to get through, like, doing reactions and stuff to multiple things, and I'm not even recording this. Like, I have to rely on the VOD if I want to turn this into, like, a static video content, which I'm not even doing. However, I feel like I need to start doing that as a creator, just to put things out. It's not there yet, though. I just want to watch it faster because I can't deal with it being at 1x speed, because a lot of times when people are talking, it's at 1x speed. Do you get me on this? It's kind of unnerving to try and pay attention when things are going so slowly. Malibu country. Do you get where I'm coming from? Alternatively, oh wait, no. From the beginning. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. So, Busta Rhymes and Twista are in the studio right now, and they want to know if you can keep up, because you got to listen real fast because we're talking fast. I'm not going to do commentary. I don't think they're going to be emceeing this. Just listen.
Finna be some energy, we got the remedy. I'm in the vicinity of a nigga that can spit it with me. Feel the fire whenever we act up. Everybody else is a compatible with the artillery. So forget about it when you hear about it, cause it's too fast when the past over time to buster. Hit a victim in the middle of the body with a bullet and a rhythm, every murdering structure. Every time I hit you niggas.
Just in case nobody realized, and this is going to happen a few times in this song, this is Twista and Busta on exact tempo together on like 2 bars or 4, I forget if it was 2 or 4 bars between their verses. And this is going to be a recurring theme. Let's just start over and try and pay attention one more time. again, my whole entire DMC, everything lives on a wing and a prayer. Uh, Trying to get your stuff out to more people is the only thing that I think prevents me from getting DMCA's on things that I like, which this is one of them. I do commentary, but also this.
Now it's finna be some energy, we got the remedy. I'm in the vicinity of a nigga that can spit it with me. Feel the fire whenever we act up. Everybody else is a compatible with the artillery. So forget about it when you hear about it, cause it's too fast when the past over time to buster. Hit a victim in the middle of the body with a bullet and a rhythm, every murder bring structure. Every time I hit you niggas with another chamber, then I'm like, and I be sounding like a nigga full of anger. Now I'm back to beat you in the head and bring another bang.
Oh, that has a hard R. No, YouTube, I disavow.
Do it how I wanna do it till I make another nigga drop. I'm gonna do it, homie, on the one. Go ahead, pick it up and carry it to where you wanna carry it to, do whatever you wanna do.
Twitch,
Show the competition how we gonna do. When we coming through, a better nigga never get in front of you. I wanna be up in the front, wanna get in the race. I'm so fast, they call me Flash. Don't nobody really wanna, we can hit him like a couple of millimeters and whoop a nigga ass.
They do the parts together sometimes.
Was we ever gonna do this shit? And then we came to hit him with another flow, pop champagne and celebrate and kill another show. Got a campaign, the greatest nigga y'all already know to ever do this kind of shit.
Together.
Gotta go. Now I gotta ask y'all. Can you keep up? 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 Now try to catch me if you can. Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Now try to catch me.
Oh, Melvin, I'm pulling out.
Keep up with it when he's spitting, cause before we the business, I'm a menace when I bust a lyrical tack off. Go faster than Ricky Bobby, killing them in Talladega Nights. A nigga try to get up with it, nigga hit up with it, and I promise you gotta pay the price. Look, why don't everybody wanna come and try to get a little taste of the shit? They gotta let me put it all up in your face. When I spit, I got a nigga while I'm all over the place. Everybody better listen here, cause you know that when I bring it, I will never stop. Make a nigga be wanting to bring it back to the top. Throw the shit up in the street and I be running every block. Everybody better stand clear. Like a millimeter when it be bumping the track up. I'm motivated for murder when I wanna act up. A couple of phenomenal niggas to stack up, but there's anybody that wanna live in the back up. Killing them whenever I'm busting the clip out, cause I'm gonna be attacking them with the insane flow. Then they be having a calling me Twister Phelps. I'm a nigga bust like Usain Bolt. Shock a nigga like I was 1,000 volts. Now I'm selling on a beat the way I'm selling on a boat. See the way I gotta kill him and the way I gotta flow. You don't really wanna test me, boy, cause I pop ya. When I'm in a spot, you know you can't leave. And I spit every word to
breathe.
You never heard until your nose bleed. Twister, please. Let them know I got you. Now I gotta ask y'all. Can you keep up? 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 Now try to catch me if you can. Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Now try to catch me.
There's a whole nother set of verses to go. There's no chorus. That's like that's the only chorus. It's like twice. Tech 9 could keep up, but only singly, not in a duet. Busta Rhymes, as I recently found out, his normal is 9 syllables in his fast stuff, is like 9 syllables per second, and Busta wins at over 10 syllables per second in some circumstances for the fastest. I want to see, like, Tech 9 and Gone. Anybody know Gone? We're on a like an intellectual break right now from Marvin Heemeyer, which is a break from the other thing. We're on a rabbit trail. We're on an adventure. If I can borrow my buddy Zach's parlance for just a moment, we're going on an adventure. Don't worry about the destination. It's about the journey. Okay. We continue.
You can talk about it with a bunch of people. They say that I'm a lyrical manifestation of rhythm. Then I come and do the shit I gotta do, and then I bang 'em and get 'em and do it every single time I hit 'em. When I do it, it's gotta be accurate. I am attacking the rhythm with such a
This is gonna get tighter. They're reducing the verses.
He be coming with it, and nobody really do it. How we do it, and the flow is so fluid. It gotta be an anomaly, gotta be an odyssey, a prodigy, and I'm a beat to wanna prove it. Don't you ever forget it, the way we coming in and set it to magic. I'm probably really need a medic, so give us the credit in alphabetical order. We come in a slaughter, so call it the order. See the way we do it. Now I gotta ask y'all. Can you keep up? 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 Now try to catch me if you can. Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Now try to catch me. Try to catch me. Try to catch me. Try to catch me.
Oh man. That one, we bring it out, move it over here, and there we go. So that was the end of that. As a just as a follow-up, uh, can we flip a coin? Wait, Davey 504 can piano play bass? I don't know. It's a 4-string. I don't care. What? Why you J-bassing all over the place? No biggie. Or either, so we're gonna do one more just song real quick before we get back into the real content about Marvin Heemeyer. Oh man, but I need to flip a coin. Do we do Oysterhead? MD45? Or right now it's all about side projects. So Oysterhead, side project from Les Claypool, Stuart Copeland from The Fleece, and Trey Anastasio from Fish. Okay, there's one. Then two is MD45, which is Dave Mustaine from Megadeth. I forgot the singer's name. It's a badass side project. It's big names. And then third is technically a side project. Soften the Glare, which is Ryan Martini's new band, but apparently Mudvayne is back together, so I don't know if it's a side project or like a main thing anymore. I don't know. I'm just a little tiny person in this world, trying to pay attention. I'm hearing 3, so we'll do the Ryan Martini. The best one I think is March of the Cephalopods, so we'll do that just real quick, and then we'll get back to Marvin Heemeyer. Oh, I'm gonna write it all down though. Oh, I've written other things down on cards. Oh, this is about a... Ooh, no, I can't show that. Hang on, let's get it done and then write things down, nerd. Okay, shall we? Not MD45, not Oysterhead. But what we're doing is Soften the Glare. And this guy, yeah. Here's the entire video. DMCA be damned. This is the entire video. I'm gonna argue with it from time to time. But this guy... Oh, well, the history of this guy. I don't think this is DMCA by doing it exactly this way. So this is the same guy. So this So coming into the late 90s, I was an active high school. No, I wasn't active in high school at all. I didn't go all that much. I was very active as playing bass in like all of the garage bands at the time and hockey. That was my I was looking at hockey as a professional career, not necessarily joining the NHL team that was that from where I grew up, but the farm team and making a salary doing it because I was a giant and defenseman and very fast, and it would have been very easy to do that as a career. However, my creativity got stunted by this guy. His name is Ryan Martini, and he, it's from a new metal, like NU, new metal band called Mudvayne in the late 90s. And it was a nothing thing until one time with the band that I was playing with at the time, I I went to break it down and I then had a breakdown. Like I had a mental breakdown because wait, this guy did this and he made it sound like not doing things, but he was doing all the skill checks and making it sound good, and then also just all the styles. Just this is all of the bass styles of playing wrapped into a what? It's not even a 3-minute song. This is a skill check. He's playing 5-string like me at the time, which still, although sometimes I venture into octave bass, so some are 10-string these days. Why I quit bass for about 20 years was because of this guy. I'm now playing again with a band. It took quite a while though, because he already did like, oh, you're doing all the things I wanted to do creatively. Oh, that's dejecting. But look, look at it. It just starts off. This is Dig, the Mudvayne song. The name of the band is Mudvayne, Vayne. The singer left to do Alcohol and Ass because friggin' Dimebag died or whatever. I don't know. I'm still not sure I forgive Vinnie Paul. And I forgave him for the whole Stanley Cup incident. I've never met the guy. He doesn't care if I forgive him or not. It means nothing. Check this out. This people don't understand. This song was like new metal. However, this is a bass skill check. There's finger plucking. There's slides, like slides that are part of the song, and I don't remember if there's tapping hammer-ons. Most normal bass aficionados, you ask them to play this, they will cry. I like it. I am going to add Rocksmith back in. We'll get there. Malibu Country, or Malibu County. I've been on back and forth about starting my own podcast because, I mean, doing your own thing means you have to come up with the content for it. And I'm like, even if sometimes I'm self-employed, I still have a job, and it's like it takes a lot. Doing additional, like I haven't strome in like 2 weeks, so I want to. See where it goes. However, I'd be very happy to be a well, I mean, paid contributor to somebody else's podcast. But however, I feel like I'm so great at being a secondary guy on so many other podcasts and or channels that whatever I do would have to be good as long as I have a few other people to bounce off of. That's what I feel like. And if you're welcome to disagree. Oh, but hey, check out this song. No, excuse me, sir. We're gonna look at this real super quick. You are. Where are you anchoring your thumb? So usually a bass player will anchor the thumb on either what I've been doing lately is on the on the very corner of the neck. You need something as a reference. He's referencing right there. You can see he's bending it even on the B string, which isn't that don't make no sense. However, he's made a lot of money doing this, and I have not, so I will defer to him. Except for I will still critique, sir, respectfully, respectfully. Wait, is he gonna pull harmonic, or is that why? Well, you can't tell because the camera work is so nonsense. Okay, so that guy, I just bring up that because it was new metal nonsense that turned into, oh wait, this guy I really like after I heard it on the just I heard the song on the radio on the way and I was like, oh hey guys, guess what I just heard? Burr ding, and then like, wait, let me figure out the song, and then oh wait, there's a lot more going on here. Oh, that's interesting. Why does it sound so silly but it's so technical? Oh, because you meant it to. You're trolling me. Oh, Ryan Martini was trolling me specifically. Oh, I get it. Oh no, not that. This this is another DMCA be damned. This is spreading love of Ryan Martini. I'll fight it. And we'll get back into the Killdozer after this. Oh, but let's look at it real quick. His newer project is called Soften the Glare. It's a 3-piece with no vocals. And it's glorious. Oh, what did you say? Oh, the guy in the flip-flops is doing something. This has like Pertucci experiment vibes, but not. This is like jazz fusion. And just people who know what they're doing. Before any hate on the 5 strings, okay? So bass was doomed from the start. Most 4-string instruments are. If you have 5 strings though, with a 5 half-step difference between strings, that lets you have 2 full octaves within 5 frets. So you can do 2 full octaves or 2 full scales, or 7 power chords without moving your hand left or right. This is a big deal. Wait, is he playing a 4-string right now? I could see doing it to get into a Rickenbacker, but that's the only reason. Oh no, yeah, of course he's not. 5 is the correct quantity of strings, or fundamental strings for a bass. I do have a 10 string. Doing a little tapping, a little trolling, as we do. Playing in dust. Sometimes the melodies happen on the bass. It's 100% been my experience when when you're playing with people and they see you, it's one of these few things. When they see you either start bending or not even sliding, but like playing chords even. Giant smiles happen all around. And then, I mean, things maybe sometimes get a little weird after that, but that's been my experience. Just playing a chord, like as a bass player, like just playing a couple strings at once and making it sound, you know, like, oh hey, I intended to do that. Just immediately everybody smiles and starts having a better time. And it's super fun. Music's really fun to do. And I pity anybody who didn't get into it at a pre-brain growth age or whatever. I feel like I got into it late at like 11 or something. No, none of that. Oh. Wonder Woman wants to... Oh, no, none of that. A little jazzier. Melissa, are you still up? This is the Tanks Encyclopedia.
When life gives you lemons, make life
Not
take those
sure
lemons
how
back
this is-
by
oh,
building a
wait.
60-ton armored bulldozer and attacking your neighbor's cement plant. This plan might sound peculiar, but it has already been tried and tested by a certain Marvin Heemeyer, regarded as a folk hero by some and as a domestic terrorist by others.
Oh,
It
no,
started
sorry.
just after 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon in the town of Granby.
Your initial assessment, the whole entire premise made you, not watching that. Let's see how this one works.
This is when we first arrived on scene, and it looked like officers were firing some pretty heavy arms at him.
The sheriff in Granby says that Marvin Heemeyer was behind the wheel during a 90-minute rampage in that 405 bulldozer.
They do not know what reason is. Reason to them is doing it their way.
This man owned a business next to the concrete company, that he had a long-standing beef with the concrete company in Granby.
This is a dispute that dates back 3 years ago. Damage, we're told, could be in the millions. They'll have a better assessment of that later on today.
You had to take me on and
They got off her easy.
Well, I'm going to take you on by myself.
It's almost been 20 years since the Killdozer incident in Granby, Colorado, and today we are in Granby, and we're going to be talking to the people that Marvin Heemeyer had the most beef with. I've looked everywhere on the internet, and there's not many examples of like first-hand interviews of people that have dealt with Marvin. We're going to go straight to the beef, and we're going to figure out what
that's
went
not
wrong
correct.
here. I know from first-hand experience how someone could have problems with a town and feel like they were getting walked all over. Here in about an hour, my personal Komatsu D355A, which is the same Killdozer that plowed this town down, is going to be coming through here on a trailer.
Cody, this is 14 hours out of the way. This doesn't make any sense.
No, it's not that far out. It's just worth it. I'm kind of nervous actually because I feel like maybe it's something they don't want to talk about.
True. What if they love it or they hate it?
Sometimes you get this like cult effect of a small town where no one comes in or out for 100 years. They can sometimes be really like standoffish and rude and want to piss people off for fun. They can also be really nice. I'm sure there's a lot of kind people here. We're gonna just investigate Granby, Colorado, and we're gonna see what the Killdozer means to them. Whoops. What the hell? The pump is slow. Please let off the handle for 12 seconds. Start again. It's super cold out. It's like 5 degrees. There's a thing in the gas station that says, "It happened here in Granby."
It was me.
You get many people buying this book?
Oh yeah.
Is this like a tourist destination for that now?
Yeah, not like hugely, but so like maybe a couple of them a month, like 2.
Were you guys here when that happened?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, he was
So-
like kind of like behind our building.
Is everybody pretty chill about it? Or is it like a sensitive topic for some people?
It's a little bit sensitive. There's a thing that happens when a person dies that they gain all the virtues. You can't talk ill of the dead.
Right.
So everyone's, oh, he was the best guy.
I know that like my mom used to wait on him at the El Monte restaurant. You know, she said that he seemed like a decent guy.
Oh, okay.
but-
Already like someone was here when it happened.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's like a little tourist destination now.
Yeah.
Like, damn, dude.
Who wrote this book?
Patrick Brower.
Oh.
There's a couple places I want to stop. There's one called Sky High News. It's the news station. They publish a little ad for Marvin's muffler shop. They're still here, but it's crazy that he bulldozed their building.
Yeah.
There are stories from both sides. And it's really hard to know. We're
Oh,
gonna
this
get
is
to
the
bottom
Whistle and
of it.
Diesel
This is
one.
WD reporting. So if you guys don't know about Killdozer, it's a very
Oh.
long story. But long story short, this guy named Marvin Heemeyer lived in Granby, Colorado. Marvin had a muffler shop in town. He moved from another state.
Great building wasn't the best location, but it was a good building.
Did a great job. There's a lot of people that speak highly of him. And something was wrong with the sewage on the site. The town kept like fining him more and more. And so he got into a lawsuit with the town and lost.
Although they probably cost me $500,000 or more, I know it's been more.
And he said that people would like chuckle as he walked out of the courtroom and stuff.
The town council, I'd pass them in the post office, and they'd snicker at me after they knew I lost.
There was a lot of drama and beef here.
These people have figured out a pretty good way, being a small community, how to get away with doing things wrong and doing it legally.
There's so many details in between here. I'll do the best I can to like fill everybody in as we're going through all this. But Marvin felt like he was wronged by the town and ended up buying a giant bulldozer just like the one we just bought.
I don't believe that any of the Komatsu D355s were as in good a shape as this one was.
Parked it in his muffler shop, and he spent like a year armoring this bulldozer. And then one day he just greased up the side so nobody can climb up on top of it, and he drove it through his muffler shop and plowed over half of this town. That was June 4th, 2004. So the 20th anniversary.
Not
is
exactly
actually coming
half
up. The
this
muffler shop is not here anymore. He bulldozed part of it, and then they bulldozed the rest of it. I have maps here of the exact route, start to finish, that the Killdozer took from Marvin's muffler shop all the way to the end where it fell in the hardware store basement and he couldn't get out. We're gonna follow that route. So the first location, his muffler shop. Killdozer was built right up here. They're saying that this was the building.
It's a trash company.
Yeah. There's tons of concrete trucks lined up right there across from it. This was right where Marvin's shop was.
This is cool.
This is the concrete plant that wronged him.
Yes.
Supposedly.
You know, you can call it revenge. I don't know. I don't doubt that there is.
I'm not sure what the I have a friend named Grid. Hang on, I'm gonna message him, see if he can. Come and talk to us. He's a car guy also. and he goes by an unreasonable man.
What the hell? We should stop here and talk to him.
Yes.
Hey, my name's Cody. I had a quick question. Is this the shop where Kildozer's built?
Yeah.
This exact building?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Well, that little shop right there. It's where those 4 dumpsters are. If you walk out,
Really?
it's that shop
Okay.
right there.
Okay, interesting. All right, appreciate your help, man.
No problem.
I asked if that was a shop where the Killdozer were built, but he says that it was this building right here, which makes a lot more sense.
Oh, wait, does it say mufflers on the side? It does.
That's the muffler shop, right? The S for mufflers. That's it. That's it. Look.
Oh, no
was
way. Now we gotta walk around the outside.
Is that it? How did he get it out? That's the shop. You can't fit that dozer through there.
You see on the front side of the building, and it has the 3 bay doors that we just drove past?
Right. Let's talk to him. I want to get in there.
Sorry to bother you. Is that part of this business here?
How I understand it is, it was leased by that guy back in the day, and then once it all went down, it was just kind of folded into the business.
We were really curious if there's any way to look at it.
I'd really rather not. That's a work area for
Yeah.
our guys. You can like take some pictures from the outside. but-
Okay, no problem. Appreciate it, man.
Not allowed in.
Let's come back at midnight. It's Marvin's shop.
Oh my gosh. Dude, he totally built it in there.
I think they remodeled it, guys. Everything in front of us was the concrete plant. So you see that tower? That's all part of the
So
concrete
Whistling
plant. Those
Diesel
are people,
is
like, really wronged him. So Cody Dochef was the owner of this concrete plant, and they named it Cody's
Chaotic
Way.
Neutral.
I would be curious if they changed it to Cody's
And
Way after the incident. This is
I'm
the
okay
concrete
with it.
plant that he really had
He
beef with
he
the
is
owner,
one
Cody
of the
Dochef.
other
Come to find out
creators
his name was Cody
that I
Dochef.
would
He came back
like
there
to
and introduced
collaborate.
himself to me about the rudest, most arrogant person.
And I'm gonna see if I can talk to him. I'm not sure where they are nowadays or if they're still
But
here.
there's no
Is the
reason
office?
for
It says
him or
office.
me
Looks
to
like it's
actually
open.
collaborate. Because there's not a reason to.
There's nobody here. It's not running. I mean, it's too cold for concrete, so that actually makes sense.
Yeah, that checks.
Let's come back on June 4th. So he
He's
came
way
out of the
too
muffler
mature
shop,
in
he
his,
demolished that whole concrete
creator.
batch plant. And this is where everybody started panicking. They called the cops. And then he went literally out onto the main street.
Hopefully, the community will learn something from this.
This is the main stretch of Granby right here. So his muffler shop is up there.
And he was just driving on this road.
So he plowed through that muffler shop, and then he came out onto this main stretch and just headed for downtown. We're gonna pull in here. There's a lot going on right here. I'm really curious if there's any Killdozer relics in this hardware store. Do you guys get many questions about Killdozer? No, we don't. The big armored bulldozer. We have really. Oh, they carry the book here too.
Get the book.
Well, good luck to you. Support.
Yep.
It feels wrong saying Killdozer here because I feel like it's like a cuss word. I just feel weird saying it. It's like going to New York and saying, "Do you heard about?" He went down this street, cut left, and he plowed over this. I plowed through the electric company. That's a brand new building.
Yep.
And then he turned left up here, so we're gonna turn left. We're on Jasper
Saying
now.
the
City Hall is
numbers,
right here. He
that's
completely
one that's
demolished it.
10
He was
minus
suing
1
them
and then
for, like,
that's 10
discrimination or
plus
whatever,
1.
of, like, f***ing with them for his business. If this
Maybe
was the City
is
Hall, he
demonic,
completely destroyed
like
that. They rebuilt the town hall right over the street.
messing
right
with your
there.
algorithm.
So they got a brand new town hall.
Town hall's right there.
I'm gonna walk in there and I'm gonna see if anybody wants to talk. I'll be back.
I was curious if you guys get many questions about Kildozer's.
We don't praise the man because he could have killed a lot of people.
Right. Were you here when that happened?
I I was the one that took the call from the sheriff's department that said to evacuate.
Wow.
There was no one in the building when he came with the bulldozer.
Really? Yeah.
So we
Right.
had plenty of time to get
Right,
out.
right. Yeah, that's really interesting. We're just traveling through, and I was curious about it ever since then. If it was like a big deal, or if it was like a sensitive topic, you know, like.
It's a sensitive topic for the ones that work here and some of the town members. There's a better way to resolve.
Yes. Right, right, right,
And
right.
at the end of the day, we lost a member of our community.
Right.
The community came together. This is a beautiful building. So really, he did us all a favor.
Thanks for talking about it.
All
I appreciate
right.
it.
So I went in there and they were really sweet. She's like, I was the one that took the sheriff's call to evacuate the building when it happened. She was in there. And then she was like, also he kind of did us a favor by cleaning out all the crap buildings because they built a new nice library there and everything. And I don't know if that's a jab, like, oh, he did us a favor, you know, could be a way of dealing with it. But let's talk to more people. He came down the street from the town hall. This is a small town, so it's easy for him to do a lot of damage.
Right.
Went across this corner in between this light post and this bank, and it looked almost identical. He plowed the whole side of that off. Then he turned left on Main Street here and went all the way down this road quite a ways. This thing moved like 4 miles an hour, keep in mind. So like the whole town just has time to like watch it. So we're gonna go down here to Sky High News. They're still here, and I bet that we could get some sort of a story on this.
Yep.
No way.
Sky High News.
Sky High News. Wow, he plowed this building. So this is the Sky High News building that he completely destroyed. And then there's footage of him turning right here and plowing all these people's cars into a pile while the SWAT team hides around the corner of the porch. I feel like this is our next stop. I should knock on the door.
Yep.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
I had a quick question. I'm from Tennessee, and I'm kind of doing interviews with people who have heard about the Killdozer before.
Oh, okay.
And I was curious if you heard about it or like knew much.
I mean, yeah, I have heard about it.
Did you know that it like plowed right through all these cars right here?
Yeah, so that old building, that's the Sky High News building.
Yeah.
That building was torn down like completely.
Really? Okay.
Redone, yeah.
And were you here when that happened?
I was not here, no. It happened in 2004.
I said, you know, Killdozer just plowed through all the cars right in front of your house, right here. He's like, yeah, I heard about that. All right, so we're outside
That was
Sky High
20
News. I'm just
20
gonna
years
walk in
ago.
there and let them know that my Komatsu bulldozer is going to be arriving to town in about an hour, and there could be a few different reactions to that, but hopefully they don't think I'm a terrorist.
How's it going?
Good, what's up?
We're YouTubers from Tennessee.
Okay.
And we're here doing a kind of a little documentary thing on the Killdozer. And I kind of have a little story for you guys if you're interested in it.
What do you mean by that?
So I bought the identical bulldozer, and here in about 2 hours it's going to be going through town.
And you're filming that?
Yeah. I thought I'd tell you guys if it was something you might be interested in.
Sure. Do other folks know that you're going to do that?
Nobody yet.
Can we give some people who might want to know a heads up so that nobody
Yeah.
is concerned?
Yeah, that's
okay.
really cool. It's not like, doesn't have armor.
I mean,
No, totally. I
the
just
correct
thought, you
answer
know,
would be
given the history.
yeah, but who do you want to?
No.
Who do we want to know about? Can I
Our
talk to him?
publisher who wrote the book that's
Yeah.
right there was, and then our former publisher is married to the son of who was the sheriff at the time. Am I saying that
okay.
correctly? He climbed on top of the door. Yeah. He was like trying to get in.
Oh wow. Oh, there's a lot of stuff.
I see. Do you have any tips of anybody we could interview?
Probably Patrick Brower.
Damn, dude.
Who wrote this book?
Patrick Brower.
Oh.
So he's the author of the book.
Oh, okay.
There, he's
Oh,
our
okay.
former publisher.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, that's the guy that the previous video essay or whatever. Oh, I forgot to look here. That's the guy, Patrick Brower. That's the name that was the previous video essayist, like the guy who wrote the books and all the stuff that the last one was talking about.
Thanks. Have a good one.
So none of them were here when it happened, but as soon as I told them my dozer was coming through here, they're like, do you mind if we let everybody know? So they're telling the cops. So
This is gonna be
they're
a
gonna call
big
the cops
ordeal.
right now and say that we're bringing a Komatsu bulldozer through Granby.
Oh no! Wait!
That's hilarious. He then went from Sky High News down to Independent Propane here. I don't know why he shot all the propane tanks. I think he was just living it up. He brought a 50 cal and a revolver with him, and he opened fire with his 50 cal and all these propane tanks. So I want to see if the propane tanks are still here.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Independent. It all looks so much smaller now. It's like everything grew up around it.
Right.
We gotta talk to him.
I was curious if there was anybody here that I could talk to about the Killdozer incident.
I don't even know if there's anyone here that was in the county at that time.
Really? Wow. All right, well, thanks for your time.
Don't want to talk? No, they're just like, nobody was here from that time. Like, nobody knows any, like, just new people.
They have no stories.
Just
That's
new people,
just such a...
There's no story. Everybody's really nice, I will say. We haven't encountered one rude person yet. So this is really cool, because there's, like, first-hand recording of all this. This piece of concrete that he backs the dozer up to is the same.
There's a big chip mark.
That is bent rebar. Piece of Killdozer concrete here. There's where the rebar was. So he came back up this, and at the top, there's a giant grader sitting there, trying to block him from getting out to destroy
Wait,
the rest
Abrams,
of the
did the
town. So they're
community
like, if
just
we can
learn that
stop him
thermite
here,
on
he
hand
can't
is
get
not a
out.
bad
He
idea? I
literally just
mean...
rams it out of the way, like this giant
Picks
grader.
it up.
So they came back out here on the main street, and I feel like at that point, because he's backtracking, I feel like he got everything that he wanted. But then he pulled up to this place, High Country Appliances.
Thermite
That was a hardware store, right?
Yep, there was gambles.
We're gonna pull in here, and we're gonna see if this hardware store still has a basement.
Whiskey
This is
Delta
where the
is the
dozer
very
just sank
reason why
in
some
because
people
there's a
should never
basement here and he
dump
didn't know,
lots
so
of money
one
just
track
saying.
fell in and he couldn't get out. That's why I'm bringing my dozer here today, is I really want to try and see if it would get out. It's a new building.
It's actually decent, yeah.
They filled it in the basement. Looks about 20 years old. My pillow is advertising where the Killdozer fell. It looked identical. It's like the opposite of the whole situation.
It's turned into a micro advertisement.
All right, there's no basement, guys. They filled it in.
Solid ground.
The dozer tried coming along here and fell into the basement right here. And then he made it to like right here. That's crazy.
Yeah.
This is where it ended.
And nobody knows. Like, it's all
That's so
covered up.
interesting. Yeah, it's like kind of low key. Like they don't
Really?
even, that's just so crazy for a town to go through and not even.
Not mentioned at all.
Wait. There's barriers.
Oh, like someone's gonna do
They're
it
like,
again.
it's not happening again. Hey, there's no basement now. You would not fall in again. This guy in this white truck is code enforcement. He's exactly the type of person Marvin would have had beef with.
They just ruined a good man's life, a lot of people's lives, but that's their style.
We're YouTubers from Tennessee. We have a big YouTube channel. Oh, okay, did they make a call about us? Yeah. There's 3 cop cars here now. They gotta be so interested in what's going on.
2 there, and then 1 right beside us. Oh my gosh.
I bought a dozer up north, so we were filming a video and kind of interviewing people, just getting stories. So it's identical to the one that is the Killdozer.
Is it modeled to look like Heimeyer's?
No. It's that before it had the armor.
But it's on a trailer.
Right. Yeah, we're not unloading it or anything.
That was our primary concern.
Right.
I had the understanding that you were going to drive a model Killdozer through town.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, no.
And so I was like, well, heavy equipment is allowed on the highway.
Right.
So I was like, as long as he's as far right over as he can be, I was like, he's not breaking any law.
You're allowed to drive heavy equipment on the roads here?
Within reason.
Okay.
I was raised here when
Oh, man.
Heimeier did his bid.
You can drive heavy equipment on the roads,
From
yeah.
his tracks lasted almost a decade. Granby PD wasn't even a thing back then.
Really?
It was just the sheriff's office.
Oh, okay.
Having grown up with that, he's a bad guy. But the older I get, I'm like, I see it from a libertarian perspective.
Yeah, right.
I get it.
That's that's where getting stories and just seeing what people's thoughts are on it.
My father actually used to work with Heimeier.
Wow.
They were welders together. He was working with the County Road and Bridge at the time, and they were the ones who had custody of the bulldozer after the fact. But as a kid, I got to go see it.
Go look at it.
It was impressive.
His dad was friends with Heimeier. That's
insane.
It's like, I'm hearing so many different sides to everything. That's what we came here for. We have secured an interview with Sky High News, so we're gonna, I don't know, I've never had an interview before except for MSN, NBC, CBS.
That's a lot of interviews.
America's Got Talent.
You were on America's Got Talent?
Survivor. Gold Rush.
Those are TV shows.
Dollar General.
That's a store.
Job interview. I have to tell these people now that I'm gonna plow the rest of their town down.
No.
What the hell? I put 800,000 miles on this truck just today.
It's just not possible.
I wind the odometers up before I sell them.
You wind them up? You're supposed to wind them down.
They're not worth more?
No.
Oh, well. That was pretty good. Great interview. That's going to be in the news.
Whistling Diesel is a great content creator. Nobody can change my mind. It's mostly truck stuff.
Our bulldozer is going to pull up right in line with the old hardware store that it fell into. This is the first time since 2004 that this dozer has been in town. Right across from the shop where it fell into the basement. It's so big. That's crazy.
Right in front of the store.
Hey, but you're keeping it on the truck, right?
Guys, let's undo these chains.
No, go! 55A though. It was a 55A. Here's the book. You need to read this before you make any real strong conclusions about how Marv was picked on.
Well, we didn't make any conclusions yet. That's what we're here for.
Cool. Call me up. I'm the author of the book.
Okay.
I was an associate producer on Tread, the movie.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So
Sweet,
you guys
sweet.
need to call me.
We'll do that.
Perfect.
Thank you. Oh, there's a mouse. There's a mouse, Kelly. What?
Marv's back, and he's a mouse.
The town is like, no, not again. I can't do this again. That was a lot of fun. We're gonna ship this down to Tennessee now and unload it for a special project we have coming up. We have to do landscaping for an elderly woman. We're turning her house into mulch.
Oh.
The author of the Killdozer book came up and gave me a copy right before we pulled out, which is really cool.
He said that it was a D355A, but John said that the A is the same. This is an A. It
So,
just doesn't have the decal.
Right. I can see both sides after this. There's a lot of nice people in this town. I could also see how someone could get really f***ed over by the government. Someone could be crazy, and someone could also sound crazy but have really base claims.
Right.
Anyways, interpret it how you want. Everybody here seems to be nice people now, though. And they say that the town has changed a lot since then. Did it change because of him? Maybe. Sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. Do you guys want a truck?
I'd love a truck.
I'm giving away this truck. We don't want to drive it 60 hours back home, so if you guys want it, it drives perfectly fine. It's a great truck. I bought this today just for this. I'm gonna grab my shit out and you guys can take this truck, literally. You want it?
Yep.
Sweet.
Absolutely.
No, Whistling Diesel has a few.
I'm gonna build a Killdozer.
I'm sorry, I like it. I'm very risking DMCA, especially with it being on YouTube. But I'm dealing with some DMs.
The wheel's gone. For the last year, I've been looking for a new bulldozer. Today we are in Granby. Damn, dude.
Who wrote this book?
Patrick Brower.
That's the muffler shop.
Oh, no way.
Oh, so this is the next step.
55A though.
Oh wait, this is episode 3. Wait, what's 2? Oh, is it? Is this the part 2? Presumably.
We have a real piece of the Killdozer. Jody, back up!
Okay, this has to be the second one.
Right on the edge of tipping right now.
I've been looking for a new bulldozer. Today we are in Granby.
Patrick Brower.
That's the muffler shop.
Oh, no way.
Oh no, I'm missing it.
As soon as the bulldozer crosses this line,
I'm missing a piece. Or is there a 8 months ago? Oh, okay, so that's the newest one. No, wait, what's the part 2 of the Killdozer an analogy or trilogy or whatever? there a Killdozer playlist? Oh, Killdozer series. There we go. Yeah, Hilux, of course.
I'm gonna build a Killdozer.
Stop. But there's three. Okay, we'll figure it out.
The wheel's gone. For the last year, I've been looking for a new bulldozer. Today we are in Granby.
Who wrote this book?
Patrick Brower.
That's the muffler stuff.
Oh, no way.
That's a 55A though.
I just got a delivery notification from FedEx and we just got a package from Montana. Let's see what it is.
The bus is coming back. Driver looks pissed.
Did they see me?
Yes.
I have to get this to the shop, and as soon as the bulldozer crosses this line, things are gonna go very wrong. But it's already past the line. The reason that I ordered this, in case all my neighbors are wondering, because they can probably hear me talking, it's for landscaping. You wanna see something cool?
Just because maybe the emphasis isn't 100%. If you can see here, there's a whole cab. Bulldozers are very much like tractors, okay? They're very similar in construction / excavation / farming implements / whatever type thing. Look at how big he's sitting in the middle. Like there's no efficiency to be gained there unless it's giant. Oh, whistling diesel is the very reason why some people should never have dumb amounts of money, just saying. Oh, no, Mr. Abrams. I disagree with you wholeheartedly. Some people having dumb amounts of money helps future generations to learn what not to do with dumb amounts of money. Just saying. Everybody has a use. Everybody is useful in some form or fashion. I know this is going to come back to bite me. I'm just aware of it. I'm not regretting it. I'm just aware. It's okay. We may have a special guest doing commentary too, although it's going to be super weird because I can't share the audio. I can share the video, but not the audio into Discord. So, oh, maybe. Hang on, while we're watching this, I'm going to figure out a thing.
Just now started to get fuel. Don't tell me what to not do. You watch it, young man.
Hold up, there's a new term of service and by tapping accept and acknowledge. What's the fucking new term of service? This is super. Oh man, my eyes already went crossways. I can't even.
I wanted to start too.
Liability.
How many boxes do you usually go through to start?
Less than 1 can.
You said cans? Because I've been using like 6 or 7 of these every time.
That's probably gonna blow up the motor.
Yes!
You don't need that?
Something's wrong. Do you have any more cans of ether?
Oh no. Power company says they're overdue by 6 months.
Just tell them to hold off a little longer.
For what?
I'll come up with it soon.
Oh, it's starting to clean up now. Is this normal? Not really.
Yeah?
No.
Just making sure it was good.
It's not. No, Cody, forward! You hit your truck! What do you mean you see it?
Just gotta open the gate. Sweet.
Why is he getting momentum? The gate's open. Tyler, go!
Oh, he's being an unreasonable man. They get drone footage.
Everybody welcome our new family member. Welcome home, Komatsu D355. Yeah. Yes, welcome home. We're all so thankful to have you here. You have been promoted.
It's so big. Wow, look at how little our tank is now.
The tank is not that little. They're very similar in size.
What, what's happening?
This thing is so quiet.
It's not running.
Oh.
Okay. Everything else has gone wrong. Why not you now? Also, it's fine. Let's go.
Whoa! Dude! Cody, no! That's a bad idea! Oh my god. No, Cody!
Hey, call 911.
No! No! Pick your ripper up!
I'm gonna gently wash it.
You should probably pressure wash off the dirt first.
This thing's a pile of So I have this red one. A lot of times my dog will need wash, so I use the red one.
That'll...
Kids don't do that. I did that to my dog as a kid, and I went through 5 dogs.
Hit him with a 0-degree nozzle.
Before I start this...
Cody!
You guys don't realize it right now, but this is a big moment. Oh my god.
It looks pretty tough.
I regret to tell everybody today that I have unfortunately lied to you all.
Aww.
I did not buy the bulldozer to do landscaping with.
Aww.
I'm gonna build a killdozer, and it will be the new killdozer. Not that we're doing anything with it, but like for legal reasons. The goal is to build it exactly how Marvin did it, with a couple of exceptions, like a better cooling system. The ironic thing here, there's a brand new radiator in it. Well, I don't know where to start, but probably with a welder. Yeah, all right. If we can just man. Doesn't look like you have it, man. I think it's really funny how
None
no
of that's
other
half inch.
YouTuber did this. Let's give everybody a round of
By
applause
the way.
for failing miserably.
Really, really, really expensive.
Well, what's a few bucks?
I declare bankruptcy!
Shortly after buying this and making a video kind of insinuating what we were gonna do, I started getting some fan mail from concerned citizens.
It's multiple pages?
5, 11, 12. I have a 13-page psychological study letter from Mike. I'm an expert in cognitive psychology writing to you with concerns regarding your most recent video content. I urge you to carefully consider messaging being conveyed and its potential social impact. Your latest Killdozer video is full of contradictory messaging and could have
The
a
response
negative
for this
impact
is going to
on its
be
audience, particularly on younger
literally
viewers who are
memeing,
susceptible to
why are
influence
you
from
gay?
prominent social figures. I agree with that so far. I think people pull a lot of inspiration from other people they see, but you shouldn't listen to everybody you see because there's a lot of bad influences as well. The content of the video depicts behavior that could be interpreted as glorifying violence, ideation, and maladaptive behavior. Everybody has the ability to decide for themselves what's right and wrong. I think the biggest concept behind this whole thing is that he was rebelling against a government that he felt was wronging him. I've always believed ever since I was very young, and my dad had believed as well, that you are never too small to stand up and stop something that's happening. And I've been able to apply that throughout my life and get to where I'm at because I didn't allow people to walk all over me, right? And that's where the whole saying, like, don't tread on me came from. And then they say, tread on them. John took very good care of this, though. He changed the oil.
I mean, yeah, it's just normal stuff.
Well, that's very good care. The original Killdozer had one giant ripper in the middle. This one has two. I would usually think, yeah, that's better, but we want to build an exact identical replica of Marvin's Killdozer. We're gonna be chopping both of these off.
Wow. No!
Putting one in the middle. So we're gonna need a lightsaber. You should lower the ripper onto my
No.
foot. No, yeah. Don't actually lower it. Safety first here. A guard? I do.
No, the grinder should have a guard over the cutting wheel.
No, I run it without that all the time. The wheel's gone. Do you have any more wheels?
Your mask.
Okay, this isn't gonna work. I need another tool.
Try this one.
How do you use this thing?
Oh, no, get your hand.
Do you have another blade?
Oh, Cody.
What?
Don't move a muscle.
Oh, I'll use this one.
How is that doing that?
This shouldn't take too long, actually.
Cody, that...
I need to change the oil on this. It's just like race cars, that they have the built-in jacks that lift the car.
I can't.
Okay, that's sick.
Dude, when we only switch to one ripper, it's gonna be a lot harder to do this. Do you guys vote one ripper or two? Because if we have two rippers, we can do this very easily. It's
already started coming in. Cody.
Let's play a game. It's called How Much Do You Value Your Legs?
A lot.
You first. Is playing with heavy equipment safe?
No, not at all.
Now, we're gonna have fun crushing stuff for a while.
Oh, God.
Guys, I can feel the bulldozer more bouncy now. No, that was the wrong basketball. My grandpa gave me that
It's a
when he was
super
born.
fun game.
Next,
more stuff. 2x4.
Whoa! More stuff!
Oh, God.
Oh, it's all just gonna get shot out, like all the dust too.
What is that?
Now, happy to announce after the
This is Cybertruck
Ferrari
Quad.
incident, which we'll address at a later date, I have purchased fire extinguishers. I'm so happy that I made these purchases because this is gonna be really cool to crush under my bulldozer.
Look how crooked Cody set this up.
No, you put it there. Yes! That is epic. And to think it said, do not cross your drop. Keller, add in the Baru explosion. More things! More things! Ooh! No! Oh, it bent it.
Oh!
What happened?
That was a That was a
I
wrench.
trust this with my life. It's gonna hold it. I know it will. Because I have my kids under there, and I trust this with their lives.
Cody, it didn't hold.
Okay. Well, that's not good. I could have swore that would have held.
That's why I'm blaming it all on
Now
him.
it's starving for civilian automobiles.
also his
We're gonna feed it this tire.
I don't like this.
It's really aggressive.
What's directly behind the bulldozer again? Let's just.
Like a cheap car.
Ah, they popped it.
No.
Who's that?
We're gonna feed it this aluminum forged wheel now. Be careful, I might throw it through that door. Be careful.
Look at him hiding.
It's tipping us.
What? I hear it creaking. Oh gosh. It's holding there.
I told you it would.
What?
Everything's down. That's crazy. Dang, dude, that's actually nuts.
Oh, it's leaking water.
Oh.
This is gonna be a mess.
Oh my god. Look how nasty that is. That's nice. Oh, that's gross. That looks like beans that have been sitting in a can for like 27 years. What? This has got to be my oil drain plug. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Got it.
Oh,
Here comes the oil. Get ready.
You're gonna catch it? What's that?
With the solo cup. If I'm right about the capacity, this cup should hold it.
I think the socket's bigger than the cup.
I think it's out. Oh my god, get out, get out, get out, get out, go, go. I'm backing up.
Oh no, you're draining the oil on your new.
Here, guys, help me scoop this up. I need more cups. I overestimated my cup capacity.
You're gonna need a lot more cups.
Please help! Paper towels, thank you. Oh, this is not enough.
This had to be for content.
That's enough, that's enough, that's enough.
No, no.
Oh,
give me a mop. This is not working. Guys,
we need oil dry.
I need oil dry.
Oh, come on, man, you got it, you got it.
More oil dry, please. Oh no, my oil plug. Can you find it?
No.
Wait, here's a spoon. Did you need a spoon?
What?
Are you guys looking for a drain plug?
Wait.
Cody, you
with you. You want a paper towel?
I'm good personally. Seth, I think that's making it worse. That's good, that's good. You're gonna strip it, you're gonna break it.
Oh.
You just stripped it out.
Look, no, it's going. Tell you what, why don't we take 5? I'll take 5, and I'm gonna run to get you more paper towels, and I'll be right back, okay?
We have plenty of paper towels.
Okay, that's not as easy as everybody said it would be. I'm gonna pull it forward so that we can get all that oil.
Don't start it. It's gonna blow it up.
I'll drive it for like a little bit.
Cody, we're serious.
That doesn't sound good at all. Oh my gosh.
Something's wrong.
There's no oil.
I'm just constantly like trying to build things, and you're actively destroying them.
No, I'm actively trying to clean up the floor. So apparently heavy-duty oil comes in bags.
Okay.
That's nice. This is cool but weird. I can feel the oil soaking into my bloodstream, and I feel so much better lubricated. I can't even bend his knees. Somebody give me some oil. This holds 75 quarts of oil. That's inconvenient because my debit card, I have $36 left. All right, I'm done. It actually looks watery.
Oh, it actually does.
While we're doing maintenance, we also need to check on some other things here, so we're gonna see what's behind this. Oh my god. It's actually not as bad as I expected. No! Bagged oil is a terrible idea.
I would rather do this actually, because you can really mess these up.
That's fine. I got it. People talk about how expensive their supercars are to maintain. This oil change cost me $1,300 without labor, and I'm doing it myself, and I charge a lot for my stuff.
You charge yourself to do your own labor?
You may be wondering why we're not welding sheets of steel in this right now. Well, when does our ultra super mega plasma CNC cutting, chopping, metal engraving machine show up?
About 2 hours.
You're hitting the couch.
Don't tell me. Hey.
Tilt your forks down.
Don't tell me what to do.
I got it. Cody. I did. You hit the thing. Yep.
I think I felt the trailer bump.
Yep, you did.
Oh no, we can't have that.
Watch how high I can lift.
No, that's not. Ooh. Cody, you're not forklift certified.
Tyler works here. He bought this forklift for me to have.
No, that's not. It's not gonna lift a 60-ton tank.
Not going. I'm gonna park it.
Yeah, maybe don't do that, actually. Oh, okay, that's enough, that's enough, that's enough, that's enough.
I'll tell you what, I'll just park it here.
Yeah.
So this bad boy just showed up. Super Mega Ultra Steel Cutter 4000.
Cody, I think you should use the actual product name when addressing.
What's this called?
CNC plasma cutter.
It's a CNC plasma cutter. Cool little button. So we put sheets of metal on this, and it can immediately cut them out into whatever pattern that we want. Wait, what's the little laser?
Don't put it in your eyes.
If I wanted to cut this into 1,000 pieces, I can just tell it I want that cut into 1,000 pieces, and it just cuts it into 1,000 pieces. So this thing is so futuristic, it built itself. They plugged in, build me a CNC plasma cutter, and it built it out of itself. Plasma coolant? Ooh. You tell me that after I drank like 3 cups of that? Do you think that sounds healthy or okay to drink?
Stop it. Stop.
Whenever you shut it off, it's like shoving the pillow into someone's face.
Oh, God.
It literally didn't do anything. Barely did damage. I told them when I poured this concrete that I wanted it to be able to withstand a mega super gigantic, super thick metal steel claw ripper. All right, we'll get somebody to clean this up.
Okay, just need to delay. But I'm only I just need to have a moment. miss. What A to B? A to B, we say. That's success. Yeah. Anybody have some commentary? I know there's been commentary every time this is coming up. Please, just share. This is a safe space now. Unlike when, you know. So, Mr. Not Freedom, but Blanca, I guess. How does it feel to chew down a garden hose every day? Wait, what do you mean again? I know we've already. He just hasn't. Oh no. Oh. Is each one slowly based on the smashing? There's no actual number to hitting the final hit of the machine. You can't have it. Oh no, you misunderstood. I meant, well, it doesn't matter what I meant. Let's see what the encyclopedia thinks of this shenanigans. Oh. Somehow entering the stage with 24 and no kills on his belt. Well, no, I mean, it's just suburban. All that stuff is not like, I mean, this is amazing firepower. They got Habs that day. Habs? Yeah, I said Habs. Maybe some of us did our smoking air acceleration into the ride of a crown. Hey, Carl, I found a bug you might like. What do you call it? Like an ant bug? Got it. Because you got a great deal on Luke Kavanaugh. How many does it take now? Like 6? So many people do the cleaning the fall of coming down. Now is way too far to expect unexpected of a taxpayer. Normally it'd be just no big deal. However, with Josie's lie, she keeps mentioning it, so I feel like she's sick and not doing lie or something. Whatever it is. We got here, we got things into the buried Bracken Basham Breach. That's very close. Oh, right now we're assuming the option of Dr. Harse. Dr. Harse. He didn't get any choice in these things. He just, whatever the new meat sack is. Even for an artifact, like an artifact eluate to like Schumer. Got somewhat close because of who's it that I mean the initial lamentation, the beg amongst the women. What that's a serious for you really? What? Who else says too? Okay. No, also. Do you think it's maybe because he just stopped fasting using between your else? Using a different element? Maybe, okay. I can deal. No one. Okay, I can deal with somebody being intellectually opposite of me. It's much more big of an ask, you see, for that sub who is opposite the question of me right now. What is he gonna do? What who these? And Nurk's great. I love his shit. Oh, they're gonna like. That might be the that your discount on a vehicle is already like in position. That might be a good sign that you already like you already are talking to somebody with that. You might have already won. Is where I'm going. And not really not need to get into the entire world of playing songs that everybody knows your name. Actually, how's it go? Because if you were really interested in the things that everybody's saying, well, most of, you might leave us to go introduce yourself elsewhere, and maybe I would be stuck introducing myself elsewhere too. But that'd be motivating for me, which is, I mean, no biggie than Oakley Dokley, thankly dankly, just all day long. Oh, this is a guy doing a vocal cover. The quantity of light outside is different than expected. Unexpected. Hmm. Well, I do need to step away a moment. Oh no, this is over 12 hours for YouTube now. Can we stop? Can we do things? What can we do? Maybe I'm just done. Yeah, maybe I'm just done. Maybe we start over in a moment. How do we do that? How do we express that? Okay, one viewer. Okay. No biggie. So I'm gonna play it, but we're in sub-rolling mode. Okay, maybe in a little bit we'll undo